Welcome to the Costa de Caparica Surf Fest for 2025. It is finals day. We're going to crown two new champions for the 2025 edition. It's an amazing event. We've got a European champion already crowned yesterday in Jorgen Kuznets. My name's Ben Mundy. I'm joined in the booth by Chico Alves and Jose Ferreira. And boys, it is time to go. We have got waves, we've got sun, we've got an incredible last day of action. Are you pumped, Chico Alves?
Yes, I am. Finals day, and I heard the waves are pumping as well. There's some size out there, so what a good day to be finals day.
Yeah. Say, Ferreira, what about you, mate? You've been, you're a day older, a day wiser. How are you feeling?
Yeah, waiting for this day. This is the D-Day. Finals day, obviously, everyone is on the rhythm. Super psyched. Waves I think it's the biggest day of the window. Bit of wind, but it looks great for this last day.
Yeah, let's go get the official call. We're going to find out what's going on today down there on the beach, Claudia Pinto, with Hugo Pinez.
Good morning, everyone. Here at the beach, finals day, it seems like we have more energy today in the water. Hugo, what's the call for today?
Yeah, for sure. We have lots of energy, new swell arriving, so we'll be rising all day long. So we're going to start with the men's now, quarterfinals. It'll be 30 minutes each, and hopefully it will be a great day. That's it.
Looking forward to it. Back to you guys.
Yeah, we are go. So we've got waves, we've got an increasing swell. We've also got a new European champion for 2025, Jorgen Kuznets. He's already won it 3 times. Well, yesterday he got another trophy, the 4th time the French surfer has claimed this incredible trophy, and he just keeps getting better and better, Chico. Like this week, he's been absolutely on fire, seems motivated, on point, injury-free. He's super dangerous.
Yes, he is, and he's making no mistakes every heat. He takes care of the heat on those first 5 minutes every time, so it's really hard to beat. So let's see who can go up against him.
Yeah, we're going to do the quarterfinals straight off the bat. So the first heat comes in Ruben Vittoria as he's in quarterfinal number 2. He's worth watching, say Ferreira. He's the only one that can actually climb up into the all-important Challenger Series ranking. So if Ruben was to win this event, which is effectively 3 heat wins, he would knock out Maxim Husno and get in the Challenger Series. So that's, we've got to watch him. He's super important for him next heat.
Yeah, and he's actually done it before, right? He's won here, I think, 3 years ago, so he knows how it tastes. He's had that sensation. Would be a huge upset. I mean, Ruben is also an amazing surfer, but Maxim been here for years. But that's definitely like one of the things to take attention to today.
Yeah, and we've got in the women, of course, we've got just the semi-finals. So we've got Alice Barton won the last quarter-final. I saw Alice out there competing earlier on this morning. She was up bright and early when I came down to check the surf, so she's one to watch. But also Vaselko, the former World Junior Champion, Chico, she was impressive yesterday. She's got to be considered one of the favourites, you reckon?
Yeah, for sure. With how much power she has and the size of the waves, I think she's going to be really hard to beat. Francisca, anytime the waves get a bit bigger, she's really good. So.
And on the other side, Teresa Bonvalo, who has won here before. In terms of the qualifying series, the Challenger Series are locked and loaded, so Teresa can't qualify, but she can win here, and she's done it before. She'd have to be also backing herself, you'd imagine.
Yeah, she has competed here over the last probably 10 years. Since she's really young, so I think she's looking good, and can't wait to see what she can do today as well.
Yeah, well, you're looking good too, mate. And I'll tell you who else is looking pretty good. This first quarterfinal, a really good matchup, Zé Ferreira, Frederico Moraes and Charlie Clivant. So probably, obviously Kick-Ass, one of Portugal's greatest ever surfers, former CT surfer. We know his pedigree coming back from injury. But Charlie Clivant, who has been on a tear this whole event as well. So it's pretty a nice, evenly matched quarterfinal number 1.
For sure, and Charlie yesterday, I think he was building his confidence, getting better from wave to wave. He's no stranger to these leagues and to these phases in comps. He's done some amazing results, but yeah, I would say this is, like, on paper, a super even matchup, because Frederico, obviously coming off an injury, is also building his confidence back. Charlie, also has been doing that with bettering his performance throughout this comp. And as we were mentioning, like, in this phase, everyone is doing well, everyone is confident, everyone thinks they will win, and that just makes these phases so much more interesting.
Yeah, Charlie came into the event ranked 7th on the European qualifying series, and the top 7 go through plus a wild card, and so he was already right on the cusp. So with this event, he sort of locked his position in, made sure he's going to go travel to Australia for June. Frederico is also going to be there. He's got the Challenger Series wildcard as well. So basically, these two surfers surfing without pressure. So it's going to be just come down to let both these guys, not a huge amount riding on it, except obviously winning here in Portugal, which is big. But that means we might just see a bit more relaxed surfing, a bit more flair, no nerves. We could be in for a real treat. And this bank and these waves, this has been here all week. You can see them surfing now. Probably the furthest out we've seen as this new energy's come in. They're right at the end of the pier, but there's been some great right-handers that could suit their styles. Yeah,
I'm super curious to see how this new swell will come in this bank that has been great, and it's kind of like a point break really throughout these days. It's always breaking in the same place. Beautiful, carving right, and we will have the first one.
Yeah, here's the wave. So Charlie going the trigger, first wave of the finals day for Quivant, and it just kicks out. Yeah, there was some pretty amazing free surfing sessions going down on the bank just before this event started. Word on the street, Jorgen Kuznay got one of the best barrels of the week. So yeah, still hitting this bank pretty hard and rifling down the line.
This morning, you mean?
This morning, mate. Yep.
Barrels.
Yeah, barrels. Big barrels. So it's it's got potential as this swell building. The tides
a lot of current there.
Yeah, there's a lot of current, a lot of water moving around, but there is some diamonds amongst the rough. And Charlie, that first wave, not running off, but that gives Frederico. You can see the paddling they've got to do just to stay in position.
Exactly.
So it's going to be a physical battle as well as a mental one, just to stay in position and get those waves. Norwest swell coming in, filling in like 12, 13 seconds, so a bit more period than we've had during the week. And
a bit more wind too.
As we see Charlie going again, this time just waiting for the build up on the inside. Nice clean face, little nice carving wrap, and goes down the line. Behind him, Frederico takes off. Charlie clicks the end, so he's got 2 turns in. And Kikas was behind him, so...
Yeah, I guess Charlie has that strategy. He's always catching waves, not only to keep himself in place, but also to, create his own opportunity. It's probably not easy to understand what's a good wave, a scoring potential wave out there. So he's just putting things on the board. Kikas had an in and out. And yeah, I think that's what he's going to do, like build his heat, and catch a lot of waves.
Yeah, sometimes in these sort of rip bowls, the more waves you catch, the more waves you catch. And Charlie staying busy and finishing off that first turn. You'll be wanting to improve on that, but still just to get a score on the board, also to get a completion down. Your feet in the wax, just get the vibe of it all and get comfortable. So he's done that. We'll see the scores coming in. Charlie, both these surfers actually, I would say as soon as the power increases, so does their ability to get big numbers. They're real powerful, sharp, rails like surfers. So these conditions will, probably up their chances somewhat.
Definitely, and you do have a lot of that in Europe, right? As in opposition from Brazil or even Australia. I mean, Australia, those guys can rail anything, but live action here, beautiful. Wow. Now this is more like it. Powerful surfing, 3 turns. It's the first heat of the day. Judges will be kind of establishing the criteria and what is what, basically. So let's see what they think. He has 2 waves to come.
Yeah, so he's been busy, and this wave, that's nice little carving rail turn back to the source, and now he comes around. That's a nice slash in the pocket, and then a big finish on a juicy section. So he liked it. He got away before. He didn't know that score, but that's juicy. You see the fins blast out the back, and he was like, yeah, put that in your pipe and smoke it. A 4.5 for the wave before. That's going to be better. So he's suddenly just got a heat total, and Fred just out the back, yet to really get going. So really smart competitive surfing from Charlie, identifying that it might be best just to stay busy, see what happens, keep throwing the dice. And he's got some numbers up already and leaves his illustrious opponent out the back. And here he goes, Fred on a bigger wave. So takes off late, waiting for it to build up on the inside bank. There's a big sort of trademark carve from Fred, comes around again. A little check turn. And there's the third one, lots more spray on that one. And another rail work. So this is Freddie's strengths, rail to rail and a finish. So not as dynamic as Charlie's last wave, but covered some territory and got a score. You think back to some of Freddie's biggest results have all come in sort of right-hand, meaty sections, you know,
That's
whether it's
true,
been
yeah.
Haleiwa, Sunset, J-Bay, Ribeira de Ilash, you know, those type of waves where there's right-hand points is, you know, where his forehand carves really come into play. So this should come in, but what do you think? What do you like about this? He covered some real estate here.
Yeah, I guess you know, first completed wave, which is always good when you're waves, and especially in finals day, judges will be that more, you know, precise in the scores they give.
Yeah.
So yeah, but this you know, it's like this day is still this heat is still a child.
Yeah, it's early days, and a 7.67, as you said, for Charlie. So big number for his second wave to back up the 4.5. So he's sitting in a really strong position early doors, just waiting on that score to come in for Moraes. But Charlie opening up with an almost excellent range of scores. Really dynamic surfing, a mix of rail and then that big closeout section. So yeah, awesome from Charlie. Looking really smooth. That board looks great as well. And we're seeing, I mean, it looks so, I mean, it is so much water moving around, Zay, but you know, as soon as they break, it's just, there is a clean face, remarkably, given the amount of chop and the wind.
Exactly, yeah. Yeah, the bank's still there, alive and kicking. I think it's just, you know, like, this is the day everyone in the comp is like, I'm glad I'm not the first heat, because you want to see how they, you know, how they position, although there has been a free surfing session. Comp only started now at 10:30, so they had more than time to sit and analyze and see other surfers there. But you know, a heat is a heat. Also, the scoring system changes every day, also based on the conditions. So you know, even as a commentator, to like this first heat is always challenging because you don't really know what are the capabilities of the day itself in the bank.
Yeah, it's all changing every day. Looks like Charlie's nominated a little double up section here, just waits for it to stand up straight on the frothy section. He's looking relaxed and calm. Nice sort of first turn. There's a bit more whip and gets a tail out, releases the fin and finishes. So you just feel that Charlie's on a roll right now. You can see how relaxed he is in his technique, and then just managing that sort of calmness and stillness with really dynamic fins out surfing. So it's a beautiful combination, and you can tell he's feeling it. He's a really animated surfer. He's always one for, and this was really crisp.
Yeah, he always reminds me of Dusty Payne. Beautiful, radical surfing. So judges love those turns that create acceleration in like 2-3 turns in a row, which is what he basically did. Beautiful turn there. Really looks good on him, these kind of turns.
Incredible timing, right? That was probably like the key to that wave.
Yeah, and he had a 6.17, so
great live
start.
action. Freddie has to respond. And he just can't that wave, just not offering the opportunities that Charlie's been able to manufacture. So 6.17, as you said, Zay to go with 7.67. And
Charlie has this, you know, he's very intuitive, organic surfer. And I think he does well in these messy, in these messy conditions, because he just goes for it. He tries. When I look at him in a heat like this, like, he's not thinking that much about wave selection. He's comfortable with trying out and see what the ocean is going to give him. And yeah, you can see the results of that.
Yeah, he's just found the rhythm, hasn't he? Just managed every wave he's caught, had opportunity. Freddie's had 3 waves and only one of them's offered any sort of wall. So just the way it goes sometimes. Still loads of time on the clock, 18 minutes. But, just sometimes it comes down to that, getting a start. We talk a lot about the rhythm and getting a rhythm, and it's almost impossible to quantify what that means in surfing, but you can just tell with Charlie, even as a free surfer, you had those surfs when you get one wave and it kick starts off another. And when you're in a heat, that's really important. You've only got half an hour to really make it count. And so far, early days, but Charlie's managed to do that. Just with 2 really good numbers. A 7.67 was, one of the better sort of waves of the event, and a 6.17 to back it up. So holding a commanding position, but he knows how dangerous his opponent is, one of the Europe's best ever surfers. And yeah, he won't be happy. He'll try and build on it, try and improve, try and make Freddie's job even more difficult. 18 minutes on the clock. You see those sort of waves breaking out the back now and then coming in reform. That's the beauty of probably Caparica, isn't it? Like, even on these big stormy days, can be 8-10 foot swells, but you can still manage to get a wave anywhere on this stretch.
Yeah, you can always get a little, double up, little peak, little. That's Caparica like. And wow, beautiful stormy weather. Hope that's not on the way, but it looks like it is. Still nature in full effect. That's raining over there. It's purple clouds.
Okay, here he goes again, the current heat leader. That's a bowly wave driving down the line. There's a slash off the top. Comes around again and then just just had it sort of dragged both hands. First mistake for Charlie. He really went for it. End up in a really awkward body position. He seems to be okay.
It's been a couple days of contest. Everyone wants to sit.
Yeah, well, he comes around. Yeah, this first turn, you could starting feel it was bigger wave. Oh, that's
so drivey.
And then this turn here. Oh, he just slipped his foot. End up doing a coffin ride, and yeah, full kayaked it. So yeah, really dynamic. He would have been onto a big score. That had so much power. You could tell that wave. But yeah, couldn't get it. There's Ruben Vittoria. He's probably, well, he is the only surfer kind of left that has ranking implications. He's way down in the 30s before he came to the event. Probably wasn't even thinking about the potential for Challenger Series. Hasn't had a good run so far.
Do you know what he needs in terms of results?
He needs a win. He has to win. Yeah, he has to win the event.
And he's actually going against one of the standouts of the event so far.
Yeah, Thomas Debier there with the wind blowing in his hair, focusing. He's been, as you say, Zay, just every single heat since around 96, I think, from the early days.
Yeah.
Surfed the first round, which is
even if the free
numbers.
surfs, it's crazy.
Yeah, this wind coming in, still strong. I mean, looking at the forecast, it says we get a west-northwest swell at 12-second period, so pretty strong energy rating. Is sort of doubling up from in terms of power and kilojoules from sort of 1,500 all the way up to 2,500. So yeah, there's more energy, more swell coming in. We've got a low tide at about 1 o'clock, so still got a bit of tide to come out. I think probably on the push we might see a bit more order. But anyway, the point being, there's waves, there's swell, there's wind, all the elements, and Europe's best surfers are here. But while they all sort of do all the permutations, get themselves sorted, we're going to a short commercial break and come back with more live action for the first quarter final on finals day right after this.
Na vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O Milênio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milênio, aqui consigo.
It's good to try, even when something seems to make little sense. Put your weight on it. Make an impact in this world. Call everyone, set ambitious goals, and ask yourself, do you want to change surfing? Dare to test. Ride the future.
Welcome back to finals day of the Caparica Surf Fest 2025. We've got the first quarterfinal of the men's in the water. We've got Charles Quivant, the heat leader, and he's up and riding. What's he got for us? The Frenchman comes around. There's a lovely little swooping carve. Winds up again. There's a little bit more venom on that second turn. Little two lip line floaters. Really technical, difficult surfing. Those sections came fast. He went for the 2-for-1. And got it. So, Charlie, looking solid.
Yeah, you can't, count this heat as being over with two scores, but he's just trying to better that 6.17. He had that decision to make, either went for one or these two. Not sure if that was the right decision or not, but during the break we had Frederico's 6.4. Cleaner wave, nice bottom turn, and solid finish there for him. Very trademark rail-to-rail surfing, and that those sprays, we've been having some sprays in the contest, and day like this, that kind of helps.
Yeah, I like that. Freddie's, I wouldn't say he's known for his colourful boards. He's usually on those JSs, usually keeps them pretty
white,
pretty clean, pretty white. There's his dad watching, so he's been on that same board all week. Hasn't upped his equipment for the extra size, sticking with that one. And yeah, worked there. Got right back in the game, 6-4-0. He's there now. He just needs to almost match that first wave of Charlie's. A 7.45 is the requirement. So, and he's going again. So he's found some rhythm here. So Frederico drops down, lovely angle there from drone. There's a big carve. Now he's got a steeper section, goes back to the white water, nice roundhouse, drives down the line for another finish and just doesn't come his way. So he's that wave's not going to be the 7 he needs. Worth a crack. It just didn't have that end section where he can do his trademark power turns. Looks good, starting to find his rhythm. You see the ankle that he's broke his ankle, smashed his ankle in all sorts of horrible ways about 5 months ago. He's still coming back. He says he's not 100%, but I tell you what, he's getting there, isn't he, Zay?
Yeah, and more than the physical part, then when you have an injury that big, it's all about the physical, the psychological part too. Getting over, going for a big turn, or going for a big floater. That image of the foot being broken comes back to you, even if it's on your unconscious. So, but truth is, Owen Wright got really hurt, came back, won a CT stop. Fanning was world champion after a big injury. I'm sure there's some kind of study of surfers getting their best results after big injuries.
Well, I suppose, yeah, in those cases, there are, loads of time out of the water, loads of time to reflect on what you want from your life and your surfing. Often there's look at that tube. Oof. That's right-hander breaking out near the old prison and just still banging down the line. Look at that, that was a hell tube. Martigaya, I tell you what, though, it'd be a brave surfer to paddles over there to try and get that in their heat.
Yeah, but, a lot of guys go there. You obviously have to go on a jet ski. You've probably seen it. You've probably seen it working.
Yeah, mate, I've pretty local around these parts these days, mate.
Yeah.
No, yeah.
You were in the prison there, right?
Yeah, I was in the prison. Yeah,
You were
spent some
one of
time
the,
there back
one
in
of the
day.
guards.
Yeah. And it's there's a wave out there for sure. Yeah, really hard to get to, loads of tides, but so many. Typical in Portugal, everywhere you look, and somewhere's breaking, somewhere there's a little nook and cranny opening up, whether it's way out the back in a bommy or tucked away beside a breakwall like here in Costa de Caparica. But that's a really good sign of the swell starting to increase. Even when you fly into Lisbon, isn't it? You pretty much fly straight over that. You look down, you can see the bank and the river mouth and the waves. It looks incredible. You get a really good, and Costa Caparica, you can find out what the surf's like as you fly into Lisbon. It's pretty cool. But yeah, there's waves coming right now though. Freddie Race, he needs a wave. He needs a 7.45. He's got 8 minutes on the clock. Doesn't have priority. I think there's going to be at least 1 or 2 more opportunities for both surfers. As they're just having a recalibrate. See the sand swirling down there with that rip. Really good bank here at Costa. It's been delivering all week from 2 foot to 3 foot, all winds, all tides. It's been super competitive. So much opportunity, so many waves ridden, and it's still delivering. And let's give the organisers some credit for that, Zay. They're the ones that have called it at the right tides at the right time. Here goes Charlie Crevant. So he's waiting for this one. First turn is nice, little swoop. Checks back to the power source. There's another little bit of rail work. Nothing dynamic yet, but he's got a big finish, and there's a nice turn. Comes out the foam. Still trying to, not the problem he's got, it's a good issue in that he's trying to improve a 6.17, so he needs some pretty good waves to improve his score. That wave, a little bit lateral out the back, and then a nice finish. Not sure if it's going to improve his total, but that does leave his opponent out there. What do you reckon? What does Freddie do now? Does he just keep pulling the trigger, or does he wait?
Yeah, so I'm not sure if this will be better, because first turn was pretty chilled. Second one a bit more intentional, but just the sections didn't help quite much. Then beautiful finish there, but yeah, he wants to better a 6.17, and I was reflecting on the importance of priority in a day like today. And obviously every day that can be like that, but in a day like today could kind of be a curse unless it's like the last 2 to 1 minute to go, because it's super hard to choose the waves, to see like when the wave is coming, to actually understand what the wave will do until the inside. So if you get too picky, you might fail out on the rhythm of the ocean and actually understand what the ocean is asking you to do. It's one of those days that intuition is really important.
Yeah, because you said that they break on that outer bank out the back, so you kind of know when they're coming. But even though you've seen 4 or 5 break out the back, you're still a bit unsure what they're going to do on the inside bank, how they sort of snake through that deeper water and then hit the rip bowl. And yeah, it's always every wave's different, every set potentially is different. Freddie now with priority, he's got that decision to make. I think probably sooner or later on the 5-minute mark now, he's going to have to be sort of with every second he has to get a little bit less choosy in terms of the decision he has to make. He'll know, they would have been timing. They would have worked out that he's every 5 minutes at least is a set, maybe even more frequent than that. And then he'll be hoping that something comes through, needing that big number. You'd imagine he's not going to get it with 2 waves. It's going to probably come down to this last one. It's going to be a all guns blazing finish, hopefully.
And this extra 5 minutes make all the difference. Really stretches the heats way more, especially when they've been surfing 25 minutes for since the beginning of the comp. So that is also a reason for adaptation, because you can kill a heat in 25 minutes, but sometimes if you have that extra 5 minutes, your opponent just has that much more time to, come back and get back at you. But yeah, I would say one more chance for Federico, also because you don't see a lot of movement in the lineup. Charlie's been trying to better his 6.17, but he has a couple of 5s, a 5.43 and a 5.77, so that won't do it.
Yeah, a couple of fires. He's just got that, I mean, as ever, these, especially on finals days, that one point of difference was at 7.67. So that when you get up near the excellent range, that's what you've got to do to get through these heats, basically, or these quarterfinals, I should say. You're going to need a single wave that's pretty punchy. And Charlie's got that, and Freddie hasn't at this stage. And with 4 minutes on the clock, Federico has to try and match that wave. He's staying patient. No waves as yet. See the sort of just waiting for a bit of clean water, scanning the horizon. Charlie's been so consistent. He's caught 9 waves. He's got 3 throwaways, a couple of 4s and 5s. So a different kind of approach from Charlie, but at the moment it's paying off. This is a recap, Zay. He's pretty, the keep him busy approach has worked for him.
Yeah, and he basically closed this heat, or he's scoring potential. He scores in the beginning of the heat in his, initial waves. Beautiful top to bottom surfing, one turn after the other, creating acceleration. Judges really liking that, and this is, I think, his best one.
No, that was a 6.17. Yeah, so still really
super crisp.
And Freddie fought back.
Yeah, he has two waves counting for him, so a 4.57 and then a 6.4, which is this one. He likes it, finishes it, and we are going to have some movement. No, yes. 2 minutes and 50, so time's ticking.
Yeah, Freddie's been out there, what now, for 7 or 8 minutes with Priorities, waiting for that one last wave. So he's been patient. He's just waiting his time. He knows he needs a big number, so he needs a good wave.
That's Charlie's coach, probably. Here you go. He was having a look at that one.
Yeah, we just hope there's an opportunity. We want a bit of action, but, not particularly worried who wins, as long as we get to see some good surfing, being neutral. So Freddie out there still just biding his time. I think 2 minutes to go. He's such a seasoned competitor. He's not even going to go anything, is he? He's going to wait for that wave. If it doesn't come, it doesn't come. He's not going to try and catch a little 2-footer. He knows that he needs a big number. It's been unfortunate that he's made the right decisions. Just the wave hasn't come. There's not much you can do about the ocean.
Yeah, probably the only 5 minutes throughout this 4 days that a wave hasn't come.
Yeah, it's been so many waves, you're right. So at the wrong time for Kick-Ass. As we said, needs a 7.45, and he's got 90 seconds on the clock. Doesn't look like there's much out there at the moment. I mean, you think it's a long 5 minutes for us. It's probably the quickest 5 minutes for him. It's racing through. Time just evaporates when you need a score. He's just trying to reposition. Charlie just sticking with him. Hopefully, 1 minute on the clock now. Oh, Freddie. Well, he's going to make him go this one. So this is the last throw of the dice from Moraes. Waits. First little check turn. Second one starts to put on the afterburners now. Wants to go to the air. Does a carve turn. And you can tell from his body language that that's not going to be enough. So it looks like Charlie's got that under wraps. He starts to sit. Now he's still going to try and close him out, get close to his opponent. We have 45 seconds to go. His coach saying, get down there, get near him.
Who's that?
I think it must be Charlie's, in Charlie's camp.
Yeah, Charlie's camp, but do you know who that is?
I do not know who that is. No, we need to find out. But he's saying, get down, get close to him. Freddie trying to get a bit of space. And he knows with 20 seconds on the clock. He's got to play the game, Charlie. Got to sit and he's got priority if he can get near Fred. Freddie going again, though. This is a small wave, but he's going to have a crack. Last wave for Fred, perhaps, and it is. So 10 seconds on the clock. It looks like that's a bit of an anticlimax in terms of his quarterfinal, but it's all over. Charlie surfed incredibly well. Got a great start. That excellent range, and he's stoked. You can tell.
I think he's the next pro surfer.
He looks like one.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's a current pro surfer, and that's a man into the semi-finals of the Caparica Surf Fest for 2025. He's been one of the form surfers of the event. Freddie just didn't get that extra. He didn't get the opportunity in the end, so he goes in. He just wanted to get back in the water, get the competition vibes. Unfortunately, we won't see him. But that man on your screen, Really impressive, really incredible, dynamic surfing. So we're going to go to a short commercial break and come back with quarterfinal number 2 of the Caparica Surf Fest right after this.
Na vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O Milênio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milênio, aqui consigo.
It's good to try, even when something seems to make little sense. Put your weight on it. Make an impact in this world. Call everyone, set ambitious goals, and ask yourself, do you want to change surfing? Dare to test. Ride the future.
Welcome back to quarterfinal number 2 of the Caparica Surf Fest 2025. Good news is we've got waves. Even better news, we've got Chico Alves in the booth. And we've got 2 of the former surfers surfing in this event. Ruben Vittoria from the Basque Country up against Thomas Derbier. And while we were on the break, Ruben got off to a start. Little twisting turn on that first one. There's a bit more intent on the second. Drives down for a finish. And a big slash in the pocket. So good surfing from Ruben for a 4.17. And that's, you know, it's a start. We saw in that last heat, Chico, Charlie, his approach was to try and catch, you know, stay busy, and it worked out. And Ruben's a similar type of surfer, right?
Yes, we saw Charlie there really in tune with the waves. Every time he was catching a wave, the wave was a keeper, and yeah, he selected the best waves of that heat, that's for sure.
Well, he's actually down on the beach, and I think he's with Claudia Pinto, the winner of that last heat. Charlie, take it away.
That's right, Charlie, who didn't seem intimidated at all going into the quarterfinals with the local hero, Frederic Moraes, and having a lot of fun out there, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, yesterday was an important day for me. If I made it to this round, I 100% sure I was going to qualify on the CS, on the Challenger. So having a heat against Fred, I mean, local legend, local hero, European, one of the best surfers ever coming out of Europe as well. So feel pressure. I feel all the pressure went out yesterday, and now it's just bonus for me, you know. And yeah, coming up against Fred, this is what we're going to be surfing on the CS, you know. So I've been used to it last year, and I'm glad to have a heat against him, and happy to make it through for sure.
Congrats. Good luck for the next one.
Thank you, thank you.
And there's Thomas Derbier with a big turn. He's been laying those hammers down all week to unpick that score. Yeah, Charlie got through his heat yesterday. Got absolutely certain to qualify in the Challenger Series, and now, yeah, you can see he's just relaxed. And a relaxed Charlie is a dangerous Charlie.
Yes, indeed, as you said, he's guaranteed on the CS, so he's surfing a bit with that free of pressure, which is always great. And we see the replay of Thomas, big hammer there.
Wow.
At the end. And I feel like I always question myself, why is Thomas not qualifying for the Challengers? Every time it comes down to this last stop. And then he always does so well in Caparica that it makes me feel, what does he do on the other stops?
He just, yeah.
He doesn't go?
He only surfs Caparica. That's his only stop.
I feel like
coming in.
Well, I feel like he's so good that
Yeah, he just trains for Caparica, comes here, blows up,
goes home.
Yeah, job done. Yeah, that's all he does.
I'm always like, why is not qualifying, right?
Yeah.
So,
Oh, mate, he loves this beach, and yeah, that's all his focus.
you don't feel the same way?
I'm the same. It's pretty much my career is based around Caparica. That's all I do. That's all I want to do. But yeah, he's in tune. He's often in tune. He's had some good results. I remember he had some good win up at Santa Cruz. He loves this country. Here he goes again. So Thomas, 6.33 for that last, pretty much that one big turn. So a solid score, gets the better of the exchange. Looking at last year with Charlie Cavant. I mean, he's got the talent. You know, he's been in and around this sort of top echelons of European surfing for so long. You know, he wouldn't be out of place on the, you know, CT, let's call it. You know, last year on the Challenger Series, he got 46th. So, had,
Yeah, he basically did Anglet and Caparica last year.
yeah, that's all he does. See Freddie having a debrief, speak to his mate there, Charlie. They're pretty good mates. Rodrigo going through. Oh, Heredia, of course, he's around, talking it up. The former, the Carcavelis, Goofy. And he's animated. I mean, isn't he? He's always animated, Rodrigo.
He's so competitive. He was discussing about the positioning of the kickers on the lineup when he was surfing, and how Charlie was taking advantage of that. So he was really intrigued by the position of them both in the water. So it's nice to have a bit of a debrief. But unfortunately today I think we had a bit of an accident early in the morning.
You did?
Afonso Antunes had like a serious back injury.
Oh, no.
Surfing gear. Yeah, he did like a Scorpio, then couldn't feel like his back and stuff. So hopefully he gets better soon.
Yeah, I mean, that's, yeah, terrible news from Fonzo, who is qualified for the Challenger Series. So he's got to hopefully be right for that event in June. So a bit of time to recover, hopefully. But yeah, I mean, yeah, that's that new swell, isn't it? New power, new bit of push on this bank. And Afonso, yeah, well, yeah, we really thoughts and prayers going out to him. Hopefully it's not too serious and he recovers quickly. We saw Ruben Vittoria here. So as we said, here he goes. So Ruben looking at this wave, a little double up here, gets around that little wedge, comes around the corner, and just waits for it to stand up. One turn, not much. Here's a bit more money turn. Oh, nice spray right in the pocket, bit of vertical, and then another one. Rides out a little bit sticky on that last one, but he likes it. He's pumped. As we said, he's the only one that can get up into that Challenger Series rankings. He has to win the whole event, so it's a big ask. But I'll tell you what, with surfing like that, it's entirely possible. And he's back in the heat with that one, Chico.
Yeah, that combination of those last two maneuvers is what you want to identify on a day like today. Look at this nice bottom turn, nice snap, blows the fins out, waits for it, and kapow. So really nice finishing turn there. I think this is going to be, comparing to the wave of Thomas Debière, I thought this one was better. So I think he's going to go higher than a 633. I think he can go to the 7 range.
I think the only maybe it might hold him back, just that last turn, just got hung up just a tiny bit, if I'm being super critical. But yeah, the turn before that was so big. So we'll see. He's going to definitely improve his score and get up close to Thomas's best wave. She sets out the back and it comes in. We're seeing a score there for 5.17 for Ruben. So Ruben just getting up into the lead with that wave. Didn't match the best wave of Thomas's. That single big turn deemed to be more explosive and more, well, yeah, more point worthy, I suppose. Chico, what do you think about that? You're surprised you called it
I tend to disagree on this one. I really enjoyed this last wave of Ruben. He had the carve, he had the snap off the top. That second turn was crisp, was beautiful. He blows the fins out. And then on the end section, it was critical. I know he got a bit sticky on the lip, but he blows a bit of the fins out, and the section that was presented was gnarly. So I thought it was a bit low, in my opinion.
Yeah, well, there you go. Everyone's got an opinion. But I think, yeah, the turns at the back weren't of any note. They were pretty, you know, he had a lot of setup time, a lot of downtime before he got to those 2 turns at the end. So the judges were deeming him not worthy, not as good as the single one. But here goes Thomas Debier. Nice carving down turn. Another one. He's in rhythm with the ocean. Drives around the corner again. Puts a bit more power into that one. And a finish. So much spray. Really solid surfing. Combination of rail and then the explosive finish from Thomas.
So do you think this one is lower than the 517?
I just like the surfing. Look at that. Right. Big cut down. What do you think?
Yeah, I think
maybe a lack of variety.
I think it should be lower. No, he had beautiful turns all the way till this maneuver, but no leap maneuvers. And Ruben one had the carve, the fin drift, and a big meaty section at the end. So, yeah, I'm wondering where they're gonna score this one.
Okay, live action. Victoria bouncing back. Little S turns and swoops. Now starts to pump down the lines. A frothy section, and he just can't deal with that froth. It's a lot of white water, a lot of cavitation. The fins going through the air, rated water, and he went down. So that wave isn't going to be a keeper. Just couldn't hang on. And Ruben will go back out. Got a little bit hung up on that one, and then this last turn, Chico just too much bump.
Yeah, the wave had a lot of white water on the face. And when he's like that, it's really hard to engage the fins. And
there we go. There's the scenes down here at Costa Caparica. Easter Saturday here, obviously. There's the sponsors village down there. Everyone, there's all sorts of local community groups down there that you can go and check out. The Millennium Bank, who've been great supporters of this event. They've got some cool activations. So it'll just get busier and busier. Yesterday afternoon was absolutely ram-packed. The Portuguese fans down here on their holidays and loving the surfing. If you are within Kui of this wave, I'd come down and check it out. It's so much fun to be had. A bit of music. There's some good art. Loads of cool little events going on all around this little part of the world. So, but there's only one real show in town. It's, of course, the Caparica Surf Fest. Quarterfinal number 2, Victoria, looking at this wave. So again, it's got that little ridge we just can't get around it. Trying to stay busy. So Thomas's second wave came in at a 5.87. So not as good as his first wave, but he's starting to build a pretty solid foundation here, Chico. 2 good numbers. And Victoria just getting a little boxed in, although there is 17 minutes left to go.
Yeah, 5.87 for Thomas Debier on that last one. Yeah, again, I thought this one was, comparing to the 517, was not right there. Unfortunately there for Ruben, but yeah, Ruben now needs a 703, and he just needs a really good wave, a really good wave.
Yeah, he
needs at least to do 4 or 5 leap maneuvers in a barrel to get that 703, I think.
Yeah, he's out there. He's got plenty of time. Of course, the next seat, there we go. There's the lineup. We can see these groins shape the banks in this part of the coast, and then that nature reserve that stretches down to the south. So really unique part of the world, this. And it's so close to Lisbon. You know, you're looking at that beautiful scenery. You just can't imagine that one of Europe's biggest capital cities is just 10 miles to the north. So, yeah, a real special part of the world. Great for surf trips. And so many activities down on this part of the coast. You see Thomas Debier just waiting with a good spot. Next heat 2, pretty stacked. Jorgen Kuzne, the current, just been crowned the European champion as of yesterday, but up against local hope. As we see Thomas again, live action. First turn, he's strong. There's a nice carve. He's just all week been picking these waves. A nice clean face. That last turn was a little bit cut short. So he likes it though. He's pretty pumped, and probably made one little bit of error, and there might have been some turns out the back. He's just all week identified the best waves, hasn't he, Thomas? His wave selection's been impeccable, and he's matched it with power.
Yeah, this wave was his best one so far, in my opinion. Really beautiful blow of the fins out the back. Nice down carve here, waits for the wave to build up. Nice under the lip snap. And as you said, this was a bit of a down carve, but he had to, because the wave kind of like changed angles. And he had to kind of like do a carve in a different direction. But the combination out the back was beautiful. No bogging the rail, nothing. And yeah, if his first one is a 6.33, in my opinion, this one needs to be at least 2 points higher.
Wow. Let's see what the
He
judges
had
get.
like one turn on the first 6.3.
Yeah,
6.33.
yeah, it was a big one. Yeah, we'll see. I'll tell you what.
Like into the sevens.
Potentially, yeah. We'll see what the judges think. But he's found his rhythm, just making it even harder potentially for Ruben to get back in it. Before that wave, they did 7.03. As we say, been one of the form surfers of the event. These little right rip bowls really surfing these powerful carving turns of Tomas. He's had a good year. I don't know if you saw some of his Instagram, some of his footage from Indonesia. He, I would say, got probably one of the best waves at HT's, Lance's right, of the Indonesian season. Best wave of his life, and I reckon one of the best waves ridden there all year, and it was a pretty epic season last year. He absolutely, it's just been on fire. Been a lot of free surfing. That wave coming in, that last one was a 5.43. So he doesn't improve his score. So you see at the back, yeah, that 6.33 to 5.87 still not enough. So pulls the trigger again. No, he's not going to hang around. He waits. There's a nice first turn vertical, and then gets the fins out on the second. Just a 2-turn combo. Checks his watch. 30 minutes on the clock. That wave isn't going to be one of his counters, you'd imagine. He's looking at, don't it? He's not happy with the score either.
You see? Like that 5.43, he just did his way better than his 5.87, where he just did 3 reps.
Well,
you have to agree. Like that last one, that 5.43 was the wave where he surfed the best. Even he knows, he claimed it, and he felt it. Like as a surfer, we kind of know when you do like a certain type of surfing to deserve a certain type of score. So that 5.43 for me, comparing to that 5.87 and even the 6.33, isn't on that category for sure. But yeah, maybe it's just the angle we see stuff inside the booth as well. Because live, you tend to have a different perspective for sure.
Yeah,
it's just the distance as well that they see the surfing as well.
Yeah, they get access to the replays though, so they get both sides. They get the best view of all of it. And right now, Tomas just getting back out. He's got a bit of work to do. Punch through this increasing swell, and just getting absolutely hammered by some serious white water. There's so much water moving around. Vittoria now waiting out the back. So his requirement hasn't changed. Still needs that 7.03. I tell you, one surfer will be probably watching this heat pretty closely is Maxime Husseneau, because if Ruben does progress through this heat and goes on to make the final and win it, then Maxime potentially loses his spot on the Challenger Series. So he'll be one of those guys that's pretty carefully watching this heat. He's got a vested interest in it as well. At the moment, he'll be backing his mate Tomas to do the job. And it's, all to get. Here we go. There's the old champ, the current European champion. What do you think about the wetsuit and trainer look? Shoes and steamer? You like it?
Yeah, I love it. I think it's great to go for dinner, like Easter dinner.
Yeah, that's what he wears out for lunch. Yeah, he'll wear that to lunch.
If you put something on top.
He goes like that, he wears that, the wetsuit, the singlet, the shoes and his trophy. And he just goes to the local fish restaurant.
Anywhere. He doesn't pay.
No, he doesn't pay, he doesn't have to. You see, they're up against João Mendonça. Like, the young Portuguese have been really, really impressive as well. So, bit of youth first experience in that next seat. 2 powerful natural footers as well. No goofy footers left in the event, I think, on the men's side. And Thomas Debier is still getting absolutely rinsed by this section on the inside. Whether it might be worth trying to go back out and paddle around the rip. He's elected not to do that. Ricardo out there swimming too, getting the shots. No easy task. So we've got 10.5 minutes on the clock. Vittoria being patient, Chico, but we saw with Freddie last heat, he waited 7 or 8 minutes for the last wave and it didn't come. So I'm not sure sometimes whether just sticking out the back and waiting it out is always the right approach, but that's what he's decided to do. Is that a good idea, you think, mate? What would you be doing?
Well, I think he needs to put something on the board, that's for sure. Better than that 5-1-7. So with 9 minutes to go, I think. Yeah, I think it would be easier for him to go for after 2 6s than for that 7-0-3. But Ruben has the level to have that 7-0-3 on his pocket, that's for sure.
Yeah, well, while he does that, we're going to go to a short commercial break, come back to the last 10 minutes of the second quarterfinal of the Caparica Surf Fest right after this.
Na vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O milénio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milénio, aqui consigo.
It's good to try, even when something seems to make little sense. Put your weight on it. Make an impact in this world. Call everyone, set ambitious goals, and ask yourself, do you want to change surfing? Dare to test. Ride the future.
We are back to live action here in Costa de Caparica. 7.5 minutes to go. Quarterfinal number 2. And it looks like we haven't seen a whole lot of action. Thomas Debier has got back out to the peak after getting some pretty serious beatings on the head. Ruben Vittoria still waiting for that wave. 7 minutes to go now. He's been waiting probably for a solid 5 minutes out on the edge of the peak. Waiting for something to pop up. Needing a 7.03. And he's he's gonna have to wait a little bit longer.
7 minutes to go, so.
And while we do that, while there's a bit of a gap, I think we've got Claudia Pinto down on the beach. Just hold that thought. This is a set coming. We might go live action. We are going to go live action, so both surfers can't get on top of that one. Really close. More sets coming in. Let's see if this one might stand up for Ruben, and it doesn't. And the one behind it as well. So that set just not really delivering. So we're going to go down and see Claudia Pinto. She's down on the beach. What's going on down there, Claudia?
A lot going on down here, including standing next to me is Ana Maria. She's the founder of Brigada do Mar, a project that promotes the cleanups of the beaches. They're a good part of project that promotes sustainability and to keep the beaches clean for us surfers. That's all very important. Can you tell us a little bit about this project and what you've been working on lately?
So my name is Ana Rita. I'm one of the founders of Brigada do Mar. I joined it 17 years ago, and our main mission is to clean up the desert areas, the no franchised areas of Portugal, but not only, also in Europe and some other countries. And here, especially in this festival, it's the third year we are here together with you and also our municipality. And the main goal, of course, is also to raise awareness for the pollution, not only the plastic pollution, but also together with families, kids, and of course the surfers is a very important. We also work together with the local surf schools, and this is something we are promoting. Activities that can combine the beach cleanup also with sports, mental health, well-being, so all together, and also with joy. With our mission is indignation with action, so it doesn't make too much sense for us. If you are indignant with something, let's try to be part of the solution and just not the problem. So.
For the people that are watching and they want to be part of this, what can we do to be part of it and maybe help to create a more sustainable environment at the beach, and maybe try and collect some items? What's your advice?
So my special advice is also the way we consume. That's what changed in me. I used to use a lot of things that now I reuse, like my water bottle. I don't use cotton buds anymore. I don't put things in the toilet, so unless pee and poo and all the things that need to go there. And I recycle the most I can, but also try to consume less. So this is one of the things at personal level. At community level, we do these actions, we do these expositions, we reuse the materials for also games, art pieces, everything that we can raise awareness and can give also other life. That's why we are recycling now what we catch. It was more easy to just put everything in the garbage, but we want to raise awareness and also that people feel that they really are part of the solution and there is a solution. Recycle is not the only solution, but is one of the solutions we have at the moment in our countries, and it's really important because also the industries, everything, even the surf industry, there are a lot of entrepreneurship projects and things going on that people want a better world, not just this consumerism and everything. So that's one of the, I think it's many things, but first we need to believe and be part of it. And thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Believing in a better, more sustainable world here at the beach. Bring your reusable bottle and collect some trash if you see it down there. Now back to the live action in the water.
Thanks, Claudia. Yeah, really important message there, and that's the thing. There's so much we can do individually and collectively, and I'm just so inspired by people like that who have spent their whole life, 17 years, trying to make a better world. Well, Ruben's trying to make him a better world. He waited a long time for this wave, and in the meantime, Thomas Debier actually got a better wave. But there goes Ruben, surfing well, and that score just coming in. It's going to be a 4, but meanwhile, Chico, this is Thomas going absolute ham.
Yeah, big first carve, another carve, and blows the fins there. Lovely first carve. Throws buckets of water. A nice setup snap, and bang. Blows the fins and says, come on.
Yeah, he
give me
likes
the
that.
number.
That was a huge number. He actually surfed another one, so he's really getting the rhythm now, getting these good waves. This was without priority, the one before, so this goes to show just his ability to read the lineup and then to absolutely put those hammers down. So much spray and a 7.67. I'm pretty sure every single heat that he's gone throughout the whole course of the day, of course of the event, starting on Tuesday, he's posted a big 7, high 7, sometimes 8 in every single heat. So he's been one of the form surfers, got some of the highest heat totals, and he's got a lock on this heat. And for Ruben, whatever small chance there was of getting up into that Challenger Series rankings, they're starting to evaporate pretty quickly. And Ruben now needing a super high number, 8.83. So getting up into the near perfect range for the Bass surfer. You know, he'll keep trying, don't worry about that, but his job is, well, it's not impossible, it's very, very difficult. And Thomas looking good at this stage. He'll joining Charlie Quivant into the semi-finals. Kuzne and Mendoza coming up next. So, yeah, it looks like he's got a lock. He's got priority. And he's got some big numbers and quite a few throwaways as well that even his throwaways, Chico, have been better than Ruben's wave. So, yeah, he's been commanding.
Yes, indeed. Thomas has been on a roll and so powerful, really connecting all the dots. And the waves he has been surfing looks like a different day from what Ruben's have been getting on the last 3 waves he got. But yeah, this last one was beautiful. The first carve was the money turn, so Thomas there with the 7.67. And yeah, Ruben needs a huge number right now.
Yeah, he needs a huge number. He doesn't have priority. He's got 20 seconds. He's pretty much about as boxed in as you can be. Thomas, too strong. Wave selection too good. Surfing too powerful. It's been a convincing quarterfinal win for the Guadalupan surfer. So he's in. There's the hooter. They shake hands. Federico Robin, his coach, he's happy with that. A nice bit of sportsmanship from the two guys there. Spent a lot of time traveling and surfing together, just having a bit of a debrief about how he managed to get that wave. So, yeah, awesome surfing from Thomas. He's one of the favourites by virtue of his surfing throughout the whole event. Right now, though, while those surfers have a debrief, we're going to have a debrief ourselves. Come back. We've got the current new European champion, Jorgen Kuzne, coming up in the next quarterfinal after this short commercial break.
Na vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O milénio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milénio, aqui consigo.
It's good to try, even when something seems to make little sense. Put your weight on it. Make an impact in this world. Call everyone, set ambitious goals, and ask yourself, do you want to change surfing? Dare to test. Ride the future.
Welcome back to Costa de Caparica. We are motoring through finals day here down on the southern shores of Lisbon. And we've got a big heat. Kuzne, the 2025 European Qualifying Series champion. He's going to the Challenger Series and he's trying to get a win here. He's up against João Mendoza. And we've got a wave. First wave for Kuzne. Chico, talk us through it.
Nice gouging carve there near the pocket. Another one. And blows the fins out with a bit of a layback there at the end. So 6.83, and what a start for Jorgen, Ben.
Yeah, he's just been doing this all event, just being able to manufacture just that little extra bit of flair, bit of fin release. Meanwhile, Mendoza, a bit of a caught his first one here, but here he starts to wind up. Might go to the air instead, just a nice little float up. Can he get a section at the end? And a big hit. So just lacking a bit of the flair and sort of commitment, really, of those turns of Kuzne. And he also just uses that rip to get back out there and get the spot. So straight away, really taking control of this heat early doors. There's a lot of time left, but in terms of getting the start, he's done exactly what he would have wanted to do.
Yes, indeed. This start was just ideal start for a day like today. Quick one in the first 5 minutes. He's just got that 6.83, so he's got plenty of time to improve, and I believe this is going to be one of those heats where Jorgen starts to be a bit more free in the middle of the heat, and it's going to for sure go into the excellent.
Yeah, well, someone who went in the excellent range was Thomas Debier, and he's down on the beach chatting to Claudio Pinto.
Thomas, you always do so well in this event. Today, finals day, what's the energy you want to put into it?
I mean, I don't have a lot of energy left, but I'm gonna give all I have. I've been, going since the first round, so it's been a pretty long week. But yeah, I mean, I've trained for that, and yeah, I hope I'm gonna go until the final.
What was going on out there? We saw there was some pretty strong currents. How did you find your position?
I mean, the current is stronger than the other days, but the wave is pretty much the same. I got stuck after a wave where I really struggled to get back in the lineup. So I lost a lot of energy on that one, but yeah, plan's still the same. My surfing is there. Yeah, I'm happy with how it's working so well and so far. And yeah, just gonna give my all to get the win into the final.
Congrats. Good luck for the next one.
Thank you.
Thanks, Claudia, and thanks, Thomas. Yeah, he's got some petrol left in the tank. He's been using a lot, as he said, all the way from the first round, the round of 96 on Tuesday. So he surfed a lot of heats, been super impressive. So we'll see where he can get to. That wave there. We're going to have a replay of Zhao's wave. Shika looked really good. I mean, also Jorgen just up on this one.
Nice carve there.
What?
He was able to recover on that one, but yeah.
How on earth did he do? What did he do here? He just gets. How did he get back up on his feet?
Yeah.
I mean, that's not going to score any points, but in my eyes, that's very impressive. But a bit of surfing there. Meanwhile, this wave, it looked like it had him onto a massive number. Had to fall at the end, those Shicks.
Yeah, big turn out the back, carve. And yeah, as you said, he had a bit of a fall here. Really hard section to deal with because it was like sucking up the whole water. And he sees if he broke the board, but hopefully he's asking the coach, do I do the turnaround? Yes.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, he felt like he did a lot of the hard work and then just got blown off at the end. I thought he creased his board. Got a 4.30. It would have been, yeah, significantly better if he just managed to hang on. So, Zhao just going back out. Well, as Thomas found out, it's probably easier just to go to the corner and use that rip rather than get belted like he did for a fair proportion of that heat. But he's got through it. And then the final coming up, final quarter-final after this. There you go, Habab, the Israeli surfer, has been really impressive. And Iago Dominiques, who Iago has qualified as well for the Challenger Series. So that'll be his first proper tilt at it this year. So he's on a tear. Yeah, there's more surfing to come. We're going to wrap it up today. We will get crowned the Caparica Surf Fest 2025 champion. And we will finish off what has been a pretty good run of waves on the European qualifying series. What's been your what's been your highlight of the European qualifying series?
Of the whole season?
Yeah, the whole season.
Yeah, just Jorgen's performance. I think Morocco was another level. Seeing that final Ramsey Jorgen was beautiful to see. Although we couldn't see it live, we saw a bit of highlights from that event, and everyone was posting a lot of stuff. So for me, it was the highlight for sure. I think it was one of the best waves we've seen over the last 40 years in an event in Europe. That's for sure.
Yeah, it was absolutely amazing. Anchor point, 8 foot, absolutely flawless. So yeah, one for the ages. And Kuznets came back from that one. Was down and out, you thought, in the final, and then posted an almost 10-point ride to win. So yeah, he's been on an absolute tear, and he continued it here with some really standout performances. Still got a pretty good lock on this one as well. 6.83 and a 1.4 in his locker. Got priority. And just trying to see if he can lock his young opponent out. Meanwhile, Zhao's going to go again. Just looks at that. Didn't quite make it. I mean, Kuznets, he's came so close over the years to the CT qualification, Shika. I mean, what does he have to do? Is he surfing still there in terms of being CT ready? Do you think he could do some damage if he were to get on that CT?
Yeah, I think so. I think Jorgen has all the ingredients to do high numbers on the CT. He's powerful. He surfs really well on good waves. And he's really powerful and technical, so Yeah, I wish we could see him on the city. I think he would do some massive turns. Imagine him at Bells. He would get through a lot of heats, in my opinion, with those laybacks and those off-the-top turns, because he's got it all. He's really powerful, fast, and yeah, for me it would be one of a big surprise on the city, that's for sure. I don't know in terms of like pipeline and stuff. I think those events for him would be really hard, but just because I'm not gonna say he's bad at the barrel. Of course, all of them do barrels, but just maybe the lack of experience on those type of conditions, because he spent like probably 13 years of his career trying to qualify and surfing like bad waves. But other than that, on good waves, he surfs like this.
Oh. So there we go. So that's the type of explosive performance you could put in. Jan Martin just feeling that he just didn't quite hang on, putting himself right in the lip. Big, powerful gouge in the pocket, but unfortunately couldn't ride out of it.
Big turn though. That section was right there, and he went with everything. I love when you come from behind and you have like a section like this. Almost got it. A bit of a slip.
Yeah, just like on that last wave as well. He just front foot slipped at just the wrong time. That would have been a massive number for that one turn.
We should ask him what wax he's using.
Yeah. Well,
if he wins this one, he needs a bit of more grip for the power he has. But yeah, I believe like in waves like Margaret River, Bells,
El Salvador.
Yeah, El Salvador, the pool, even the pool is so powerful. You would smash it. So it would be really hard to beat him. He's got a bit of progression as well. He does some really good air. So
yeah. He's going again, live action. So he's not waiting around anymore. He's just going to stay busy, trying to back up that low score. He's had a few falls now. I reckon he might just try and consolidate on this wave. There's so much spray on that turn, and he'll just back it up with another big layback. So could have played it safe there, but didn't. So that's the type of surfing. 2 mistakes, and then just backs it up with some really mix of flair. But we were talking to Federico Moraes, who was in the booth yesterday with us. That's brutal, that Challenger Series, isn't it? There's obviously so many great surfers, 100 of them from all over the world.
10.
And you get 5 events, only 4 counts, so you can't make any mistakes. So he's going to need to bring surfing like this to that Challenger Series and not make any mistakes.
Yeah, hopefully. He was really close twice, but this last turn, Ben, as you said, not holding back an inch.
Well, yeah, I was saying you maybe just play it safe, consolidate, but that's not the way he thinks, is it?
Yeah, I just like the way Jørgen always throws so much water and puts every time so much rail on the wave that every turn he does, even a check-up turn, it's powerful. So, yeah, it looks good. And João Maria Mendonça, we haven't spoke too much about him, but I tell you what, this kid, so talented. He can do a lot of amazing things out of nowhere. So don't count him out yet, just because if he catches a good one, I can see easily him going into excellent numbers. And he kind of like, in my opinion, he looks a bit free right now in this heat because he's up against Jørgen. He's already doing his best result so far on the QS. And I think he's going to go for it. Like, I believe João is just going to turn on and say, okay, you wanna fight, let's fight.
Yeah, well, he's going to have to battle the elements, not only battling his opponent, the wind's streaming in from the northwest, picking up. See how it's just sort of squally come in. The thing about João is this, his style too, isn't he? He's got like a really nice style, which is it's a hard thing to quantify in terms of how that works in terms of points, but he just looks so good. As soon as he stands up, he just looks cool. As we see the rain just starting to lash down. So we've got some weather here in Caparica. We've had to deal with some winds throughout the course of the whole event.
I don't know what's happening, but a huge storm just arrived on the bus.
Yeah, we just
In a matter of minutes, we just saw a cyclone coming in.
I know. Well, we had some of this happen during the early parts of the day where every heat, some crazy storm would come lash in like a mini hurricane, and then 5 minutes later, it'd sort of part again. So we did see in those leaden skies to the north of us that there was rain in there. And yeah, here it is. Look at that. It's super victory at sea conditions. Again, Kuzne, so he got a 6-6-7 for that last wave. So again, just locking in 2 scores before this crazy sort of storm hit was also pretty wise. And we're just going to have to battle through this. We knew it was coming. It's not surprising. We just hope that it's a bit of a squall. Meanwhile, Kuzne's still going. Riders of the storm. As we just see him kick out. You can see the camera shaking. There's so much wind and rain. And yeah, we're going to have to battle through it. It's a wild old time of the year. Sometimes we've had here 30-degree days. Everyone down on the beach playing volleyball with the bikinis and board shorts, and then other times like today where the storms come in from one of those localised Atlantic storms. So we get it all, but we've still got waves, and we've got the current European champion. Well, he's got a really good command of heat lead at this moment. He's out in front. He's got a 13.5 heat total. It's about the halfway mark of the heat. While we are on the halfway mark, we're going to go to a short commercial break and come back with the last half of quarterfinal number 3 of the Caparica Surf Fest 2025 after this.
Na vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O Milênio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milênio, aqui consigo.
It's good to try, even when something seems to make little sense. Put your weight on it. Make an impact in this world. Call everyone, set ambitious goals, and ask yourself, do you want to change surfing? Dare to test. Ride the future.
Welcome back, and look at that. In the space of a few minutes, the clouds part, the sun comes out, and we've got a whole new ball game. So that's what, if you don't like the weather, just wait a minute. This part of the world. So we've just dealt with that squall, and we've came out the other side of it, and looks like we've got a bit more sun. So there you go. It's, it was a brief but violent.
It was violent. A lot of wind. Looked like a mini cyclone.
It did. Just came
I was
in.
afraid for a moment.
You were petrified.
You?
No,
You live well with this type of...
Well, I don't show fear. I don't feel it.
Oh, you don't feel
Nah,
fear?
I don't feel fear.
How do you manage to be that consistent?
Consistently brave.
Yeah.
I think I was just born that way.
Do you reckon it's like a certain type of blood to be born that way?
Yeah, it's
like flu?
It's hard to it's pretty hard to explain where it comes from and how it develops. But I just know I've got it.
We haven't spoke about the Twitter question.
No, not yet. Here we go. Surfers in the next quarterfinal number 4, psyching up, getting their singlets. Of course, we've got Igo Agab. He's been a really, he's pretty psyched. He's been surfing great. This is one of his best performances in terms of results as well. eyeing off a semi-final. Just struggling to get that. Yeah. So yeah, looking pretty relaxed. Pretty cool. There's his board. What's he on there, Chico? What's his Pizel? There you go. There's the Israeli gang. They're all got back in there, man. Big contingent came down for the start of the event. Loads of surfers in the 96, and he's the last man standing. So a real impressive performance. And he's not done yet. Tell you what, though, I've had a bit of a gap here. That squall just put the cat amongst the pigeons. It sort of hasn't helped the lineup. And well, your man Mendoza, he needs to do something. Chico, he needs to get busy.
Yeah, he needs something, as we see Iago on the other end.
They both look pretty relaxed, don't they? They're both pretty cool customers.
Yeah, Iago is safe, right?
Yep, he's on the Challenger Series rankings. Yeah, that's right.
So he's got nothing to lose.
No, nothing to lose. All the
Ido cannot qualify, right?
Cannot qualify, no. So yeah.
So I think they're just up against the ocean.
Yeah. Oh, could have been a paddle. Yeah, exactly. They're just trying to, a bit like Charlie Quivant said that all the pressure was on yesterday. That was a really tense day, and they got through it. And now it's anything today's a bonus, which hopefully should lead to some better results and better surfing.
Is it glassy now?
Yeah, it's gone offshore.
Yeah, it's gone offshore. Looks a bit glacier here right now on the inside.
I mean, that was crazy. Just, you know, sometimes you see those storms, you think, well, that's it for the day. Not in Costa. She just came good immediately afterwards. So, but still, in terms of just been a slow heat in terms of waves, especially this last, you know, we had a flurry in the first 10 minutes and then really sleepy next 10 minutes, and then we're hoping for the back third of this quarterfinal number 3. We get to see some fireworks. Mendoza hasn't been able to show what he's got just yet, and he's out there waiting patiently. He's going to have to pull the trigger pretty soon. He'll be nervous. You know, he hasn't had as many quarterfinals. Kuzna's been in this position a lot. Such an experienced surfer, 4 times European champion. Zhao needing to just put some. He needs 2 waves, doesn't he, Chico? He needs them pretty soon.
Yeah, he needs at least something in the 6s, and he needs another 6 with 8 minutes to go. So he needs to work, and he needs to work fast. But he lost priority.
Yeah, he paddled for that one wave, and I think lost it. Pulled the paddle for it and pulled out, and yeah, just a mistake that he didn't need at this stage of the heat. Already in a bit of strife without giving more opportunity. But here he goes. He's going to go live on this one, and that wave just kicking out. Start to see a bit of frustration. He'll know that priority mistake. I mean, what do you got to do? You know, you make a mistake like that, it's all about your ability to try and wash it off and ignore it, but it's not easy.
Yeah, he started off slow, so it's hard to sometimes get in that mojo where you find suddenly the best waves of the heat. It tends to be like that every time. Like, you see someone starting off the heat really well, and they tend to get in the rhythm with the right waves, and someone that it's left behind. I think it's based on the time as well, right? Because it's...
You make a lot of mistakes in life, so how do you sort of cope with it? Do you sort of just put it to one side and you come back strong, or what's your approach?
When I was competing, I would...
Not competing, just in general.
In general, always not commit too hard. Right? So
don't try too hard. Just don't try too hard.
Yeah. Because then, yeah, you're just always on the right side of the coin.
Well, I'll tell you who's on the wrong side of the coin now is this Portuguese surfer. It just needs a wave. We need some action. 6 minutes 47 to go. It's just ticking away pretty fast. Actually, the last couple of heats, we've had this issue, the last back half of the heat, just not delivering. But we've had 2 big scores. Kuznets has been the more impressive of the 2. Chico, and was surfing like this.
Yeah, he started off really strong, nice, tight, gouging carve. I like this setup as well in the layback, a beam. So 6.83 on this one. Nice start there. And this was the answer back from João. João had a beautiful wave. Blows the fins out the back. Beautiful styling carve. waits for the wave to build up, and bam, and couldn't land it. And this was the backup 667 for Jürgen. A bit more on the inside, but I tell you what, this one, beautiful, and then this one was the money turn. Nice layback jam there at the end, so beautiful stuff by Jürgen.
Yeah, and he's zigging and zagging through this section here. Live action for Kuznets. So this is the wave that Mendoza pretty much gifted him in some respects, and he's going for it and goes down. Doesn't finish it off. So that does give at least Zhao with a bit of room to move now. 5 minutes remaining. He's got priority, but this wave never really opened up for Jürgen.
Yeah, really hard. He came all the way from out the back, gets a bit of a under the lip snap, and this section had so many angles that was so hard to get a turn there, and he ended up falling. But yeah, I think it's going to be really hard for Jürgen to lose this one.
Yeah, he's in a really strong spot. Yeah, probably that turning point potentially was that fall that Mendoza had when he just came a cropper on one of those waves. Chico, ever since that mistake he's made, he's never been able to get back in the game.
Yeah, if he had made that last turn on that first one,
might have got a 6. He might, a bit more confidence.
He wasn't
sort of sliding doors moment,
yeah.
But you never know. There's all sorts of what ifs, but just hasn't had the chance to show his surfing at all in this quarterfinal, unfortunately.
Even if it was like an I5, you would need something around the 8 range. Would help a bit. So
yeah, it's just the rhythm thing again as well. Just you make a mistake and then
I'd love to see him go to the air right now.
Has he got a good air game, has he, Mendoza?
Yeah. I'd love to see him go off the bottom, off the top, nose peak, lay back in the middle, and go for the air again and post the biggest number of the event so far.
Yeah, well, he's got to do that because he needs a 9.2. Meanwhile, Jürgen without priority is just starting to sniff around those insiders. But he's going to have to do something. He's potentially, Zhao, not going to get 2 waves now. So he's going to have to go big on the wave he does get if he gets an opportunity. He's eyeing off a few sets now. Just hopefully get to show he's surfing. That wave just doesn't deliver. Meanwhile, trying to just find himself on the right sort of peak. See him adjusting consistently. So much, see the water, so the rips coming out off that break wall, and then there's a bit of reverberation off the rocks. And he's just not able to get any sort of purchase on any of these sets. 3 minutes now remaining, so he's in the right spot. He just hasn't had an opportunity. Federico Moraes had the same issue. Waited 6 or 7 minutes for a final wave and didn't get it. So he's now under the pump. Looks like Kuznets will be going into third semi-final here. He's already got the European title under his belt. He's got the trophy in his car. He's already qualified for the Challenger Series. Now he's going to ice the cake with a victory here.
Yes, as we see, Jürgen on an insider decides to kick out. 2 minutes and 20 seconds. What John needs to do, Ben? I know what John needs to do, but I wanted to hear from you what John needs to do.
Well, he just needs a wave, doesn't he? He needs to do something. I mean, he hasn't caught a wave of any note for the last sort of 15 minutes, so it's been really slow. 2 minutes on the clock, getting a 9.2. So he's going to need something almost miraculous. Here he goes, though, up and riding. As we said, that style is such a nice cruisy style. Here he goes, a bit more speed.
Nice.
Oh, that's a massive turn, and he hangs on. So I tell you what, that is a massive, massive turn.
That was incredible.
And now he's got a minute and a half to get back out there and maybe even get another one.
Is that a 9.2?
I don't know. It's one of the biggest turns I think we've seen.
All event.
It's just a massive number, unfortunately. It would probably be the biggest score of the whole event so far. So
what?
We're just saying, what does he need to do? Well, let's have a look at it. Talk me through, Chico.
Beautiful carve to start this one. Then he winds up, goes for it, and look at this. Bah! That was massive.
It was massive and it was smooth as well. He never
Yes.
looked like losing it. So he comes around the corner here. He's got one thing on his mind. Gets the fins out. I thought he could have maybe went to the air, but he didn't need to. He went for power.
He got an 8.
He got an 8. So it's
He needs
a big
a 5-5
number.
now.
So now he just needs a 5-5. So just a shame he's running out of time. Kuznets will be hunting him down, you'd imagine, but he's made this exciting.
If he didn't fall on the first one.
Well, yes, exactly. But he's still got 45 seconds. He's there he comes Kuznets, just hunting him down. Got him in his sights. Keep paddling, Joe. You got a Kuznets on your tail. And he needs a 5.5. He's got a wave here. He's going to go right again. So what can the young Portuguese surfer do? First turn is crucial. It's a nice sliding turn. A spray. Now he can finish it off with a big one. Just surfing to the criteria there, and he might have got a 5.5. He thinks he has. I'll tell you what, if he's turned this heat around in 90 seconds, that is really under pressure, clutch surfing. You can hear Kuznets like, what's just happened? In the space of 90 seconds, the whole heat's been flipped on its head. So here's this wave. Is it a 5.5?
I think so. Nice first. You liked it?
Yeah, I liked it.
And the last one? Bam!
Yeah, I mean, it was just, he knew his score. Didn't go push it too hard. Look at his, they liked it. I mean, they're not the most unbiased of opinions, but I'll tell you what, if he's got through this, it's incredible surfing under pressure from that man on your screen. Had it all. Surf smart. Surf dynamic and surf smart. So, you know, the two things you need. So we'll see if he gets a 5.5. It's a bit of a weight. The judges were playing. I mean, you just got to judge a wave on its merit. You can't sort of put it in context of the way he's achieved it in the last 90 seconds. Is whether it's enough, whether it's better than that 4.3. So, wow. We're just saying that's
2 minutes to go.
2 minutes to go, needing a 9.2 combination of scores.
He does an 8, and then he's going to do probably the score he needs.
Yeah, incredible. If he can manage it, we'll see the scores coming in. But, yeah, potentially career-changing and that type of stuff. And when you can deliver under pressure against Europe's best surfer and do it with no small amount of style.
This was so good.
And he's still waiting. He's just done so much in the last 90 seconds. I mean, he surfed. He didn't push it, which is the right thing to do in that last sort of wave as well. He just knew he didn't need a massive number. Judges taking their time, though, is a concern for him. Kuznets knows that, he couldn't have done much more. It just happened that in the last 90 seconds, his opponent just pulled something super special out of the bag. And the numbers coming in, I don't know if it's going to be enough is the problem he's got. So he comes in at a 4.93. So after all that effort, he doesn't get through. I mean, you got to feel for him. He put it all on the line. He did what it takes. Maybe he didn't push it hard enough on that last wave. He just surfing to a 5.5 requirement. And it was 3 turns. They were all pretty smooth, but he didn't push the boat out. And Kuznets, well, he's almost dodged a bullet there. He surfed really well. Incredible scenes, incredible surfing at the end. But he just didn't get there, didn't get over the line. Couldn't have done much more. Really impressive, but unfortunate for the young Portuguese surfer. Plenty of excitement, though, Shuko. That's what we wanted to see. That's what we're here for.
Yes, amazing. This was one of the best hits so far of this event, that's for sure.
Yeah, super exciting, and there's plenty more where that came from. So great surfing, under pressure, clutch surfing. We're going to go to a short commercial break, though. And see Zhao, he's going through it. He's got to be proud of his performance. We're going to have a short commercial break and come back with the last quarter-final of the Caparica Surf Fest right after this.
Na vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O Milênio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milênio, aqui consigo.
It's good to try, even when something seems to make little sense. Put your weight on it. Make an impact in this world. Call everyone, set ambitious goals, and ask yourself, do you want to change surfing? Dare to test. Ride the future.
And welcome back to the last quarterfinal of Caparica Surf Fest 2025. We have a very interesting heat in our hands. Ido Hagag from Israel and Iago Domingues from Euskadi, a Spanish but Basque surfer. I'm joined by Chico and Jesus Guerra, the coach of the Italian team, which has been, a big standout. We've actually been commentating about this throughout the whole event. That the numbers and the quality of the Italian surfers has been really progressing throughout the years, and you're one of the responsibles for that. So, what has been the journey of the Italian? Obviously, Leo Fioravanti kind of was the leader maybe of that movement, and guys like Roberto Amic and everything, but it just looks more structured, and it looks that it's growing at a fast pace. So how has that been?
Well, I think that obviously Leo is our leader, is the captain. And all the moments that we have shared together, he has shown to all of us. He's always the first one to take the flag. He's always the first one to push all the riders. But I started working, the federation called me in 2023, February. So I felt that we have to try to put in the Pro Juniors and QS like another different situation of the Italian reality, I felt, I knew, and because of Roberto and some other riders that I coach since a long time, since 2015 and after that, that they were really good surfers. They have a great culture over there, but I felt that the reality of Italy inside of Europe was quite like Fioravanti, And I try to make understand to the coaches over there, clubs, to our federation, that sometimes it's not just about the coaching, it is important, but it's to push the reality to get into some new situations, Europe competitions and all of that.
Okay, so basically your work was really to put the Italian surf culture into a more European midst and what was that about? Was that about traveling to other countries? Was that about starting to compete in the QSs? How was that?
Yeah, it was most, I will say, to put them into those spots that we have in Europe, like go to Hossegor during the summer, go to Portugal to come here, spend time with other surfers of a high level around Europe, and obviously compete in those European contests and make friends too, make friends in between them, from different countries of Europe.
And this guy you know fairly well as well, since you are Spanish. Great first wave, 583. What did you think about that, Chico?
I thought it was great, but while we wait for that score, we're going to go for a quick interview with Jorgen Cuisinet. Close one there, Claudia.
That's right. Jorgen and the Portuguese surfer João Mendoza showing us great show, probably one of the best heats so far in this event. Jorgen, it feels like being the European champ, you're not done there here.
It's not enough. I want more. And to be honest, I really got stressed in this last heat because he got an 8 at the end. The wave was looking pretty good, and I didn't have priority, so I just had to look and watch and see him getting an 8, and then he went on the left side. And I know there's like really good waves sometimes, but like not so often. So when I saw him going there, I went like, oh, I got to paddle into him and try to block him, and he got a wave. He almost got a 5, so it was almost enough. And I was like, no, you gave him this hit. And then I heard the score was a 4.9, and I was like, yes, I'm into the semifinals. So yeah.
Feeling relieved, and what's the mood for the rest of the day?
Hopefully a final. I really hope to make the final. It will be the third final of the year, so it's pretty good. I'll be happy to really improve my scores, and I don't know, I want to put it on a show and show everyone my surfing, and show that I deserve a spot on the CT. So yeah, let's bring it on.
Thank you. Good luck for the next one.
Thank you so much.
Happy Jorgen there. Jorgen has been reaping this event so far. And as we were speaking, while during the interview, we had this wave from Ido, Zé.
Yeah, Ido, really powerful surfer. You can see he's super hungry just to, you know, go through heats and show his surfing. You know, a lot of pressure he's applying there. Really power surfer. You can see he's just all about power and rail and applying pressure, not just on his opponents, but in his rail. And look at this. Now, when he lays down, he starts paddling, even though he's already on the wave. He starts paddling because he's that much hungry to do better. And that's what we've been talking about a lot, like this contest that has been almost shocking. Like we've been commentating this event for the past like 3-4 years, and it has been gradual. You see some surfers from Germany, from the Netherlands, from Switzerland, from Italy, Israel, you know, all these countries that are not so traditional for surfing. And you know, in the first round of this contest, I would say that Italian surfers and Israeli surfers were, you know, the big surprise. And that's a bit, yeah, as you were saying, a bit of the result of these surfers, you know, in a more structured way, coming out of Italy and starting to go to these contests, and with a coaching method, as you know.
Yeah, we tried to find change a little bit. More like the project, the structure, you know, not just about taking 3-4 guys and try to coach them. I think that that's a part of it, but you need a reality that push. So you need a project, you need a structure, and you need to put some different variables working to make this country and all the Italians be, like you say, no, reality in the European surfing. And it's incredible what you said, because look at the quarterfinals. We have many people from different countries. Mm-hmm. So now we have a Spanish guy, an Israeli guy. And this Ido, I know him pretty good because every time I go to a place, he's like always staying in the same places than me for the last 3-4 years, I don't know. And Leo Apreda, that is like our rookie in younger ones, one of the youngest.
He was under 18 champion.
Yeah, that was what I was gonna say.
That kid is really good, right?
Yeah, he's really talented, and he had the final in Santa Cruz last year with Ido, and he's the kind of guy you can see him
super strong.
Yeah, he goes every time. I feel like since he wake up in the morning, is everything he do it 100%. Mm-hmm. It's incredible. You see him in the water, and you know he's going to be fighting the water. And at that contest, he was doing great scores, really connected, understood really good the sea, the wave, the conditions. It was a really hard hit. I felt that it was the guy to try to beat. Yeah, and Leo did it. He was able to find the waves and put that talent that he has with the huge scores, excellent scores. But for sure that Ido was the guy to try to beat.
Ido reminds me a bit of Aritz back then, when he was a bit younger.
Oh, nice wave for Iago. Nice finish there. That's what the judges like to see. He already has a 5.83 from the Basque Country. Actually, one of the standouts of this competition. Iago, obviously experienced surfer, although he's quite young still. But Jesus, what do you think about this one?
Yeah, this one, it's an incredible wave how he managed. It was tricky, the first section and that, but he managed a really good connection. He's gonna put him for sure in the game. It's around the fives over there. Let's see what the judges thinks compared to the one of the 5 of Fido, or even his first wave. Is a good backup or even improve? I don't know. Let's see. And yeah.
And with 17 minutes to go, we still have Ido in the lead with a 5 and 2.03. We can expect a bit of a number coming in for Iago anytime soon, so he can go into lead. But before we wait for that last number, we're going to go for a quick commercial break. And we're going to be right back for more action here at the Caparica Surf Fest.
Na vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O Milênio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milênio, aqui consigo.
It's good to try, even when something seems to make little sense. Put your weight on it. Make an impact in this world. Call everyone, set ambitious goals, and ask yourself, do you want to change surfing? Dare to test. Ride the future.
Welcome back. Second half of the fourth heat of these quarterfinals. Everything is pretty much opened at this stage. Iago is in front. He has a couple of 5 points, and we had a wave, Chico.
Yeah, nice gouging carve there. Big section here. A bit of a smaller wave, but this last turn, if he made that one, that was a big number for sure. We've seen judges reward those type of maneuvers really well. On the previous heat, we had João Maria Mendonça do a big layback at the end there and was an 8. So either they're just trying to get something on that mid-range 5 to 6, as we see Ido again up riding.
Yeah, it's a bit of a more open face wave, and he doesn't hold back, you know. When you said like he's 100% in everything since he wakes up, he's the kind of guy that you can see. You can see that. And is it like, because I imagine Israeli surfers, you know, that's pretty trademark. Applying pressure, powerful, always, you know, on top of their game, not holding back. And then you imagine Italians, just culturally, it's like a bit more chilled, a bit of surfing, a bit of pasta, a bit of wine. So, and yeah, we had Iago surfing also.
Iago, 2 tight jams on the pocket, a third now. Really tight in transition, not bogging any rails, and a finish. I don't think it will improve though, because they have been really biased about like just connecting the dots and not having like that big turn. But although he didn't do that, the surfing was beautiful. And Iago, as you said, Zé, just it's just easy on the ice to see him surf. Really is really good at that board shifting weight from back foot, front foot. Looks like he does that with ease, and that looks always really clinical. And Ido, though, on the other hand, shorter wave and a big turn. What do you reckon, Jesus? I'm going to put you on the spotlight. Is going to be Ido's wave better than Iago's?
This
in terms
last
of score?
Yeah, this last exchange, if we think a little bit on what the judges has been following the path, especially in these quarterfinals, quality is always, you know, they're going to give more to the quality than to the number of repetitions. Iago showed a lot of quality of surfing, like you said. It's hard to connect all of that maneuvers, lines, and arrive always to the pocket. Here is Ido back again. Let's see. Kick out. Oh. I don't know. Let's see. For me, I will put better the one of Ido, but I don't know. He, as I said before, the two Ido is always 100%. He felt already into good final movements, maneuvers that can put him more, or maybe let him go to first position. Let's see now. Let's see this exchange, but it's going to be around the same numbers. You see, I felt that the one before of Iago was a 5.03, a little bit better than the first one of Ido, but a little bit worse than his first one. For me, I don't know if he was going to improve maybe the one of the two scores. Let's see. It seems like maybe the judges like it a little bit more. But yeah, it's interesting hit because it's around the fives. Let's see who can show the difference with a little bit, like two combinations maneuver major. I think that's going to be where the judges are going to make the click.
Yeah, and you were right. So Ido's is a tiny bit better than Iago's. 5.57 for Iago, 5.6 for Ido. So judges, yeah, I agree. They have been rewarding quality over quantity. I think that's almost a rule these days. But let's watch Ido's wave.
Nice start there. A bit late on that takeoff, but he's got a good section here at the end. Maybe forcing a bit too much on that last maneuver. Different angle though. I like when he has a more horizontal angle to the maneuver. On this case, he tried to go a bit lateral and then push at the end. Looked a bit different than the other ones, but I don't see it go higher than a 5.81. I might be wrong, but I don't see on this one him improving. I think he will need another wave, right?
Totally agree, Chico. I think that a lot of these days we have seen how the precision when you arrive to a maneuver sometimes is way more important than to try to go as vertical as you can, you know, and or to try to arrive the more tight to the pocket. A lot of times it is more risky than what you're going to take advantage for what the judges are going to give you for your score, you know.
Yeah, well, let's wait and see what the judges think. It's this heat is pretty tight in terms of scores and surfing. But I'd like to ask you, since we have you here, what have been like the biggest challenge of taking a nation that, you know, like, or helping a nation in this case, being more and more structured, being more and more represented in the surfing world? Obviously, Italy has a long surfing culture, but in terms of competition, is not one of the countries that you used to see as, you know, France or Portugal or Spain or England that had, you know, a lot of surfers throughout the years. Let's just look at Ido's one. Beautiful first gouge. Let's see if the wave opens up. He's onto something good here.
Important finish.
And that's it. That's the score.
Yeah, I think that this is more what the judges want to see. So he went a little bit more deep than what he used. Here we can see it in the bottom turn. That's a good maneuver. The judges want to see that, you know. A good transition, not lose the line, get a little bit stuck on but then this finish, I think it has the two maneuvers, no? And it cannot be
wow.
maybe getting into excellent. We will see.
I think that, yeah. I
But
agree.
it's going to make the difference in the heat. Should be. I hope I'm not wrong.
Yeah, I think so. I think this is going to go into the I6 range, 7 range, for sure, based on that first turn and that last maneuver. Hopefully, we are not all wrong here on the booth. Sometimes we are, and that's not a problem because we are not judging. We are just giving our opinion. And with 8 minutes to go, looks like maybe Iago has some work to do there.
Yeah, well, for sure, he'll be needing a score. And probably a high one, or but anyway, about the challenges that you've been feeling, can you tell us a bit more about that?
One thing that I really love when I started to work with the Italian country and federation is we have to notice that Italy is one of the more old and one of the cultures that he have give to Europe more knowledge and a lot of things. Is one of the oldest cultures, you know. And another thing is that they are not like a really big country. If we talk about land, we're going to say, but they are really big in sport results. If you take like the numbers of Italy every year about world champs in many sports and European champs in many sports, they are always in between the 7, 6, and 9 in the country with the better results in all the world. So sport is something truly important, and I felt that, I love that. And another thing that I really like is the way that they feel the flag, because for me it has a relation with the team. The way you feel your flag of your country, it's important how you feel your partners, the other athletes, your community, your friends, those people that you're going to travel with them, you're going to spend a lot of time. So I really love those two things. On the other side, it was here is Ido back again. Let's see. And we have the last score, no?
Yeah, 6-5-7. So Ido in the lead now. We could expect that wave to go a bit higher than his previous ones. So now Ido Agag with a 6.57 and a 5.6, and Iago with that 5.83, and he needs now a 6.35. So completely attainable for a guy like Iago. Vicious backhand, so he only needs a big section, and I think he can go into the sixes as well. So anything can happen here at the end of this one, Zé.
Yeah, 5 minutes is a lot of time. It's a huge difference actually from 25 minutes to 30 minutes. The heats feel way much longer, and you know, when again I'll repeat what I said this morning. When 25 minutes, it's way easier to kill a heat in 25 minutes than in 30 minutes. You know, it just feels that much longer. And Iago is a super experienced surfer, a 6.35. He still has a lot of time. So this heat is far from over. But yeah, it's. I mean, truth is, I don't know much about Italian surf culture. Do you?
Well, I've been working 2 years, as I said, but I just went for the first time to Italy to work. I've been a few times, but I went like to Rome to visit holidays, and to Naples and some other places, Vesuvio. But I went to work in December of the last year, and now in February of this year. So.
Oh, is this a mistake? Yeah, definitely a mistake.
Yeah.
Wave looked really good from out the back, though.
Oof. Lost the priority.
Ido is really aggressive when he doesn't have priority. I saw that he's always like clapping water, gets really close to you. He likes to pedal around you, so he's really aggressive when he's competing, right, Jesus?
I think it's what I said before. No, I probably is the athlete that I know that is more fearless to lose.
Fearless to lose.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know how to say. You know,
no fear.
No fear at all. It doesn't matter who he's going to compete against. And that movement that he's doing over there, like going inside and push a little bit inside, he makes Iago to try to paddle that way. That was a mistake,
Yeah, it was a mistake. And at the back, we saw Ido trying to improve on his numbers, going for a big layback there at the end, and a bit of a fall.
That's probably Ido's corner there, probably his coach.
I think he's with his father. As you see, gets really close when he's paddling back out.
Yeah, you can see now this movement that he's doing is.
Ooh, look at this.
He's not gonna let time, space. He's not gonna let nothing. I think that's the team manager or coach of Israel.
Okay.
The one that we had he's staying in the same hotel than us, like always, Ido, and some other Israeli guys. Really cool guys. Truly, that they are pushing a lot of the surfing here in Europe, and it seems, yeah.
Let's go for a quick recap right
tension.
now. We can feel the tension, and let's see the recap here of this one. This was the start of Iago 583, beautiful surfing, big snap out the back, and then he was able to finish it off here at the end of this one. So beautiful surfing here for Iago. This was the answer back from Ido. 5.6 on this one, so basically a carve and a finishing turn there. Nice. And this was his best wave. Big turn out the back, blows the fins out, gets a bit of a carve on the pocket, and was able to finish it off right on the end with a big turn. And just showing a lot of emotion. And Ido there, 6.57. So as we see them with 1 minute to go, Ido there, I don't know what he's saying, but he's talking a lot with Iago.
Yeah, it's kind of weird there. It looks like there's kind of a tense situation.
I don't know, maybe I think yesterday,
maybe not.
I think yesterday things got really heated up between Ido and Keoni Lassa, and then they're from Keoni's from the Basque Country. And I don't know, I felt like Keoni was saying Ido said a couple of stuff in the water that he didn't really love. And Iago is a big friend of Keoni Lassa as well. So I don't know, maybe this is something that comes a bit from behind, from previous rounds.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, but there should be limits.
Though.
No, it's, I don't know. I don't know. We don't know really the situation, but you have to deal, no, with to be aggressive in the water, but find the limits too, no? For me, it's a part of the fair game,
Yeah, I think so. I think it can be aggressive and kind of block, but there's no need to talk a lot and just try to say stuff that then you're gonna maybe regret afterwards. It's just because it's a comp. You don't need to be that fully aggressive.
Tense moments. Sometimes you might do things you then later regret. But it definitely looks that there's a lot of hand movement going around, and there was a bit of a water thrown. But that's normal. We've seen that. Like if you follow competition for a few years, it's a lot of things on the line for all these surfers. So they put their heart into it.
As we see Iago there with his last effort on this one. And it's finished. So Ido getting through. And Ido there, super smart there. He understood that he couldn't do the takeoff before the horn. And he didn't went just to not make another interference after he's over. So Ido there with the win. First place, and Iago, amazing comp. But Ido taking the best on this one. And yep, after this we're gonna go straight into the women's semi-finals, number 1. And it was a pleasure to have you here with us. It was a really good moment, 30 minutes of good talks, and it's always good to understand more about what you are doing right now, and maybe what the future holds for Italy team as well. And yep, I think you guys are doing an amazing job. A lot of Italian surfers coming up, and I tell you what, a big matchup is coming up right now, and is Veselku against Bonvalo. These two, it's going to be fireworks. I know they have a bit of a rivalry going on, so let's wait for that and see who wins this one while we go for a quick break here at the Caparica Surf Fest.
Na vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O Milênio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milênio, aqui consigo.
It's good to try, even when something seems to make little sense. Put your weight on it. Make an impact in this world. Call everyone, set ambitious goals, and ask yourself, do you want to change surfing? Dare to test. Ride the future.
It's heating up here in Costa Caparica. These two surfers going over. This is the last heat. Oh, they're not even trying to say... So that's Diago trying to go over and say, look, all's good, it's just competition. Diago's, I want none of that, mate. Look, there's still tempers are flaring, passions are rising, and that's what happens at the pointy end of elite surfing. We are moving through to the semi-finals here of the women, so we are at the very pointy end, and it's good to see that it means a lot right now. Someone who does mean a lot, it's Claudia Pinto. She's down with that man who won the last heat on the beach right now.
That's right. Ido taking the win here on the finals day. Going into the semifinals, how does that feel?
Feeling amazing. Keeping the, staying in the moment, keeping my head up, and yeah, I want this win. I want this win.
What's the strategy for today with these conditions?
So it was weird and it was everywhere, so I was trying to take every opportunity that I can take and to make a score from it, and it worked in the end under prio, so I'm really stoked, and yeah, I'm looking forward.
You said you want to say something?
Yoveli, mazal tov chaim sheli. Happy birthday to you. Love you. Toda lekulam.
Congrats. Back to you guys.
Okay, yeah, thanks. Yeah, someone's birthday somewhere. And Ido, yeah, one of the best wins of his career so far, and he's not done yet. He wants to win the whole event. So, yeah, he's trying to stay in the moment. Not easy when you're on. Speaking of in the moment, here goes Veselku. Nice first turn off the top. First wave ridden in this semi. Oh, there's a big finish. So that's the type of powerful surfing she's got. Meanwhile, I mean, these two have been competing against each other for all their careers, and they're still going. So Bonvalo versus Veselku, say Ferreira, that is a matchup we've seen. I mean, how many heats must these two have surfed? Therese a little bit older, but still, they've been going at it for a long time now.
For sure, League of Legends here, clash of the Portuguese titans, and two pretty similar waves. Maybe I would say that Teresa's wave has a bit less, expression and power, a bit more water, and even the wave was quite a bit bigger for Francisca. Nice first turn, and then prepares with a bottom turn and just attacks that very aggressively. So let's see, but it's probable that Kika gets the best out of that first exchange.
It's just a little bit late to that second turn. If we're going to be critical, she could have just hit that lip just a fraction of a second forehand. but it was still super aggressive and really powerful. So it's going to be a good score and a good way to start off with in the first semi-final. A 7-point ride, so it is a solid score and a 4.67 for Teresa. So yeah, Surf and Red getting the better of the exchange. They know each other so well, competitively and personally. We saw the last heat get pretty feisty. I think these two, they were doing whatever it takes.
I was thinking about that because, you know, like Sheik was saying that yesterday Keone Lassa and Ido had quite a fisty, you know, moment. It was kind of tense. It was actually very tense. You're not used to seeing that on the European QS, maybe on the you know, other continents. But you know, the European is usually characterized by strategy and good, beautiful surfing. Not as much the mental, aggressive games. But I think, you know, that's different nations contribute with different things, and at the end of the day, everyone learns with that, because when you go to the big leagues, the challengers and the CT, you're not just competing against, you know, educated Europeans. It's a jungle, and that's Kika's corner, strong corner at that too.
Yeah, loads of support for Kika, all the family and friends, and here she goes. Oh, nice first turn, carving, lots of spray. And another one, check turn, and she's going to try and finish off strong again, and she does, and comes out. So again, the fans like it. It was really well surfed. To get two really strong starts within the first 7 minutes of a heat or semi-final is so important. But yeah, we saw, well, I would say that is true. As we say this, talk us through this wave, Zay, because it had a lot, didn't it?
Yeah, nice rail game there. A lot of water, a lot of spray, and then just puts the board again a bit late, but aggressive there, risky, and you know, wasn't an easy section, and she really wants to put pressure on Teresa, but you know, she has been in that situation, you know, many times, and she's reacting straight away.
Yeah, fighting back here on a backhand, 3 nice turns, and just finishes off a vertical entry on that last one as well. So Bonvalo coming back strong. She was, I thought, pretty aggressive yesterday. Actually, Teresa in her last heat yesterday up against a young Dutch surfer, Tiara van der Hals. She put a lot of pressure on her. So I think, you know, not unusual seeing these surfers doing what it takes. But this wave, much better.
Yeah, well, a bit of rail stuck there, but really well managing through the motions, and this was a beautiful vertical turn, just the last one. But you know, in comparison, actually Kika bettered her first wave, a 737, so she's already got Teresa almost in a position where she needs a combination, and I think it really has come down to wave selection so far, with with only 9 minutes gone. But Teresa is surfing super well, just not being able to find those 2 critical sections one after the other, and I'm sure she'll be looking for that right away.
Yeah, Bonvalo, just very different approach, but Vaselka just managed to get those waves reel off and always had a section ahead of her. Teresa got a 5.5 for her last wave, so slightly improves the situation, but still needing some big numbers. It's not a position she would have wanted to find herself in the space of just 10 minutes. But we did see in the last of the men's quarterfinals, João Mendoza almost turned it round in the last 90 seconds of a heat. So here goes Teresa, live action, first turn in the pocket, a bit of a soupy wave, but she battles through that. And then that's a bit more aggressive, a bit more intent. I don't know if that's going to mark as a completion, so probably not going to help her cause. She's going to have to get those better waves and do some big final turns, I'd imagine, if she's going to get back into this semi-final. You see her just going back to the rip bowl next to the rock, but just a bit of froth on this one, Zay. Makes life difficult.
Yeah, a bit of using the bottom, then here hits it well. Just a tiny bit late and then isn't really able to ride out. She'll be looking to improve. But regarding like the conditions, it looks like it hasn't changed. You know, throughout the morning, it's like the tides aren't really affecting.
Well, the tides have been getting smaller each day in terms of coefficient, but I think it's probably dead low right now. So
yeah, I wonder how this is going to be when, you know, for the finals.
Well, I think on the push it will improve. I think that's what the organisers have timed it so that you get through the low tide now. Just as it switches, it should improve as that water fills in before it gets too high, perhaps. But you're right, there hasn't been no noticeable change. The swell stayed the same, the wind stayed the same, and the bank's pretty much been the same. So still delivering loads of opportunity, and you get that little paddle back out next to the rip, next to the wall, if you choose, which makes life a bit easier. Conserve some energy.
Manel Gameiro here, Teresa's coach. They've been working together for quite some years now. Actually, he's coaching also Jaime Vezelko and Gui Ribeiro. Both those guys are on the EDP Surf for Tomorrow program. So there's something very interesting going on in Portugal, which is especially with these guys, just kind of a collaboration between Zé Seabras and Tiago Pires' experience as coach and ex-competitor, but also their network effects and their vision, and then a collaboration between them with Manel Gameiro in that arena. So it's a very interesting take on modern coaching organization and structure, because obviously one benefits more from cooperation rather than competition. And you know, how is that? We always talk about surfers. Oh, live action here.
Oh, their thoughts. So there's another nice cutback. She's picking these better waves, just a bit wider. Now she hopes it's going to stand up on the inside. Veselko fanging down the line. Here's another section. Nice turn. She's in rhythm. Oh, and another one. So, I mean, that is great surfing from the young Portuguese surfer. She's already got a couple of sevens. So she just looks like she's found, you know, incredible rhythm. Only ridden 3 waves, but they've all been really well surfed, and that one just keep offering up opportunities after opportunities.
Hell yeah. And Teresa actually paddled for that wave, but Kika, I think she had priority. Nice first carve there, cuts back to the power source of the wave, and here's the money. Beautiful section, straight to this snap, and finishes off well. So nice wave for her, and she's definitely putting pressure on Teresa.
Yeah, it's just linking her turns where they're getting the better waves, and as a result, it's starting to put some big numbers up consistently. That's going to be her best wave. So every wave she's been catching, she's been improving. She started off with a 7, so already set the bar pretty high. Backed it up with a 7.37 there, gets an 8.6. So massive numbers from Francisco Veselko. We talked about Teresa being in a potential combination. Well, she's well in the combination situation now, needing 2 waves to overcome her opponent's score. So massive numbers for Veselko. Couldn't have got a better start to proceedings. Is absolutely putting a marker down here.
Yeah, for sure. And but again, just going back to that conversation about coaching and surfers and etc. What's your take on it? Because, you know, obviously there's a lot of competition between surfers, but is that their competition, or more competition, or more cooperation between coaches?
Well, I don't. There's a lot. I mean, some coaches work together, don't they? Or share their, like, they'll say, I know, like, they might say if he can't do a particular job or can't beat the event, they'll say I work with this other person because they, you know, they've got a good relationship. There's Luke Dillon, former QS surfer, now surfing coach for Team GP. So yeah, I don't think they share too many ideas. But then again, they're all hanging out together, aren't they? They're all at the events. They're all sort of talking. They're all, you know, they're pretty often they're former competitors and friends. So yeah, it's interesting science, this whole surf coaching. I'm always a little bit perplexing about exactly what goes into it. It's part coaching, it's part psychology, it's part fitness, it's part book and travel. It's a lot of things. We'll tell you what, whoever's coaching Francisca Veselko, he'll be over the moon with this 8.6. It was so well surfed. Start to finish, every turn counted, every turn just woven together seamlessly. And she got an 8.6, one of the highest scores of the event. Just warmed up here. This was a really nice turn. She got a speed out of that turn and then came around the corner, another slash, and then a really strong finish. You could tell she was feeling it. She wasn't going to fall. So Francisca absolutely tearing it apart, and a huge, huge number. And right now Teresa Bonbla has got to get a couple of big numbers to get even back in this game.
Yeah, that's true. She's on a combination situation, 15.97. It means she needs to get 2 good waves, her best 2 waves so far. Kika's score must be one of the best scores of the comp so far. But also that's her, these are pretty much her conditions, and not the rain. That's no one's conditions. Everyone needs to find cover, run for cover.
Yeah, we've got another squall coming in. The crowds, here we go. They just had these little localized storms just coming in, blowing the conditions apart for a little while. They tend to clear up pretty quick. They clear up as quick as they come, but those surfers have managed to get some scores in before these rain squalls hit. Often have had the advantage, and Veselko's done that with that massive heat total she's got as the storm comes in.
Yeah, that's been pretty standard. This 20-minute rain showers all of a sudden, and wind and all that. It's been very common. But yeah, Kika just got the best out of this one. She really got the upper hand there. Is that strategic? Was that her strategy, or?
Well, I mean, in an
did that just
world,
happen?
Yeah, well, in an ideal world, that's exactly what she would have wanted to have happened. It's kind of rare that you put a plan in place and you execute it perfectly. So she would have wanted to get those right-handers that showcase her style. She would have wanted to improve on each score that she got. She would have wanted to put her opponent in a difficult position, and she's done all that stuff. So, yeah, I mean, it's definitely it is strategy, isn't it? If you've planned it and you execute it, that's the very strategy. Oh. As we see, everyone running for cover. These storms come in and create a whole heap of issues. Tend to last about 5 minutes on average, and then they go away. So we'll see if this one's a similar one that happened 2 heats ago.
Yeah, and, well, it's not just the rain, because it always comes with this devil wind, and you're timing your heats to see if that's going to happen or not. It's been a very consistent, at least, and yeah, but situation's still the same. And usually, like when these storms come in, there's not much surfing going on. Bit of offshore wind, side off kind of wind. And Teresa here, she's paddling and she lost priority. So, it kind of looks like, she's on a pretty negative spiral. With a few bad decisions, but sometimes that's just what happens, Yeah,
you get put under pressure, and then your thinking becomes a little bit confused. So she's going to have to try and fight back. While she tries to regroup, and during this storm's battering us, we're going to go to a short commercial break and come back to the last 10 minutes of the first semi-final of the women's after this at the Caparica Surf Fest for 2025.
sempre algo que nos inspira. O Milênio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milênio, aqui consigo.
It's good to try, even when something seems to make little sense. Put your weight on it. Make an impact in this world. Call everyone, set ambitious goals, and ask yourself, do you want to change surfing? Dare to test. Ride the future.
Welcome back to live action here at Caparica Surf Fest 2025. 8 minutes to go. Teresa Bonvalo is the combination situations. Hey, Ferreira, what does that mean?
Well, that basically Francisca has been doing all the right things. Actually, she's really into the flow. This heat, 15.97, is not a situation where you're used to see Teresa Bonvalo, are you?
No, she's usually, pretty onto it. She usually, gets some big numbers, and she has been posting some pretty solid scores throughout the course of the event. So, although Francisca's done exceptionally well to get that massive heat total, Teresa just hovering around the 5.5 mark. And in the semi-finals, when that's never going to cut it really, you need to get up above 6 or 7 at least. Hasn't had the opportunity as yet. She has got priority now, and so we'll see Francisco another wave. This is ridden during the break, so she's just on such a good rhythm with this bank. This wave a bit tricky with that wind. You can see all the sort of rain and that sort of localised storm just causing a bit of drama. So she's lost her priority, but she's still got those massive numbers. Teresa now needs 2 waves, and she needs to average around 8 points per wave basically. So yeah, she's got a massive task. Here she goes though. She's going to keep fighting. That's what she does. First turn is nice, a lot of spray. She just got hung up, and you can see her body language. She was disappointed with herself. The Bonvalo camp, they're less happy. Got a real one of those. This is what sometimes it happens in these heats, even though she's so experienced. She's so, she's a great surfer. It can happen. You can just have a shocker.
Yeah, and this was nice bottom turn. The wave just got a bit fat. But someone's got to win, someone's got to lose. As we see Kika's camp, all smiles there. And, it's not so much that Teresa is losing. It's more than Francisca is really performing, One of the best heats so far she's done, but you can't really look at just this heat. She really has been doing great scores throughout this event. She bold strategies. You can really see she's on a roll, and I'm super interested to see how she's going to do in the challengers next year, and that will be one to look closely.
Absolutely, she's she's got the ability to do really well. I mean, it's so cutthroat. You only get, I think, 6 places are up for grabs each year on the women's CT, but that's where her surfing's at for sure. And especially if you get some quality waves where she can showcase her power and her timing, she'll be really dangerous. As you see Bonvalo going again, hopefully this has got a bit more opportunity. That's a nice turn, but you can tell there's just nothing on that, and she just kicks out. So every time she stands up, it just hasn't been working out. And with 5 minutes to go, it's not a lost cause, and she will keep fighting, but she's in a whole heap of trouble. Really difficult to get those 2 8-point rides. She hasn't been able to identify those sections that Francisca has. Just she's had frothy waves or closeouts or no walls, and for whatever reason, she just hasn't been able to nab those good waves.
Yeah, nice turn, but just the one. She needed 3 of these ×2
to start, positioning herself to win. But beautiful surfing, beautiful turn. You know how she can, she's one of those surfers that can actually put rail in those top turns, which is, great sign of classic European surf. And but for sure, in that last quarterfinal, we saw a bit of that, right? Ido with the power and the pressure, and with a more aggressive approach, and Iago with beautiful surfing. A bit of what we're seeing here with Francisca and Teresa. Francisca is really powerful, she's really good in those one-turn waves, and can get nines off of those kinds of waves. And Teresa is a bit more classic, a bit more of a classic rail-to-rail surfer. But apparently today, being aggressive has been paying off.
Yeah, she's identified those big sections and started off just with a 7. That was just, sort of on the basis of one big turn at the end, and then the next wave she improved, and then the next wave she went absolutely top to bottom across 4 or 5 different sections. So, and since then she's had a pretty commanding heat lead. Bonvalo just hasn't been able to fight back in any meaningful way. She's been trying, doing some nice surfing, but nowhere near the 2 excellent scores she needs to get out of this rather massive hole that her opponents dug for her. She's still got 2.5 minutes on the clock. Vaselko now with priority, so can start to put even more pressure on her. And yeah, I can't see a way where Teresa gets out of this one she's in. Looks like Vaselko will be our first finalist. Coming up next, Sarah Lesiaga and Alice Barton will be battling to join. Looks like it will be Vaselko in the final. So those 2 surfers, either one of them would be a massive result getting through to the final. Huge performance and a new sort of standard for them. So that's a really interesting matchup in terms of the 2 surfers, not as well known, but making their mark in the sport. And right now, wow, Vaselko, she's going to stick close.
Yeah, she is.
She'd know what Teresa would do in the same situation, that's for sure.
Yeah, exactly. She wouldn't give her an inch. She would even make sure she knew the situation. But that's also why she's been one of the most renowned European surfers in the world for a few years now. She really got that killer instinct, and but then again, like, the Portuguese contingent is pretty much on fire. If it's not Teresa, you have Yolanda. If it's not Yolanda, you have Kika, and then you have also a few others. But Teresa here still fighting, and it's good to see as well that we will have a beautiful European contender in the Challenger Series. Tia Zabrowski, I think that's her first year competing in the Challengers. Super young surfer, kind of reminds you of Caitlin Simmers or all these new, very young surfers that are revolutionizing the women's surfing competition scenario. And even in Europe, for instance, next heat will have Alice Barton, super good competitor. Sarah Lesiaga, obviously. But yeah, just all these new names are coming like faster and faster.
Yeah, and he's so young. Tia is, once a generational talent. Look, Teresa, she's not giving up. No way, she keeps battling away. It's going to be the last wave of the event, though. You can tell that's not going to do anything. So she just got boxed in, and that was just too good surfing. She got the right waves, performed really well on them. So a masterclass from Vaselko. Her only concern is that she hasn't peaked too early. She's still got a final to come. So, I mean, that's a good position to be in, but really impressive. Just 4 waves ridden. 3 of them were all really in the excellent range. So just a composed, professional, and exciting performance from Francisca. Great surfing, and she's through to the final, the first woman through. So, and we're going to shortly find out who's going to join her. Will it be Sarah Lesiaga or Elise Barton? It's going to be interesting. These two young guns battling it out next. So there she is. It's just not job done yet, but it's a big, big marker. She's going to be the favourite no matter what. With surfing like this, you can see why. But while those two new surfers get there in the lineup, we're going to go to a short commercial break and come back with more live action from the Caparica Surf Fest 2025 right after this.
Na vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O milénio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milénio, aqui consigo.
It's good to try, even when something seems to make little sense. Put your weight on it. Make an impact in this world. Call everyone, set ambitious goals, and ask yourself, do you want to change surfing? Dare to test. Ride the future.
And we are back live here at the Caparica Surf Fest semi-final. E2, Leiciaga and Alice Barton in the water right now. In red, Sara Leiciaga. In blue, Alice Barton. So we have 27 minutes to go, 30-minute each. And what a performance we had from Kika on the previous one. And right now we see Alice Barton up and riding, and she opts to kick out on a smaller inside wave. And yeah, with 27 minutes to go from Swansea, Alice Barton's there.
Yeah, Alice Barton been on a roll. Like what has been the highlight for me watching her surf is just her decision-making process. That is super smart, as we have also a super smart competitor waiting with Claudia Pinto for an interview.
Great performance, high scores so far, feeling confident for the finals.
Yeah, it looks tricky, but then in the lineup it's pretty fun. There's a couple waves. We went through some storm out there and it got pretty tricky. After that, it got even more messy, and yeah, I guess I was pretty not lucky, but to start off quick with two good scores, and then just try to build up the heat. But yeah, I'm happy to be into the final, and yeah, now it's time to watch the waves and see what I can better.
Looking up to the Challenger Series that is coming up, what's the mindset? What's going through your mind right now?
Yeah, I'm really happy. I can't wait to go to Australia. I've never been in Newcastle before, so I'm looking up to go there and to maybe train 2 weeks before the event and get used to the wave. I'm happy to be going with my coach and maybe Kika's and Teresa. So yeah, but right now we're going to live in the present. There's still a final on the way, and I'm going to go get ready for that.
Congrats. Good luck for the next one.
Thanks.
Really nice to hear and feel Francisca's approach. You know, I think she's in a really great space, really great moment in her career at the moment. What do you think, Chico?
Well, I think she can qualify, actually. She's really powerful. She has been surfing really well and making really good decisions. So, as she said, she's going to be there with Kikas and Teresa. So, a nice bond to have with you going into the challenges, I think there's no better way to be with your own group and have like a compact group that has the same mission. I think it's good. As we see here, a bit of a hug of.
Really great heat. There we have it. Now, you know, this is a sweet and sour hello there.
Yeah.
You know, these two have a long history. Obviously, Kika being younger and Teresa being a bit older. You know, Teresa really wants to be always on the upper hand, but it's nature. You know, at some point the younger surfers are going to take over. Not that that's the case, because Teresa is still, you know, still has a lot to go. But obviously, Kika is on a great moment in her career, and you can feel that, and you know, everyone can feel that. Teresa also, and it's how is it like when you've been the best for a few years, you know, kind of undisputed, and then others start coming in and taking your place. How is that, Chico?
It's hard. Like it's something that we all go through. There's always younger guys coming in, and it's hard to accept that they're beating you. But yeah, the more you accept, the more you are up for the challenge as well, because you grow, and as you grow, there's younger kids always showing up, and that's just how it goes usually in life. And at the end of the day, you just gotta compete, like Maxim does, like Paulinado does. They've been around for a while now, and they don't get really bothered by the youngsters, and they just keep showing up and doing their best. And a good example is Jordi Smith now in El Salvador. Like, he's the oldest on tour, an event that is super high performance, super tiring. It's really warm there, and you gotta surf really well to win that event, because it's not like an event where it's a beach break and you do 1 or 2 turns and it's over. It's like a full, like almost J-Bay wave, where you need to connect all the dots from start to finish. And being the oldest and winning there, it's a statement to everyone that it's older and is competing, that you can beat all of them. You just gotta trust your talent as well, because you made a long way to where you are right now. And Teresa just needs to trust the process and readjust on these type of hits, maybe identifying how she can beat Kika more often, and not the other way around.
That's exactly right. And Sarah having a look, I don't think that qualifies as intentional paddling, so everything will stay the same. But yeah, we were just talking about Alice and Sarah, both great surfers. Sarah Leiciaga has been one of the standouts in terms of surfing and scores of the event. Otherwise, she wouldn't be here. This is the semi-final number 2, and so we have Kika qualified for the final, and whoever wins this heat will obviously join her. So we have one Portuguese and either a French or a Great Britain surfer in the final. You know, 3 great surfing nations in Europe. I would say these 3 plus Spain are the traditional ones, but we just had, you know, great conversations throughout the event about this, about, you know, the fact that other nations in Europe are opening up, creating their own structures to you know, be more open to surfing. One of them is Israel. We have an Israeli surfer on the semis, which is not something we're used to seeing so much, you know. But it's probable that we'll see more of that throughout the years, and not just Israelis, you know, Italians and Dutch and surfers from the Netherlands, and yeah, diversity coming into place.
It's good, and as we see, beautiful drone shot. I love the drone shots. They're really good. gives us, as always, a different texture of the ocean and color. It gives color to the ocean. So today it's a bit of a shifting weather day. We've seen 2 cyclones.
Shifting weather week.
Shifting weather week. It's called the National Shifting Weather Week, where you bring all the clothes you have at home, and you can wear it all in one day. Plants have been having an amazing week, right?
Yep.
Plants.
A very amazing year, actually.
Plants have been having like...
For those who don't know, Europe, actually Portugal's, how do you say bagagens? Yeah, basically the places where you store water, big, human-made puddles, huge puddles of water. I'm missing that expression in English, but anyway, we're pretty dry, especially in the south, and at the moment we're close to 90%. Some of those puddles had to be adapted, and Sarah Lesiaga here. Let's see if this wave is coming up, and it's kind of hard at the moment. It's not many waves, and Ali Spartan here, another one, and small wave, but again smart surfing. I don't think that's gonna score that high because it was again an insider and a bit of tricky turns, but the wave didn't allow her for much more than that. But let's look from the beginning.
Yeah, nice snap there. Smaller wave, as you said. A bit of a snap here, and she was able to finish it up. But I don't think it's going to be a big number just based on the size of the wave. I think wasn't that big. And this is Lesiaga here. I think a snap and a bit of a fall there at the end. So 17 minutes to go. Really close one so far to see who's gonna win this second semi. So who wins this is gonna join Kika in the final, right? So
that's what they say.
That's what they say. Looks really clean out there at the same time because it's really stormy, but you're on the inside. Like
yeah,
it's kind of protected.
That's very characteristic from Costa, right? It's like huge storm, and then you just have like an inside perfect little peak, which is affected by wind, but it's still surfable.
Yeah, exactly. As we see a good one out the back. Sara Lesiaga winding off at the bottom. Beautiful style. Always keeping her speed in this one, and a 2-4-1 there at the end. Nice finish. So previous of Alice Barton 383, and this one is I don't know how much it's going to be, but I think it's going to be up there with that numbers there.
Yeah, and again we have two of the smarter, smarter. Anyway, two very smart competitors in this heat, and you can just see the smart surfing there. Nice first turn, and then a lot of rail in that whitewater re-entry, which isn't an easy thing to do. So that's definitely her best wave. And yeah, you can count on a very strategic heat for these two. Alice Barton just got a 383 there in her last one. Sarah Lesiaga will most probably advance to the first position, as she's only needing a 3.24. And yeah, this heat is wide open, just starting, and so super keen to see what's going to go down in the second part of this heat. For now, we're going on a short break, and we'll come back right after that.
vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O milénio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milénio, aqui consigo.
It's good to try, even when something seems to make little sense. Put your weight on it. Make an impact in this world. Call everyone, set ambitious goals, and ask yourself, do you want to change surfing? Dare to test. Ride the future.
And we are back and live on E2 of the semis. So whoever wins this one is going to be into the final. 4-3-3 for the loss of Sara Leiciaga. And while we were on break, we had action. So take it away.
Yeah, nice first carve there with nice spray of water. Another one. And now let's see what she did in the inside. Another beautiful snap. Gets ready. Wow, this is a long wave. Some diversity there in terms of turns, and she's looking in. So this was like six turns.
Yeah, the wave looked really good. Nice turn here. And I like the variation with the back foot. 583 for this one. And out the back. Oh. I can imagine if she had gone for that floater and she makes it, what she can get, like a 9.
Yeah.
Imagine going like blah over the lip.
Yeah. Free fall floater.
Yeah.
And is she going on that one? Not really, but now it's cleaned up again.
It is. Sunny skies, even in Lisbon.
Super sunny. And yeah, well, if you're not afraid of the rain, come down. Because, you know, it's Saturday, it's sunny, or at least for now, and these are the best surfers in Europe competing on the last event of the season, at least for the regional WQSs, which qualify surfers to go to the Challenger Series, which is, let's say, the second division of surfing. As you can see, some fun being had by a very nice group of people. And which one do you identify with there in terms of dancing?
I don't know. Anyone. I like to dance as well. So as you see, Sara up and riding. Good looking waves there. Look at this part.
Beautiful wave.
What? Ah. Just losing balance there at the lip.
Yeah, that was a mistake.
Would love to see her maybe getting out of that first turn quicker. I believe she took a long time here. Here on this transition, she took too long. Maybe a bit quicker.
Yeah, you know, here I think it was more on the bottom turn.
She lost the fins a bit.
Yeah, something happened there, like a millisecond, and I don't think she could pivot the board to exactly where she needed to have that angle. And so when she did the turn, then her body weight was a bit out of place. Yeah, a bit out of position. That's, you know, those are one of those waves that you look after you hit and say, oh, damn, I couldn't have felt there. But you know, she can turn it around easily because 10 minutes to go. She needs a 5.34. This heat has been quite slow in terms of scores. If you compare that with the quality of the surfers you have in the water. Can also tell you a bit about what's going on in the ocean at the moment. Is you can see a motocross kind of thing, and this is Charlie and his coach. And you were mentioning El Salvador. You know, this will be a great heat. Two French surfers, Charlie and Thomas Desbières.
Thomas has been one of your favorites this event so far.
For sure.
That's why he's in the semis. You said on the first day that he was the standout. You remember that?
Yeah, he has been.
And it's weird why he doesn't qualify for the challengers.
Well, maybe he didn't, you know how it is. Competition is competition. You can be the best surfer, you know, out of a pack and be one of the worst competitors, which is not the case with Thomas, obviously, but...
Nice turn here by Alice Barton. I think she will improve on that 383 with this turn. She drove through that lip with a lot of speed there.
Yeah, but you do have, yeah, a lot of great surfers that technically are so much better than others and just not doing well in competition, which is a shame. But competition is ruthless and cold and doesn't care about your level. It cares about the decisions that you take and the strategy that you have. And that's pretty much all it cares about. And this lady here, Alice Barton, is good with that, with strategy and decision making. Actually, both of them are. But Alice, I just think like she's actually one of the smartest competitors on tour, on the European tour.
Good job there. Amazing turn. She just had a 7-point ride now. So Leiciaga needs a bit of a number now, Zé.
Yeah, 8.5 just made her all that much harder.
She had the wave, that big wave.
Will she break that score in 2 different waves, or will she be looking at that one?
I think it would be easier for her to do in 2 waves, that's for sure. 8.5, it's a really solid number. She needs to, as we see the mother of Sara Leiciaga here, filming all the action, so then they can debrief and analyze each wave. So, yeah, Sara on the driving seat on this one, Zé. Sorry, Alice on the driving seat on this one, Zé.
Yeah, she is driving.
She's driving. She's not using the brakes. She's going after it, as we see. Now, a good looking wave passing by. Looks really fun in the ocean, actually. Would you surf today?
If I would surf?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if someone had a gun pointed at me.
So basically you would feel obligated to go in?
No, actually I would definitely would. It looks super fun. Not that fun to, you know, it's one of those days. It's super fun for free surfing. No, but I even guess for competition. At least for me, yeah, I like these conditions. And she just lost priority, did she?
Yeah, she paddled to that
Sarah?
one. Yeah, she paddled to that one and she lost the priority. So now she needs to kind of like get away from Alice, but Alice is really close to her. So I think anything that comes, any good wave that comes, it's going to be Alice's turn. So
Luke Dillon here. He must be pretty happy. He's definitely one of like great influence on Alice's evolution and decision-making process. You know, they're super tight group, and I would say for the world, Europe, to expect good things out of that project, because they have a great mindset. You know, super keen to collaborate as well. Luke, he was, you know, doing this until 2 years ago, pretty much doing this, competing.
Yeah.
And yeah, so actually, like, because a lot of the coaches, maybe I would say 50-60% of the coaches weren't actually competitors, right? and you, what do you think about that? I know this is kind of a tricky question. I don't know if you have an answer, but do you need to have competed before to be like to understand certain things as a coach, or do you think that's not so relevant?
I think that's a tricky question. We see in other sports that the best coaches of that sport never
competed.
Yeah, many of them never competed, especially in football. There's a lot of big coaches that never competed, so that it's a tricky question. But we have Zidane, for example. He was an amazing coach and an amazing player, but we've seen amazing players not being amazing coaches. So I think it's the same way applies to surfing. I think it can go both ways, and of course we have ex-pro surfers that are amazing coaches, and
like Glenn Hall.
Yeah, and we have guys that never competed. There are amazing coaches as well. So
yeah, it's kind of relative, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
You just have to have the drive, because it is true. You can have the knowledge as you know, as an ex-competitor, and you not just the knowledge, because I think everyone can have the knowledge, but just the sensations that surfers go through. You know, they maybe can empathize more easily. This guy obviously has also been a pro surfer, and a good one at that. Now he's a coach for a couple years now. He's training Sara Leiciaga. So that's true. You can empathize, understand what the surfer is going through at different stages. But then it's just a very relational work, isn't it? Because you know, the technique obviously is super important. But yeah, you kind of need to be a leader, and we have a good example of that here.
Let's go for a quick recap. Sorry, we have live action right now. Leiciaga, late heat there. Up there again one more time. Really hard wave to surf. And I believe right now we're going to go for a quick recap of this one. Sara there trying to improve on her score line. But while we wait for that score, let's see the recap of this one.
Yeah, replay here of Leiciaga's last one. A bit late to this one, which made her late for her second one. And yeah, unfortunately, things are looking hard for her. 2 minutes to go.
2 minutes to go. Let's watch right now the recap then. This was the start of this one. Leiciaga with a 4.33. Smart surfing, as I said. She's sorry, this was not the 4.33. This was the not so good wave she got. But yeah, at this hit, it has been all about Alice Barton, right? So she has been on point, connecting all the dots. And this wave was beautiful surfing by Alice. 5.83 on this one. And then she was able to get even a bigger number on this one. 7-point right, big hit off the top. Drives with speed on that turn. And well done there by Alice Barton. As we have 1 minute and 20 seconds to go. And looks like yeah, Alice is going to be into the final, because Sara has been caught up on the inside. Still a long paddle for her to get back out. And yeah, happy Alice Barton there, seeing Sara caught up on the inside and not being able to get one more opportunity. So I believe that's all she wrote on this one for Sara Leiciaga, and congrats to Alice Barton. She's into the final, and Team GB might be really happy there.
Yeah, definitely. You know, hard work pays off, and great milestone for them. I'm sure back home everyone will be super happy. And it will be a super interesting final with two regular footers. Different styles. Alice might be, you know, a bit more cautious and strategic, and, you know, making all the right decisions. Kika is a power surfer, bit more experienced as well, but you know, this is an European contest final, so the two of them are the two best surfers so far. So you just really have to zero out everything that happened before, and it will be a clean slate. So you cannot really make any bets, because both of them are on fire and confident and building even more. And we have a huge heat after that, the first semi-finals of the men, Charlie Quivron and Thomas Desbières. And we'll go for a break now. When we come back, we'll have you for that.
Na vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O milénio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milénio, aqui consigo.
It's good to try, even when something seems to make little sense. Put your weight on it. Make an impact in this world. Call everyone, set ambitious goals, and ask yourself, do you want to change surfing? Dare to test. Ride the future.
Welcome back. Amazing scenes here at Caparica. Charlie Quivron up against Thomas Desbières. First semi-final of this event, Zé. And looks like we had some big numbers already.
Yeah, Charlie Quivron, you know, beautiful, beautiful surfer. Beautiful as his surf is beautiful. He's not ugly.
Beautiful
neither.
surfer.
I think he's representing France well in that regard, but definitely a surfer, you know, it's a bit unpredictable in the way that you so dangerous and sharp surfing and beautiful surfing, that's for sure. And let's look at this. Wow, super powerful, you know, big section there, meaty section as you like to call it, and didn't start bad.
And you could see him starting the clock there. He wasn't able to start the clock before catching that wave. So nice start there, 8.33 for the Quivron. And there's no better way to start the heat right now in the semi-final, right?
Yeah, and actually surfers have been, you know, we haven't had that situation where, you know, one surfer goes through in the last wave of the heat. Heats have been really secured in that first half, and you know, the past couple heats have been a bit like that. So, you know, one of the surfers gets like 2 good to average waves, and then wins the heat. But in the water you have Thomas Desbières. He's been surfing and competing really well. But Charlie, very active as he did in his previous heat. That worked for him. He's really sharp and on point and confident as well. As we go to an interview with Alice Barton and Claudia Pinto. Take it away.
That's right. Beautiful surfer and surfing by Alice on this heat. Locked in for the finals. How do you feel?
Yeah, I'm so happy. Having everyone down on the beach, all the boys from home and the crew and Luke coaching and my parents and my brother. It's amazing. Yeah, it's so nice to have everyone here and the conditions are super fun. It's a bit bigger than yesterday, but yeah, my boards are going great. I'm really happy and I'm having such a good time.
You really seemed like you were having a lot of fun. What was the strategy and how did you find your place out there?
Yeah, the strategy was pretty straightforward, just to kind of stick to what I know is working best. And yeah, the big maneuvers and sort of creating that wow factor is a huge, huge point in this competition. So yeah, I'm just happy to show some of my surfing and yeah, excited for the rest of the year.
Congrats and good luck.
Thank you so much.
Nice interview. Alice Barton, super happy to be in the final and well deserved. Right, she has been surfing really good, really consistent, making right decisions, as you speak a lot about that, and is paying off.
Definitely paying off, and all the crew. She has all the crew around her that must be helping. And we had a wave for Charlie. Unfortunately, a lot of bump in that wave, just getting the rail caught, and we had Thomas Desbières.
Thomas on an in and out the back.
That guy is like, his surfing is so smooth that even when he's like kicking off, you know, just the rail he puts, even when he's kicking off, is just...
Should be a 3.
Should be a 3.57. But yeah, that's not what you need to do in competition. Again, you can have the best style in the world, but you do have to perform, catch the best waves and perform well in them, which he has been doing. And but again, like semi-finals, like how confident are these surfers when they get to this stage?
Well, they should know they are one of the best of the event. So right now, do you feel more pressure in these rounds?
I can't remember. It's been a while ago.
Well,
but actually no. Truth is, like, for like those first rounds is like, at least for me, they were the hardest. More in the challenges rather than the European QSs, because European QSs, you know everyone. You've been competing with the same people since you're 12 in the Pro Junior, so it's kind of like a more broad national contest, way more level and competition, obviously, but you're comfortable, you know, you're going up against, there's some predictability. But then in leagues that are a bit bigger, those first heats are really tough, because after those first heats, you're just on a roll. It's like you start building confidence, as everyone says, and I think that building confidence is you're going up against people you don't know. That's a bit more unpredictable. But if you go one heat and then another, you arrive at semis and you're pretty loose, pretty oiled up.
That makes sense. So basically, they should have a lot of confidence right now on this one. They're both in the semis. A lot of wind, a bit of wind picking up again. It has been a weather shifting week. We had Easter and a weather shifting week, which is a hard week in terms of weather. But the truth is, waves have been cooperating a lot. I think Costa would be probably one of the few places you could surf the whole week this week, right, sir?
Yeah, that's true. But this beach actually delivers a lot, you know. It's probably the more consistent peak in Costa, is it?
Probably.
Do you surf here a lot? Because you are from here.
I usually don't. It's really crowded, as we see. Thomas, beautiful wave, nice layback snap. and a huge finish.
Wow.
Wow.
That's, different surfing from Charlie's wave, because Charlie's wave was just that huge, not just, he had a few turns before that, but what really turned that score into an 8.33 was that last huge turn. But Thomas here, he had like 2 smaller waves, smaller sections, but more than 1 turn. So how would you read this?
Well, smaller wave, but I tell you what, this turn, this layback jam he got here was right on the money. Look at this. Wow. And then he had the end section, bolly, steep, and he attacked it. So beautiful surfing here by Thomas, and the way he placed the board there on that last turn was massive as well.
Yeah.
So we can expect a big number.
He had to put that number in the board. Let's see, first carve there, cut back, and this wave is going to wall up.
Nice finish there by Charlie. A well-surfed wave, but not the same size and intensity of the first one. And yeah, last wave of Thomas de Bierze. Look at that number.
Yeah, it's an 8.4, so that is the best wave of the heat so far. But this heat will be super interesting with 19 minutes to go. Now it'll be a bit about that second wave, that backup wave. Charlie is a bit in front in that regards because he just bettered his previous backup of a 2 point. And here you can see what the judges thought. 2 9s there and 2 8s. But it's usually a good indicator when there's not more than 1 point difference from the lowest and the highest, which was represented there. And 4 6 7 for Charlie. So he's still in front, and Thomas is needing a 4.6.
Yes, indeed. Thomas is needing a 4.6. So everything is really tight right there. But nice start there by Charlie. And then Thomas saying, surprise, surprise, I've got something in my pocket. And it's 8.4. So coming back on this one, Thomas. And now Thomas again sitting with priority, so he only needs a 4.5 and he's got priority, so it will be the next one in line to try to do a big number again. So let's see what he can do. And Charlie and the priority, maybe we'll start searching for something that Thomas doesn't want, and sometimes that can play in your favor, right?
That's right.
As we see a bit of a double up coming in. Looks like Thomas is going to go on this one. No, Charlie. And decides to hop out of there. But yes, Thomas on the next one though. Looks like a beautiful wave. Nice start. A bit of a wrap. Waiting for the wave to build up. Oh la la. There's a big section and big layback there.
So do you think he got the best second wave so far, or how's that?
That was a big turn, that's for sure. But if it's the second best wave of the heat, I'm gonna let the judges think about it. But look at this there.
Yeah. So very cut back on the bottom there, so he doesn't lose this section, and then bang. So yes. I will risk it. I will say that's better than a 4.6, which is what he needs to go to the first place, which it is a 5.17. Judges have just confirmed it. Score has come in. So the table's turned, but it's super frail, super frail, situation, because Charlie, who has been on a roll, is only needing a 5.25. He does have priority,
and so this will be like this will be a tight heat, man.
Yes, it will. I believe Charlie at least is going to do like another 6 or 7, right?
Yeah.
So we kind of know Thomas will need something in the 6 range, maybe 5-5. So it's good. He's applying pressure right now, but I think Charlie is confident and looks like he's paddling there.
Yeah, he is not going to be wasting any time. Beautiful gouging carve there. Wave dies out. He leaves it. He knows, like, in order to really do something good, he has to get a good wave, and that's what both of them are going to try, is to seal the deal in that next wave. They have 15 minutes to do it, which is quite a generous amount of time, and I'm sure both of them will still substitute their backups. So both the 4.67 for Charlie and 5.17 for Thomas.
As we see a bit of a wave coming. Charlie decides not to go, but Thomas wants it. Decides not to go as well. And yeah, as he said, 5-5 isn't a big number for Charlie, but yeah, with 13 minutes to go, plenty of time. They started off this heat really quick, right? I feel like they started off in the first 5 minutes, and yeah, so it leaves a huge door of opportunities at the end here for them to unleash some big numbers. And yeah, can't wait to see what Charlie can do on this one. And while we wait for the next flurry of action, we're going to go for a quick commercial break, and we're going to be right back on this heat one of the semifinals.
Na vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O milénio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milénio, aqui consigo.
It's good to try, even when something seems to make little sense. Put your weight on it. Make an impact in this world. Call everyone, set ambitious goals, and ask yourself, do you want to change surfing? Dare to test. Ride the future.
Welcome back to the Caparica Surf Fest, and joining now here on the books with me, Zé Ferreira. Zé, how has been your day so far?
Quite amazing, actually. Beautiful surfing, can't complain, can we? Beautiful surfing, beautiful weather.
Beautiful weather is a bit biased.
No, not really. I would say that, like,
you like it like this?
It's relative because I like it like this. I like the mix, you know, emotions between sun and rain and ugly and beautiful, if that makes sense.
You know, like it rough?
Just basically, just sun and blue skies is just like eating rice every day at some point.
Yeah, I think so. We saw a lot of textures inside and outside of the water today, so it has been a beautiful day so far. Beach is packed though. Have you seen the beach?
Yeah, pretty packed. Everyone is here. No one wants to miss a minute of action of the Caparica Surf Fest 2025. And
they keep on dancing.
Exactly. You should join them. You would, you know.
Let's get Claudia there,
them,
and let's
teach
get
them.
Claudia there and understand what's the vibe there, because they seem really, really happy. Like they seem they're on another planet. They were dancing for 1 hour ago, so as we see Ido Agag here getting ready for the next seat, and joining him is Jorgen Cuisinet. Jorgen, one of the standouts. Ido, a bit of a dark horse. But Ido was with his game face on, right? He was ready for battle.
I think he has his game face on even when he's asleep.
He should be good at poker.
Charlie here,
wow.
Beautiful turn. That was a nice carve. Very gouging.
I remember you doing a lot of this.
Yeah.
You had one of the best gouges in Europe.
Well, thank you.
I know we don't remember, but it was a bit like this.
Yeah, I guess. Yep. Times change.
Wow. Beautiful. And you'd love to do those like foam climbs as well after a car.
Yeah, it's just so good. For me, it's still like after a barrel, obviously, it's still the best sensation. When you,
I don't know, I think you're lying.
When you put your rail...
I think you don't love barrels that much.
No, I do. Man.
You love man. You love a car.
I love a car.
Don't be like that.
No,
you
no.
just love that knee, the end, everything about a car for you. It's way more.
What I love the most about a carve is when you actually like put your rail on
and
big section and just like
draw,
put the weight, and the board just follows all the way through, cuts
without
through
thinking
wave,
about the next move.
Without thinking about the next.
But I still believe you still like more to do like a turn like that than get barrel on your backside, for example. It hurts the knees, hurts the hips, hurts everything doing barrel.
On your backside.
Yeah, everything. It's
and you have to wear, you know, some special underwear.
Yeah, otherwise
you know, there's a lot of salad
bumpy
jumping
stuff. But I believe like you still love the carve more. I think it's your favorite maneuver in surfing.
Well, there's a difference between your favorite and what you're the best. What's your best turn? You know.
Yeah.
Right?
You're right. You're super right.
Maybe you love airs.
I don't have a favorite maneuver.
But
I cannot fly anymore.
Maneuver is.
I cannot fly anymore.
Snap word.
I cannot fly.
Yeah, you do.
Too much weight.
You have the wing foil now, and you can adapt.
I can readapt with the wing.
But you were not so long ago in one of the longest lefts in the world in Peru, right? And you got to train. You got to train your carves, which was pretty much your trademark move.
Well, I had a hard time readjusting my foot to that wave, but yeah, let's see live action now. Thomas Debier, beautiful wave, looks like Kira.
Oh, wow!
Allez les bleus, beautiful turn there. As you see,
the answering back, beautiful snap, and another one.
Oof.
He will also claim it.
These guys are going after it.
Yeah, that is super tight. These guys know it.
As you see, Fred Robin there watching the action. And let's take it away, Zé. Talk me through these two waves.
So, nice first turn. And then beautiful snap. A lot of intention from Charlie here. He obviously likes it, but look at how much power he puts. A lot of water, straight into a hollow section there. So that's what the judges like to see. But in this, this wave was just a bit cleaner. Nice first.
Like Diva.
Exactly. Nice 2 first turns. But this is the money turn. So I would say that, this is actually the best turn out of those 2 waves.
Ooh la la.
But truth is, Charlie did have like 2 good turns in a row, whereas Thomas Desbières only had that one. But judges really have been rewarding quality.
Yeah, so I think Thomas' wave is going to be high.
Yeah, I agree.
I have to agree with you as well. It's impressive when 2 people can agree with each other.
That's true. That's true.
É uma maravilha, as we say in Portuguese. And with 4 minutes and 40 seconds to go, we see people here joining the action. We are on semi 1, and up, as we see up riding again, Thomas Desbières.
Look at this little drainer.
Ay.
So judges taking a very good look at those waves. Those are important scores that can make or break this heat. But especially because both of them are super tight. Nice first turn. He had to go big there, obviously. Just got a bit out of control. That wasn't an easy section for that turn to come to life. So 6.83 for Charlie Quivron and 7.5. Our predictions were right. And yeah, so Charlie is still in second place and he needs a 7.58. He does have priority. So this will come right to the end. Charlie is obviously one of the most informed surfers of this event and super keen. And if he has the wave, if he has the opportunity, I'm pretty sure he's going to do it. At this stage, it's really just more about if he actually finds that wave.
Looks like there's a fun one coming. And Charlie, he had a bit of a look. Decides not to go. So 7.58 is what Charlie needs. Let's see what he can do. And looks like a fun one, there.
That looks like a very fun one.
Wow.
Beautiful. A lot of drive in that carve. Another one. And now the money comes in.
Wow.
Beautiful. Another turn. Oh, and he just kind of gets out of way. So I think
he needed that section, right?
He did, exactly. The way he kind of died out on him. And he knew that. Even the climb was a bit like, I know, but maybe.
This first carve, though, look at this. Wow.
Beautiful.
And this one as well. I love this one. Nice carve. And here was right there.
Yeah, he was just missing that inside section. If he had that inside section, I'm sure he would get the score. But again, judges have been really rewarding those insides as one of the most important parts of the wave, and those were just like 2 kind of ticky turns in the end there. So 7.58, it's yeah, right about a bit under that. Maybe.
But if he had that last section, like a big section, and he made it, I think it was
maybe the best heat, the wave of the heat.
Yeah. So last wave was not enough, right, sir?
Yeah, 5, 6, 7. And yeah, he really just missing that last section. Again, it comes down to opportunity at this point. It's really, yeah, really about that. 1 minute to go. And now things look pretty hard for Charlie as Thomas has priority. And again, Thomas, wow, what a standout in this comp.
He blocked on a really bad wave.
Yeah, but it's super hard to block because you don't actually know what is a good wave, right? Like
40 seconds though. Charlie still has a bit of time to try to get something. Would love to see Charlie get another opportunity because he's surfing so well that I believe anything can happen in these last 20 seconds. As we see, there's a bit of a wave approaching. And there's like a bit of a lump behind. I don't know if it's going to be here in time. But yeah, Charlie needs...
No, that's not in time. So, oh, yes it is. Doesn't count. Okay. Apparently...
Doesn't count?
Oof. Yeah.
Yeah, doesn't count this one, so...
No, actually it did, but anyway, he fell on that air turn, so Thomas Debière super happy, you know, can't really contain himself, and it's glad to see some emotion coming from this big boy that has been definitely one of the standouts, super consistent, and he's our first finalist. And after the break, we'll have the second semi-final to discover who's going to join them. So get back with us.
Na vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O Milênio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milênio, aqui consigo.
It's good to try, even when something seems to make little sense. Put your weight on it. Make an impact in this world. Call everyone, set ambitious goals, and ask yourself, do you want to change surfing? Dare to test. Ride the future.
Welcome back. We are progressing on to semi-finals number 2. It's heating up here in Costa de Caparica. My name's Ben Mundy. We've got Chico Alves back in the booth, and we've got the European champion, Jorgen Kuzenay, paddling for this wave, and he's up and riding. Oh, he's not going to get that one. So another big heat. Who will join Thomas Debière in the final? You've got to back Kuzenay. He is the current champion. He's the experienced surfer. He's number 1 in the rankings, but this young man has been kicking up a fuss all event, and here he goes again, Chico.
Nice turn there on the outside, really crisp off the top. Nice roundhouse cut back, and bam! Nice finishing turn on that one.
Yeah, caused a bit of ruckus in the last heat, which we like to see. A bit of paddling, battling, bit of good old-fashioned aggression in the water. Haven't seen a lot of it on the European Tour, but Ido, it means a lot to him. This is his best, I'd say, his best result in his career, and he's not done yet. He's got a massive, massive obstacle to overcome in the form of the square shoulders and long limbs of Jorgen Kuzenay. But he's off to a pretty solid start. Kuzenay probably dodged the bullet just at the very end of his heat of the quarterfinal. Incredible last 90 seconds from João Mendoza, and he just escaped through. So he dodged the bullet almost. He'll know he won't want to leave it that close again. First wave, a 5.17 for that last wave of the surfer in blue from Israel. The Israeli surfers going stronger. Right now, we've got the winner of the last heat, Thomas Debier, who is through to the final.
That's right, Thomas. Hard work, building up for this moment now, getting into the finals. How do you feel?
I mean, I feel amazing. It's been a dream. It's my first final ever in a QS. I always stopped in the semis, I think like 5 times. I ended up 3rd place, so this one I really wanted to go into the final. So yeah, I'm happy on my performance since the first round. And now it's just bonus. I want to showcase my surfing and win the event.
Going back to your heat, you had a pretty active surfer next to you. Charlie was just kept getting waves. What was your strategy?
I mean, he started super strong with the 833. I kind of gave him the first wave. I should have maybe battled for it. But yeah, I just breathed and I kept my calm. I knew what I had to do to get the scores, and yeah, I just did the good surfing in the heat, and I'm stoked it worked my way, and yeah, let's go for the final.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's Thomas Debier. As we see, Kuzane, big swooping cutback. Another one. So that's the style we've shown all event. Now he's warming up the inside, and then that layback snap, which is a bit of a trademark. Pretty surprised by that Thomas has never made a final, Chico.
Yeah,
I just thought we've seen him so many times do so well, but yeah, the fact that he's never made a final is remarkable.
Yeah, I'm really surprised. I remember we saw him at Santa Cruz a couple of years back, just throwing 8s and 7s and everywhere, and it's just weird. And for me, it surprised me why he's not on the challengers as well, because he surfs really good. As we see the replay of Jorgen, nice first carve, nice cutback, and as we saw, he had the finish here with the layback. So nice wave there by Jorgen. He's got this turn and lock, huh?
He really has. It's just a bit of point of difference as well, because some of the other surfers come to the end section and just trying to add some extra points. He's managed to do it all event. He has got it on lock. Meanwhile, at the back, live action from his opponent, the Gag, who's also trying to finish off his own bit. He can't. No on section, on off, and he just motors back out. But yeah, it is. It's a real go-to turn for Kuzne, and his completion's for almost 100%, and it just often gives him a point, 0.5 or even a point difference on that last big end section. So that score coming in for his wave.
Nice. Kind of like a cutback, and he's looking super fired up. I think it's the heat I've seen Ido more fired up until now. It looks so like in tune with what he's doing. And first wave of Jorgen, 527. So a little better than the 517 of Ido Agag. And yep, they're really close together right now, Ben. Matching scores kind of at the start of this one.
Yeah, he's pretty pumped, isn't he?
Yeah,
he really
he's really
pumped.
pumped.
Well, it's the biggest day of his competitive career, so and he's only young and he's not going to have any problem. He's fit.
Do you know how old is he? As we see live action.
As we go, so Ido, here he goes. Just waiting for this to stand up a bit straighter on the inside. Comes around the corner. Needs a big finish here. Whoa. Kicks the fins out and goes down. So that's a mistake. Ido, yeah, surfing really, really strong. We had at the start of the event a lot of Israeli surfers all in the event. Each sort of European tour, there's more and more surfers getting through, and it's inevitable that some of them are going to get right the way to the top. And that Law is probably, one of the ones that's been doing it the longest and leading the charge with this next generation coming through now. And Ido's right at the forefront of it. So interesting, but just a mistake here, Chico.
Yeah, just trying to push as much as he can on that section, and he pokes the nose, so a bit of a fall there for Ido. But as you said, really young, Ido, right?
Yeah, it's just coming his way. This will be, as we said, like such a
massive result for him.
Yeah, huge result just for his confidence and his belief that he belongs at this level. He's been surfing on the European qualifying series for a while, just sort of grinding away, but as he's improved, as his competitive experience has come in, he's getting more and more results. But this one is by far his best one. He goes again, so long right-hander, but that one just kicks out. Looks like it potentially had a nice little wall in it, but it didn't. And so he just goes back out there. Small score for that last wave, so still just a pair of fives for both surfers really, so really close together at this early stage. I mean, in terms of the events, I mean, he surfed at all the QS events so far and pretty much got knocked out in the first round in every heat this year. So, you know, this is why he's shown flashes, but this is the first time he's managed to get a whole heap of significant scores on the board and heat wins. And he was way down at 54th on the rankings, so he's sort of guaranteed, you know, what, a couple of 1,000 points at the minimum, so he's going to rocket up the rankings and have his best ever finish. But right now he's just concentrating on one thing, and that's trying to get through this heat, get to the final, which would be even a bigger result. I'll tell you what though, it's not going to be easy. Kuzene has been, along with Thomas Debier, probably the two form surfers of the whole event, and he's got priority, and he hasn't really unleashed any of his signature big turns yet, so he'll be waiting patiently. 20 minutes to go on the clock. Who will join Debier in the final of the Estrella Galicia Caparica Surf Fest for 2025. We've got the women's final coming up next. Francisca Veselko versus Alice Barton. As we see Kuzene live action. There's a nice first turn. Just banks off the bottom. There's a clean face for him to work with. Nice second turn. He just puts his heels back. There's a third, and he's going to try and finish off with that sort of snap. That's a little bit not quite as smooth. Meanwhile, behind him is Ito. He's going as well. Sort of more compact style, but a bit more aggressive. And he likes it. You can tell by the claim. So he's like, take that. That last turn was probably bigger than Jorgen's, but Jorgen had a lot of good combinations of turns throughout the course of the four waves, the four turns on that wave. So good sort of examples of their two different styles. I'll get you to break it down for me, Chico.
First, I love the claim. I just love the claim, but because normally when you throw the arm, you keep it loose. He kept it really tight to his chest. You know, like
it was a big turn, wasn't it?
This turn was massive, though. Big turn, and really different claim. And this was the wave you said. Nice wrap out the back. Look at this wave. Beautiful wrap again. Waits for the wave to build up. A bit of a snap there and a finish. And my question is, do you think they're going to score higher Ido's wave, shorter, more intense on the lip, or Jorgen's?
I think Jorgen's is better, but I think there wasn't a whole lot in it. Jorgen obviously had those three nice turns at the back. They weren't crazy, but they were really well put together.
Yeah.
Although we have seen, I would say, the judges have just been rewarding big single turns throughout the whole event. So, yeah, they're going to weigh it up. Maybe pretty much about the same, potentially. Anyway, it's really close. It's a really good comeback from Ito straight away. Just thought also Jorgen, for once, didn't quite nail that last turn. Usually he's been
a bit sticky.
Yeah, just he did sort of didn't. He did a layback, but didn't really commit to it as much as he normally does. But either way, good surfing from the both of them, and real contrast in styles. The Israeli surfer is going again here, so here he goes. These waves are looking great now as he comes around. Nice first turn, a lot of spray. A nice little floater off the top, and he's got loads of speed for that third turn. And belts it, and then again. So he's going to give that one. He loves that. The Israelis love it. And that was big surfing from this young man. So not showing any sign of nerves, which is surprising given this is his best ever result, and he's, you know, on the way to what could potentially be one of his best ever positions. So he got the confidence from the wave before, perhaps, and then just went to town with a lot of variety of manoeuvres. So judges got some work to do.
Is this going to be the best wave of the event?
It's a nice looking wave. Look, it's like Kira or something.
Wow, first carve was great. Love the transition float. This one as well. Wow, big layback. And the last one blows the fins out again, so.
Look at the wave. That D-bar or something.
D-bar, yeah.
Oh, Luca.
Yeah, looks
real
so
green
nice.
face and lovely wall.
You got a 667 for the previous.
Right, so there you go. So that's going to be substantially better than that. So it was. We actually were pretty good, me and you, Chico. So Kuzene got a 7. So we said this wave again. But that, just even that little bit of squirt of the fins out the back.
It's going to be a 9.
It's going to be in the excellent range for sure. Look at it. Classic. They are stoked. Nothing like having your mate really succeed. They're all traveling together and training together, surfing together. So Kuzne got a 7 and then just edged ahead, but then Hagag came back with that wave. So we'll just see what it's come in at 8.33. So bang on, an excellent score. So suddenly the Israeli surfer pretty much bang on the halfway mark has got, but here's a big wave out the back from Kuzne. He just went a bit off the bank. It was a bit too big.
I think as the tide is coming in a bit, we are seeing this like volley right-handers with a bit more open face to work with.
Yeah, perfect.
And there's a bit more size with the tide coming in, so
it's going to get better.
Yeah, we're going to see some.
Contest director Ugo has absolutely nailed it yet again.
He's so good.
He's so consistent. He knows the tides, knows the bank.
He's really good at identifying the best tide, best moment to surf, that's for sure.
Yeah, so those waves out the back. And the swell's building, so, but that high tide means it's just not breaking out the back as much, coming in and standing up on this inside bowl, which has been, just hasn't moved. But I'll tell you what, this heat recap I'm going to be pretty excited about. We've had a lot of good waves, a lot of surfers really close, but it's been this man with this wave that's made the difference.
Yeah, this man just caught a wave at Diba and came all the way to Caparica. But yeah, just beautiful surfing, putting a lot of power on each maneuver. I really enjoy that layback. The end of it wasn't beautiful.
Yeah.
You kind of like stick to that back foot, not to poke the nose, but was a really well surfed wave.
Because he could have played it safe there. He'd already got some. He'd already got some big numbers with the turns, and he's, you know, so you know what, I'm just going to finish this off. Instead, he went for it, and that's why that's what you got to do to get in the excellent range, and he's done it. So yeah, really impressive surfing. Good a wave choice, amazing, and then actually his choice of manoeuvres was also really on point. He's got himself a lead, and now Kuzne is chasing an 8-point ride on the money. 8.01 will do it. So probably for the first time, I think, in the whole event, he's behind the 8 ball. First time he's had to battle back and get a big score. 14 minutes to go. Conditions improving. I don't think it's going to be too difficult a job for a man of his class and experience, but it's his younger opponent has put him under the pump.
Yes, indeed. But if there's someone that can do an 8, with these, I just feel like to put like Jorgen up against the wall, he need at least like a 9.
Yeah, he's not safe.
Because like a 8 for Jorgen, if he catches like open face, a green open face like Ido's wave, he's gonna go into the 9s, I think.
Yeah, and especially if he knows he needs to go big, so he'll just, you know, he's not going to play it in any way safe. He's so experienced. He knows exactly what the judges need and what he'd need to do. So yeah, he's not going to hold back. If he gets an open face wave, he's going to go for it. Maybe show a bit of progression or a bit of flair. Meanwhile, Ido on the inside up. So here he goes. He's just kicking out. So it's a really interesting position. Kuzne, the European qualifying series champion as of yesterday, in a bit of a hole as this man's been absolutely on fire. We're going to go a short commercial break and come back with the end of the semi-final of the Caparica Surf Fest 2025 right after this.
Na vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O Milênio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milênio, aqui consigo.
It's good to try, Even when something seems to make little sense, put your weight on it. Make an impact in this world. Call everyone, set ambitious goals, and ask yourself, do you want to change surfing? Dare to test. Ride the future.
We are back at Caparica Surf Fest, supported by so many great sponsors. Australia Galicia, best beer in the business. Hertz, we just saw their camper van ad. Incredible surfing vans of all descriptions. Thanks for their support as well. Millennium BCP have again stepped up to the plate and made this event happen. I'll tell you what, their support and their encouragement means we've got a cracker of a finals day here. We've got Ido Hagag, and he's up and riding on this one. This was caught in the break. Already had a 8.27. He's really feeling it. He's in the groove. And then he's just going to go for another big one. Slides, whoa, it does a reverse and hangs out. So, talk about feeling it. Chico, what do you call this?
Beautiful carve there. And as you said, really different turn. Kind of like a, I don't know, like blow of the fins, reverse, nose peak.
Yeah, it had it all. It didn't.
It had it all.
I didn't
like
see the rotation coming at all, but
I think he over-rotate actually. Like he went for like the usual drift of the fins, layback, and then ended up rotating. And
but he never looked like losing it, did he? He was in control of the manoeuvre the whole way through.
He was like, I'm fine. You can rotate, I'm fine.
That's good. I know I'm going backwards sort of momentarily, but that's all part of the plan.
Let it go.
And yeah, another impressive manoeuvre. You can tell he's got the confidence. 6.67, 8.33. Kuzne before that wave chasing an 8. Less than 10 minutes to go in this semi-final. So, you know, we're going to see some more fireworks. Don't worry about that. Kuzne is going to go down swinging. That last wave not going to count in the top 2 for Ido, so he's still good, still out in the lead, but he's got his opponent just prowling out the back, waiting for one of those steeper, bolder sections. Could go to the air. Kuzne, he's always got that. He's not afraid to go big if it's, you know, needs a score. So that's another, you know, one of the many options he's got in his pack. See what he can do.
Jorgen has a lot of options, and I'm wondering if Ido is going to be really aggressive now towards the end with Jorgen as well.
Yeah, well,
or if he's going to respect a bit more the big dog.
I don't know. Yeah, well,
I don't see Jorgen buying that.
No, he's not. I mean, he doesn't have priority, so yeah, he's not. It's going to be water off a duck's back. He can try it, but I don't think Jorgen's got to the situation where he is by falling for those tricks. But he's going to get up in his grill. We saw it in the last heat. He was pretty aggressive as the 2 young guns, Iago Dominguez and him, went for it, and there was a bit of hassling, and then afterwards Ido went up to sort of shake his hand, and Iago was having none of it.
Really?
So, yeah, he went up to say, and Iago was still too angry. He didn't want anything to do with it. So yeah, we like that as we see the kid going again, just puts his foot on the brakes. Now he starts to pump down the line. He might go to the air here if he gets a section. There's a nice little click off the top. A little bit bumpy, and another big float. He's got the rhythm. Trying to improve on a 6.67. I don't think he'll do it with that one, but I don't think it's a bad approach just to keep swinging. We've seen a few heats, Chico, where the surf, the priority has been just left out the back with nothing. Sometimes you're better off maybe just capturing waves, paddling back out the rip, trying again. I don't know, but with Freddie, happened to Freddie. It almost happened to Jorgen last heat, so I don't mind it.
Yeah, this is one of those places that you rather surf under priority all the time, because you just keep like going on waves that don't look great, and then they end up having big sections like this for you to hit. So he did a good job on this one to go. He didn't improve, right?
We're waiting. It's still waiting on the score actually, so it's still to come in. I don't think he will get above a 6.67, but they did throw up a big section that had the potential to, so it was a good decision really. And Jorgen still left out the back. Problem is he's sort of far down the beach. He can't. It's not really worth going all the way back up to the rip next to the wall and paddling out. So he's got to punch through the white water. Got to take some time out of him, take some energy out of those arms, which must be starting to ache now. He's been so busy for all week. He surfed in around 96, I think. So surfed a lot of heats and still going strong. Kuzane, well, he's just been holding his ground now for probably almost 10 minutes, I would say. And just waiting to get something, get an opportunity, see if he can join the final. He's going to go on this one. Kuzane up and riding. First turn's a little check turn. Now he starts to put the afterburners on, and you could just tell from that wave was never going to deliver, but it might just reposition him somewhat, gets him out of that rip and go back out. Still with 6 minutes on the clock. He's going to get priority again because Ito is a fair way down the beach. But just a sign that he might be a little bit rattled. Chico, that wave never looked like delivering.
Yeah, that wave looked a bit soft from the start, but this one though, that is breaking now, looked really fun. Yeah, just a bit of a setup snap, waits for the wave to build up, does a wrap, but just leaves out of there.
He kind of realised earlier that it wasn't going to deliver, so he didn't commit to that second turn at all. To go back out to the peak and try again. 5 minutes remaining. The current European champion. He's won his 4th trophy this year, so he's been on an absolute tear. Won in Morocco, so incredible performance. As we see Alice Barton warming up for her final. I think this would be her first. Potentially need to double check her, one of her best results of her career as well, the UK surfer. So Team UK as well, being well represented. Had a few, you know, not all their team. We had a Patrick London Dark, the world surfer. He got knocked out early when he was right on the cusp of qualifying. And she's going to have to go up against the local hope, Francisco Vaselka, who's been the form surfer all events. So Alice got a big job on her hands if she's going to overcome that surfer. But that's coming up. So the final of the Australia Galicia Caparica Surf Fest for the women, not far away, but we've still got 4 minutes here. We've still got plenty of surfing to do, hopefully. Kuzane under the pump. The young Israeli surfer has him boxed in, and so far he hasn't been able to get out of it. He needs one more opportunity. He's going to have to go big. He's not going to get a chance to get 2 waves, you'd imagine. Although, we did say that, didn't we, Chico, with Joel Mendonca in the last heat. He turned around in 90 seconds almost. So, yeah. But I'm not sure if that's going to happen again. That was a one and a moon shot. This one, he's waiting desperately, waiting a long time. Hagag now sitting on him. He's going to apply whatever pressure he can. Not afraid of doing that. Not afraid of mixing up incredible surfing with sort of hard-nosed paddling. We're going to see the recap here, Chico, and well, it's been a really exciting mix of 2 surfs with 2 different approaches.
Looks like a different day though. The start of this one, look at this wave. Really nice. Jorgen here with his 7-point ride, and then was all about Ito. Ito started plugging away some big numbers. This was the 667 he got with this turn here at the end. Big layback under the lip, and nice surfing there. And this was the best wave of the heat so far. Beautiful wave, 833, beautiful carve, gets around it, floats over the section, layback, and then tail drift to finish.
Great surfing, and that got him the 8-point ride that's put him into the lead in about 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes away from his first ever final. It'll be 2 surfers potentially. Well, it will be if Ito can get through this. 2 surfers in their first ever qualifying series final with Thomas Debier after 5 times coming a cropper in the semi-final has made the final, and now 2 minutes 20. Kuzane chasing this 8-point ride. He's been waiting a long time for a wave of note. Finally, after an epic run of really good decision making, really good wave choice, all event, he's finally just come up against a bit of a flat spell at the worst possible time. Still, while there's life, there's hope, as Cole says, but he's running out of both at the moment. We'll see if he can fight back. He's got the experience to, if he gets the opportunity, he won't buckle. He knows what he's got to do, and he's got the capabilities. He just needs a wave. They can't bear it. 90 seconds without, and meanwhile, just just keeps going, this kid. Looking patient here, just waiting for this bigger section. There's a nice little swoop. Foam climb with a little alley-oop, or whoop-de-whoop. That means that Jorgen is out the back still with an opportunity.
That wave looked good, though.
It did look.
4 and 8.
Yeah, it looked like it had plenty of opportunity. I don't know how he got it. He was right next to Jorgen as well.
Yeah, I don't know what happened, but nice first carve there. Nice tight grab. You got a bit stuck, but yeah. And then the wave just, I don't know, was a hard one to understand if it had scoring potential or not. But with 50 seconds to go, looks like Ido might be with 1 foot in the final, Ben.
Yeah, he's got 1 foot and 9 toes, I reckon, in the final, or 4 toes, I should say. So he's really close. He's getting well away. 40 seconds remaining. Try and get that little peak in the middle. Jorgen waiting patiently still. He knows he needs an 8. Ido on the left-hander this time. He's going to go to the air, you'd think. He does from the long shot. It didn't work out. 25 seconds. Kuzane is still searching for a wave. It looks like there's one sort of there. Here we go. So this is a last throw up the dice for Kuzane. First turn is huge. Wow, that's a big turn. There's another spray. He's going to have to finish really strong here to get this excellent score. Just readjust his feet. There's a nice big carve. And another one. He thinks he's got it. And whether he's just claiming it for the sake of it or he really believes it, he thinks he has. I don't know. Chico. He was a little bit wobbly at the end, but that first turn was pretty savage.
Did he lost the fin? Looked like at the end there. I don't know. Looked like he lost the fin at the end of that carve. But yeah, the first turn was incredible, Ben. Big layback, then the carve, then he waits for the wave to build up, and he gets a beautiful carve as well. And big carve there. So he had a massive turn to start this wave off, and a massive wow.
Oh, that's hard because
that turn was massive.
They been rewarding the end turns. We haven't seen a whole lot of those first big turns out the back. So it's going to be.
One. Wow.
I mean, he's gone for it, and then he does finish it, not significantly, but he thinks it's going to be enough. He had it with 10 seconds remaining. And then just a little finish just to make sure he was in control. And he's pretty pumped. So it's going to be so tight. I tell you what, it just shows you the measure of the man, the experience, the composure to get up near there. He surfed that first turn, was massive. He had to go for it, and he smashed it to pieces and then backed it up. And so you get an 8.70. So Kuzane has done it. Huge result there, huge wave. And you've got to feel for that young Israeli kid. He surfed so well. Couldn't have done any more, but he's just come up against a European champion. He's a European champion for a reason, because of surfing like that, done under pressure, Chico. That is very impressive from that man. And you can tell how pumped he is. Look at his face. He's super stoked. So, yeah, exciting stuff. Great waves, great surfing, great competitive action. And we've still got the final of the women's to go. So we've got Kuzane there. We're going to come and chat to him after we go to a short commercial break, see how he broke it down, how he was feeling. But until then, we're going to get a short commercial break, have a little word from our sponsors and our partners, and come back with the women's final at the Caparica Surf Fest for 2025 right after this.
Na vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O Milênio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milênio, aqui consigo.
It's good to try, even when something seems to make little sense. Put your weight on it. Make an impact in this world. Call everyone, set ambitious goals, and ask yourself, do you want to change surfing? Dare to test. Ride the future.
Welcome back to Caparica Surf Fest. It's going to be a full French final here, and Jorgen just making it up at the very last minute against all odds. What was going through your mind while you were waiting for that wave?
Oh my God, I can't believe the wave came. You know what? Never give up, never give up, never, ever. And I don't know, I was waiting for a wave all heat long. I heard he got an 8 something. I was like, oh no, so now I need probably like an 8. And then I don't know, at like 20 seconds, I don't know, maybe 15 seconds, the wave came and I was like, okay, you're the one. I'm gonna smoke you until the end. And yeah, I did a layback, a carve, and another carve and a turn. And I knew it was at least an 8 because, I don't know, you start with a layback, for sure you're going to get a good score. So, yeah, I'm happy. And now I just got to get prepared for the next heat. So I'm going to leave you guys.
Good luck and congrats. Back to the action in the water with the finals with the ladies.
Yeah, thanks, Claudia. Jorgen, never, ever, ever give up. And that's the motto for life. There's Chico Alves. Too good, too strong. And he backed himself. And he did, as he said, he smoked that wave.
Yeah, I like the spirit. Never ever give up. It's the mojo of Jorgen with 10 seconds to go to get a 8.7, one of the best numbers he got all event. It's pretty special. So incredible stuff there by Jorgen. But as you said, Ben, that's why he's the European champion.
Yeah, that's why he's one of the best European surfers of all time. 4 times European champion.
Yeah.
Just has never quite got to that next level, that CT, where he so belongs. You know, he had a wild card at the CT in Peniche and put up a good fight against Italo Ferreira. He's good enough and he's strong enough. So let's hope when Jorgen gets to those Challenger Series events, he's going to fly the European Union flag high and the French flag. So yeah, he's a good guy too. I mean, he's a really nice bloke. And you know, you say that about people, but see live action, Alice Barton, he's always interested in you. He's always up for a chat. He's really positive. He spreads the good vibes amongst him and his fellow competitors. So yeah, he's all the success and all the luck. It's so well deserved. And he's got a big opportunity to win here in Caparica again. He's done it before. Thomas Debier is going to have to say something about that, but it's yeah, it's really impressive what he's achieved, and he's nowhere done yet. But here we go, straight on into the women's final. So the 1000 QS event here. Alice Barton up against Francisca Vaselko. So the Portuguese fans will be rooting for the girl in red, former world junior champion. And she has been on a tear all event. Chico, been super impressed with the way she's gone about her business this week.
Yes, it has been really impressive. Both of them have been really impressive. They're both in the final. So Alice, in one end, a bit more like making good decisions and just making it, right? And Kika a bit more like dominating it round after round. So I believe Kika is probably the favorite to win this final. And Ali's there with probably the best result ever on her career so far. So a bit of a mixed up final between a more experienced surfer in these kind of like rounds, which is Kika, and Alice. So Alice just needs to take advantage of that and have fun. Just really simplify things and just go big. It's the final. You got to go big.
Yeah, you got to go big. She knows that. She hasn't had many good results in the last sort of European qualifying series. Just hasn't really reached potential in some of these big events. Got a 5th in the BYD Pro, but she's such a great surfer. She's improving a lot, especially with the added surfing that she's been doing with Luke Dillon and the support of the GB team. So yeah, this will be no matter what happens here, this will be a massive confidence booster. But if she can get over a really established illustrious opponent in the final and take her winners, yeah, it'll just kickstart her career massively.
Do you surf with them back home?
No, I don't do a lot, to be honest. No, I see them all down here. They're always travelling these days, but yeah, I haven't surfed with Alice.
Where do you surf back home?
I surf down in like North Devon, so down a place called Croyd, and the South Devon coast as well. So both coasts. Yeah.
Is it good?
It gets really good. Yeah, it's been good this winter. Had a really good run of waves. It's been it's been pumping. Yeah, it gets especially in winter. Yeah, it gets quality waves, good barrels, some reefs, some good points. It gets sizey, especially in winter. You get some big swells coming off those Atlantic storms. Same storms at the island hit that coast. So yeah, it's fickle. There's big tides, and there's you get these sort of little windows where it all comes together, and you've got to know it really well. Alice does more on the Welsh coast where there's really great waves, where some of the good surfers come from. So yeah, and it's a vibrant surf culture. So many surfers, so many people interested and love it. So yeah, it's a thriving scene, and it's just a matter of time before someone comes out and really shakes up on the world tour. We've got Lucas Skinner, the UK. I think they're saying he's probably the best generation of his generation, and it's probably one of the best surfers that's come out of that country in a long, long time. He's charging in Hawaii.
He broke his leg again, right?
Yeah, he's been injured, but he's in terms of what he can possibly achieve, it's going to be really interesting to see where he takes it. Obviously, his dad's multiple longboarding European champion, shaper, really, really good surfer, still ripping on the longboard scene. So yeah, he's got that pedigree. So it's a frothing, vibrant scene, and they'll all be supporting Alice right now, knowing that this is a huge, huge potential for her to make her mark on the European surf scene. At the moment, no one's really made much of a mark. We've put these finals out to 35 minutes, so they're longer to give surfers a bit more time. We're going to also have a 5-minute break in between the two. So it's there's plenty of time left, but both surfers within 5 minutes, and only Alice been able to catch a wave of no real import just yet. We'll see if Francisco Baselko, there she goes. So she pulls the trigger, a bit of a wobbly one. She hangs on. A bigger wave, almost a tube, it just comes out. So that wave just not cooperating. Sizey though. She took off late, a bit of bump, but yeah, it didn't run off the bank like she wanted to. Hands priority back to her opponent. What are the difference in styles here between these two? What are the strengths of each surfer, you reckon, Chico? What are they going to try and do, you reckon, in the final?
Well, I think if Alice wants to match Kika surfing, she needs to take the better quality waves of this heat from her, and by doing that, surfing a bit more on the power source, maybe risking a bit more. We saw her yesterday get a 783 with a big end turn, and I would like to see her going for like a big end turn to go into the 8s, Alice. In the case of Kika, just simplifying things and knowing that she doesn't need the best waves to do excellent numbers, and that she's ready to rumble. She's that good. She's so talented. And Kika has been on the scene for the last couple of years and improving so much, in my opinion.
Yeah, so there you go. Good breakdown of what each surfer needs to do. Alice, the underdog, in terms of rankings and probably experience. Francisca, more just knocking on the door of that CT kind of level. So that's where she wants to take her surfing, and has been one of the sort of form surfs all event, racking up some big numbers.
I think she can qualify, Kika.
Yep.
I think she's got everything that you need to qualify. So, as we see, Alice on a good-looking wave, man.
What? Yeah, she just kicked out. I think she saw that it was going to close out. She didn't quite, couldn't quite hang on to that one. Meanwhile, giving her opponent a little looking at this one. So Baselko driving down the line. There's one big turn and she goes down. So maybe a bit of nerves, just trying to find out this bank. There's a lot of power. There's a lot more push to these waves. So we'll see whether She's all right. Looks like that board's okay. She gets absolutely hammered. She doesn't mind the big stuff. What went wrong here?
Nothing. She had like a left coming towards her, and it was really hard to make that turn. She needed a lot more speed to overcome that section, but looks like it's getting harder right now, Ben. Looks like the distance between the takeoff zone and the end section is a lot closer, and there's a lot more size in this wave, so it's getting a bit difficult. Like every 5 minutes, it's getting more and more big on the inside.
Yeah, which means to do those final closeout turns, it's going to take a fair bit of technique and no small amount of bravery as well. So they're not a given. It's getting much more difficult to even do one-turn combos. You're right. So as you see that sort of dark cloud out the back too, that could be a bit of a squall coming our way. We've had a few of those come in and dump a bit of rain, a bit of wind, and then they just don't last long, but they cause a bit of havoc when they come in. So we'll see if she can get through that. At the moment, no surfer getting anywhere near the scores they need to make it happen. Just a couple of sort of low-scoring waves in and out, trying to find their feet. It's going to be a 25-minute, effectively, final now, which is what they've been doing all week, to be honest, so that won't rattle them. But they're going to have to reset and just start again. Veselko sort of a lot more to the south. Alice Barton sort of on the better takeoff position where most of the good waves have been ridden. That's where Jorgen got that last wave in his semi-final. So she's in a good spot. Just needs something to kickstart this final. Do you think with Francisco, I mean, that World Junior win, I mean, it's huge, isn't it? It's such a great thing and a great thing to have in your career, and you can always have it. But in some other ways, I find it could be, it's problematic in terms of just gives you a lot of expectation, doesn't it? You get a lot of extra, you know, pressure. If she'd come, you know, if she came second in the final, we'd never mention it. It's one of the, I don't know if it can be an actual positive for your career or something that sort of it's just constantly hanging around your neck. Hold that thought as we see Alice scratch into this one. Nice looking wave. It's an open face, and there's that big turn. Wow, can she hang on? Oh, she can't. So she bashed it, belted it. Luke was so close. There's the rest of the team GB. There's his little book. The old Dog Marsh, old school. Pen and paper. What do you reckon you wrote down there?
Exactly. Fall.
I mean, he's videoed it. Yeah, fall. Close.
You fall.
Almost made it, but didn't.
You fell on it.
You wrecked it.
Saw the wave and you fell.
Look at it there. It was a massive turn. She didn't hold back. Push. And she was doing fine at that. Last bit of energy came from behind her. Oh, it would have been a big score. She almost hung on there. Look at, she's fighting her toenails in the wax. Unfortunately for Barton, she just couldn't hang on. So, our men all at the back. Swooping turn from Veselko. Oh, and then she goes down as well. So both servers struggling to deal with the extra power that's coming in from this increased swell on the high tide as well. And just a few mistakes. That was a more unforced error. But she could have been a pretty good sort of start here, this wave, Chico.
Yeah, carve there. Winds up again, and she just lost control on the surfboard. Looked like a disengagement of the fins there, you saw. And yeah, just a bit of a fall for Kika Veselko.
Yeah.
Really slow final, man.
Yeah, both surfers failing to come to grips with it just yet. 22 minutes gone. It's all open for grabs. That last wave, I think Alice did a pretty good job. She was a big section. She went for it. She came really, really close to making it. Francisco's wave was a bit more of just a mistake. She just lost that rail work, and she'll be a little bit upset with herself for not capitalising. It might be one of those ones where it's just a low scoring heat. It's one of those things. It can be scrappy just because it's the finals. It's the way it ranks. You know, like we saw Francisco last year. She came on the Challenger Series. She came, ended up coming. She got a few results. She got a 9th at Bolito. She got a 17th at the US Open. So that's on the Challenger Series event. So right up there at the pointy end of the surfing. So this year. She's going to have another crack at it and go to Australia. Will be quite important, that first event of the year.
She was ranked, what, last year in the Challenge?
I think she ended up 19th.
Got it.
So not, you know, it was never, no, wasn't really
But
knocking
this
on the
year
door.
is 10, right? Girls. No, 7.
They're going to the CT. I think 6.
7.
From the CS to the CT.
Yeah.
If you say
it
so.
was 5, and there's 2 more.
Oh, events, you mean?
No.
Rankings.
Spaces.
Spaces, yeah, right. Okay, yeah, well, there's 7 spots up for grabs. So she didn't really get close to that last year, but had flashes of brilliance and showed that what she's capable of. Had a few injury concerns. I reckon this year comes in fighting fit. Had a great qualifying series run and potentially a win here if she can just get over the line, go in with new confidence. So, but that's all to play for. That's in the future. Right now, she's got. She won't be thinking about that. She's just thinking about trying to get 2 scores here, and you know, 20 minutes to go. No surfer been able to get any type of purchase in the heat so far. So, could even come down to 1 wave potentially. 1 good wave each could shift things. So, it's going to be tight. Alice with priority. We've had 15 minutes. Both got 3 waves. And neither surfer has been able to capitalise or get any good scores on the board. Here goes Barton, going to try and change that. So he drives down the line. It's a bit of a frothy wave and slow, and that's another mistake because that is a priority fail. It wasn't the wave she needed. And then just to rub salt in the wounds, right behind her, Vaselko takes off on a nice looking wave. First carve is nice. It's a little bit sticky on the second. She's hoping she's going to get another bonus section down the end, and she doesn't. So they're clapping more in expectation than hope. I just think she didn't connect with that second section. There was some points left on that wave. Again, her opponent hasn't been able to punish her in any way, shape or form, but Vaselko just not showing the normal sort of strength. She's got a little bit wobbly here. It's a nice first turn, Shicks, but then this next one, it all went a little bit iffy.
I don't know what happened. I feel like there's something on the board. I don't know. Maybe she's using a model that works better when it's a bit smaller, and now it has been a bit hard to hold the line on those maneuvers, or she just changed to a bigger board and she's having a bit of a trouble adjusting.
Yeah, I assume she's on the same board, but for whatever reason, I suppose the other option is that we're talking about she saw that lip and she's finding it hard to hit lip. Meanwhile, Alice Barton, she's going to have 1 more section here again, but hasn't got much speed, and again, didn't have the speed to hit that section, and now it's more chunkier. You're never going to go anywhere without that board speed, so she just goes back out. Almost a bit of a reset. That last wave was a 4 for Francisco, that last wave, so the best wave of the heat. I mean, at the moment, it's something. We're just hoping for a bit more fireworks than this. You know, both these surfers have been on fire all week. So it's one of those, you never know what the ocean's going to do to you, but they're out there. We've still got 18 minutes to go, so plenty of time for both these girls to try and get a purchase on this final and try and wrap up these 1,000 points. While they do that and reassess, we're going to go to a short commercial break and come back with more live action and the rest of the final of the Caparica Surf Fest right after this.
Na vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O milénio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milénio, aqui consigo.
It's good to try, even when something seems to make little sense. Put your weight on it. Make an impact in this world. Call everyone. Set ambitious goals and ask yourself, do you want to change surfing? Dare to test. Ride the future.
We are back for the final of the Women's Caparica Surf Fest for 2025. We've got Francisco Veselko, the local hope, up against Alice Barton. There's Alice. It looks like she may have caught a wave in that break because she's paddling back around, or she's running back around to the corner to use that rip to paddle out. So we might have had a bit of injection. Here it is, Chico. What happened? Talk us through it.
I think she got the best wave so far of these finals. So nice carve there. Another beautiful carving snap and blow of the fins and a 5-6-7.
Yep. So suddenly
Beautiful
that's what
surfing.
we need. Nice, smooth rail work. I finally identified a wave that allowed her to show a little rail work and a nice finish. Couldn't get the final sort of end section, mistimed it, but still enough to get 5.67. So hopefully that's going to be this kickstart of what we have. A bit of a bit more excitement in the last 15 minutes. It was a slow start. Waves just not quite turning up or identifying them. A few mistakes from the women, but now we're on. So Alice with a 5.67 as she goes out, motoring out through that river. You can see how quick you get taken out there, and using the ocean's force rather than go through that wave and try and re-establish herself in the lineup. That leaves Francisco out the back on her own, chasing a small score. The best waves are 4, and she's going to go again here. So, well, she's not. She looked at it, couldn't quite get over the lumps and bumps and humps. She's going to restart again. So this wave looks a little bit more cleaner on the face if she can get into it. She's paddling and she's up. So live action from Veselko. First turn back to the power source. It's a nice clean face. There's a bigger turn. Oh, and falls out of the lip. So she likes that. The fans like it. The brains trust all over it. And it was a meaty section and she fell from the lip and hung on. So only needing a small score to go into the lead. And yeah, I think she's going to get that because that was a pretty risky turn.
That turn was massive. Was super critical, super tight, and look at the bottom turn. Projects, bam. And the way she drove to out of the turn was massive as well, with a lot of speed, as we see now, Ben. Look at this. Ah, beautiful.
A little bit of airdrop as well, didn't it? Just had a bit of drama. She didn't really hit the lip because it was so thick, but she went up and then she was so vertical, well, not vertical, but still went through, and then the way she free fell out of the sky landed, and she gets a massive number, an 8.5. So pretty much all based on that second turn. So that is a huge number. And straight away, having Alice just get back in the game, she straight away comes back with a really, really big number, a wave and the excellent score. And Alice is now not out of it, but she's got some work to do. And for Veselko, she's got that. She's got the power. She's got the one turn, and she's done it. What do you think, Chico? You happy with that?
Yeah, massive turn. Excellent number, 8.5. So, yeah, Kika, yeah, she has been plugging away these big turns and big numbers all event. We got used to that, so we were quite confused until now because she didn't throw any excellent number until this moment. So stoked we see Kika plugging away.
Yeah, it was a good time to do it. 12 minutes to go, just after her opponent had got a pretty good wave, so it was always a good time to come back immediately and just throw a big number on the board. She's got an 8.5, so she's just trying to now back up a 4. And she hasn't got priority, so she's trying to sell this wave here. Looks like Alice is going to go, so Barton up and riding on the nice-looking right-hander. First turn is going to be pretty critical, and she's not going to get to it. Eventually she does, and that wave just petering out. So whether that was a bit of an experience, she saw Veselko eye it off, could have potentially maybe sold her that one. It was a bigger wave, but it just ran off and offered no scoring opportunity whatsoever. So she goes back out. She has to reset, restart. This is where you start to earn your stripes. You're 11 minutes away. You're in the final, but you're up against a surfer who is capable of some big, big turns. And, well, this is what she's got. This is one of the biggest turns we've seen all day. Got a big number.
Yeah, this was really impressive. Just the way she comes off the bottom and off the top really quick out of that turn. And the section she had in front of her was one of the biggest sections of all event.
Yeah, and 2 judges going up into 9-point range, so it was a meaty section. And yeah, she couldn't have timed it any better. If she'd went too late, she would, you know, the lip would have got her. If she went too early, it would have been a little bit soft. So she's, yeah, the timing was pretty much bang on, and she's gone over and free fall out of the sky for an 8.5 and one hand on that trophy. You see Alice Barton look on the inside. What's she got for us? Can she get back in the game? There's one big turn again. This time she rides out. Wasn't as impressive as the one she fell off on, but she did commit to it, and she will make that requirement of hers a lot lower. She only backing up a 1.43, so I don't mind that, Chico. Just get in, get a wave, try and improve your position and go back out next to the rip and give yourself, what, 7 or 8 minutes to try and, you know, get a really good score. The only problem is she gives her opponent a bit of time. But what do you think about this turn?
Well, I didn't love. I think the first one, as you said, was the one she needed. But she had the fall. But I think the first one she did was probably a I6 because it was really committed and really hard to make. But she's going for the...
Well, she got a 6.5 for that one. So even though she didn't, you know, fall out of the lip. So I reckon, yeah, her other one, if she made it, would have been, a lot
massive.
higher. So, yeah, judges, as ever, they have been rewarding commitment. She slid the fins out, she attacked it, and she's been rewarded. So now, hasn't got the lead, but she only needs a 6-point ride, so a much smaller requirement. So it's game on here, really close. There's only, you know, 0.3 of a point between the two surfers in the final. Vaselko has a slender lead. She's got priority. She's trying to improve on a 4, which she should be able to do, you'd think. Meanwhile, Alice Barton is just chipping away, making sure she's in the game, and still is in with a really good shot at this, with just on 9 minutes to go. So we could be looking in here for a pretty nice setup final for the last 8 minutes, Chico. It could be a one next wave kind of win scenario.
Yes, indeed. And she needs a 601, as you said. Isn't a big number, Ben. She can do that with one turn, one wave. And if Kika doesn't improve, of course.
Yeah, and we saw Jorgen Kuznets in that last semi-final. He stuck at it and stayed in it till the last 3 seconds of the semi and got it. Here goes Vaselko again, just biding her time. Little check turn. Drives off the bottom here. Tries to identify a big section.
Wow.
And she finds it and she rides out. And look at the crowd, they love that. So similar sort of turn, maybe with a bit more finesse and a bit more sort of fin waft than Barton's one. So that
7.5.
We're just talking about trying to improve on a 4, which is going to do that, isn't she? Yeah, I think it's going to go a little bit better than Alice's wave. So again, just sets this up. It's all about this finish, really. She identifies the section, compresses, and bangs it. So it never looked like falling off. Complete control.
She was smiling after the turn.
Wow.
Let's see the kick up. Looks like there's a good one.
Bit of a just... Whee! The old 360 dismount. Nice to see. Shows that she's enjoying herself. And having got an 8.5 for the wave previously, she's now starting to find a groove. We said this needed a bit of a spark. It was a slow first half of the final. It has since improved dramatically with both surfers getting some good waves, showing their talents, showing their form. There's a reason they're in the final. They've been the best 2 surfers all week. It looks like Vaselko, though, is just starting to apply the pressure. Just a bit more dynamic, a bit bigger sections. Judges still deliberating on that last one of hers. It's big sets out the back. Even more opportunity. I wouldn't write Barton off no matter what. She's still got time. And Judges taking the time though with this last wave of Francisca. It's kind of potentially in between Alice's last wave and her last wave in terms of the scale. So trying to get it right is going to be pretty important in terms of what Barton needs to get. And she'll want it. She'll want that score before she gets out the back ready for her next wave. She's motoring up the back to the pier there to try and get that conveyor belt back up. So the score's going to come in, as we suggested, kind of right bang in the middle of her wave and the last wave, a 7.5. Mum is nervous, so she shouldn't be. Now she's got an 8.5 and a 7.5. So suddenly, with that last hammer turn,
I had to wait the whole event to get a score right.
Yeah, it's taken a while. You've been well off the mark.
7.5.
Yeah, you did. You got that one, but it's been a while since you've you managed to get it right. But tell you what's getting it right, it's Veselko. She is absolutely now got a lock on this final. She's got a 16-point heat total. She's got a happy coach, but he's not counting his chickens just yet. Alice Barton now needing a 9.5. So a massive, massive number.
Let's not count her out.
No.
We know she's got the talent, skill to do it. So
yeah, absolutely. There's still 5 minutes, which is a lot of time at this right hand that's providing lots of opportunities. She's in position. She might even get 2 bites at the cherry. A 9.5 would be the best wave of the whole event, so it's not going to be an easy task. But again, we saw Kuzne do that in the last semi-final. Needed a high 8 and got a 9, so it's possible. She'll know that she's going to have to complete one of those big finishing turns and yeah, try and just get up to that excellent range, or alternatively get 2 waves in quick succession. But at the moment she's got some work to do. It's been Veselko just too strong, too powerful, Chico.
yeah, the heat started off slow, but then this was the first major score we had on this one, 5.67 for Alice. Really well surfed wave, 5.67 on this one. And then suddenly Kika, out of nowhere, just does this beautiful carve, waits for it, and welcome home, 8.5. So beautiful turn there by Kika to finish that wave off. Crowd is loving it. And Alice on the other end trying to answer back with this one, 6.5 on this one, and this was the 7.5. Beautiful carve, waits for the wave to build up, and bang, nice turn there by Kika, and really nice surfing there as well. So crowd is loving it. 3 minutes to go, and looks like Kika is going to win this one, Ben.
Well, yeah, she's in a very strong position. 3 minutes to go. She's got a massive heat total, and Alice Barton needing a 9.5, so a huge number. She would need the biggest wave. Sorry, the biggest wave. Well, that would help, but she'd need the best wave of the whole event in terms of a score. So she's under a lot of pressure. I mean, she's been an incredible run. The final, as we said, is one of her best career results, so won't be easy to accept just yet, but I reckon within a day or two she'll know that what she's achieved this week's going to be a really strong platform for the rest of her surfing career. But unfortunately, it's in terms of a final, she's done well. She's kept trying and she's done some big turns. Just that fall, she was so close to making it. That was probably quite pivotal. But she's still got time. 2.5 minutes on the clock. Stranger things have happened in surfing, and she's just patrolling that lineup, looking for one last right-hander that might deliver a score. But she's waiting. She, you know, needing a 9.5. She can't go anything. She has to wait for a good one, right, Chico?
Yeah, there's a lot of options, but for a 9.5, you really need to wait for a really good wave, as we see Kika here.
Kika trying to sell her that one.
Sold 2 waves already.
Yeah, she has sold her a couple of dummies. But right now, Barton trying to stay focused. I mean, eventually it's going to come down to the stage where she has to take off on something. will not take off on anything, but she's got priority. She's identified this one. This will probably be her last wave of the event. What can she do? So Alice Barton drives down the line. First turn's pretty crucial if she wants a big number. And she hits it. It's not going to be 9.5. She knows that. And that looks like it could be almost the end of it all. Francisco Veselko has already qualified for the Challenger Series. She's come out. She's surfed really, really well. And she's on the cusp of being the Estrella Galicia Caparica Surf Fest champion. 1 minute on the clock with priority. You can't see much going on here. Just this wave just never delivered, Chico.
Yeah, it looked like she was trying to hold her line there on the bottom turn, and the Finns were having a hard time to engage.
She knew she had to go. I mean, with the minute left on the clock, you haven't got a whole lot of options. You just got to hope that something pops up or you do something truly special, but it didn't work out that way. Kicker, she has looked really strong. She's been posted some of the biggest numbers of the whole event, all through the event, and now she's going to probably do a lap of honour. She lets that one go. 30 seconds on the clock. You're looking at your potential new champion of Caparica. Here she goes. So she looks at that one, can't get it. So now she's just wilding those seconds to go away as fast as she can. Still in position. This might be the one. Okay, so here goes Veselko. This is her last wave of the event. She comes around the corner. Nice first turn, the green, open face. She just waits. She knows she doesn't have to do anything. She just gives a clap. She gives her devil horns. And she's one stoked young woman, and so she should be. She smashed that final as she smashed every other heat. And there is your Caparica Surf Fest champion. You can see the smiles. Means a lot. Just the confidence going to that Challenger Series event in Australia in a couple of weeks. That's a trademark. She's so stoked. Shout out to Alice Barton, who performed really, really well and pushed her. But, you know, it means so much, these surfers. Just to all the work, all the training, all the hard yards, Chico. How does it make you feel, mate? Proud?
Yeah, I'm proud. Kika is a vicious competitor, really talented. She's in a role right now, and I think she can qualify for the city. So I'm happy for her, but I want more. I want more. I think the game starts in a few weeks, and I want to see Kika perform on the Challengers. That's where I want to see her with this smile and winning again.
Yeah, it's a beautiful thing to see. Someone happy, someone on the top of their game with a whole future ahead of her, and there's all her mates. Look what it means to them. It's not just doing it on your own. There's a whole support team behind all these surfers, family and friends, coaches, so many people, so many people that have helped her along the way. She's done all the hard work, of course, but you know, it's a stoked to see all her mates, as Mafalda down there helping her out. So yeah, she's getting cheered at the beach. Portuguese flag is flying on Costa de Caparica again, which is great to see. Portuguese surfing in safe hands. And there is one stoked surfer and one stoked Brains Trust. They're going to be partying tonight at Carcavelos and kick out. Yeah, what a win. Really, really impressive. She's so stoked. She's got the, I don't know what that, we need to find out about the trademark shaka or devil's horns. Oh, she puts down, there you go, gets a hug from her brother who surfed in the event and surfed well. Shock him. So yeah, it's just a great feeling to be a part of it all. And you can see the emotion, see how much it means to all the mates and her friends and family. So smiles all around, loads of hugs. And that's what surfing can be like. That's the, yeah, this is what winning means. You know, you see the losses and the heartbreak, but it all can be worth it when you, you know, you surf all week. And here she is. We got the winner of the Caparica Surf Fest 2025. She's getting last hug before Claudia grabs her, and here she is. Oh, one last hug, and here she can have a.
That was a quick one.
All yours, Claudia.
That's right. A lot of emotions here in Caparica with Kika celebrating, taking the win, coming from another win in Morocco, finishing up the year here in Caparica, winning at home. How does it feel?
It doesn't feel much better than this, for sure, finishing this season like this. Yeah, after last year, and being able to turn it around and start off the year like I wanted to in Morocco, and now winning here at home. In really hard conditions, Morocco was pumping, it was perfect, and then winning here in Caparica in really challenging conditions, that's what I've been working on. It's been something, well, like these are not normally my type of waves, and I've always struggled with hard waves, but apparently all the hard work's been paying off, and I'm really happy to take the win with the family, with the friends, and with the Portuguese crowd. I'm stoked.
Congrats, Kika. Really well deserved. Stood out the whole event. Back to the action in the water.
Okay, yeah, thanks, Claudia. That's a great little interview. She's so stoked to be doing it here amongst her friends and family. So awesome to see, awesome as we see all the little kids. So stoked the future of Portuguese surfing. He's looking pretty safe, and we'll get to see her on the podium after this. We're going to go in to the men's final, Thomas Debier, Jorgen Kuzenet. Before we do that, though, we're going to go to a short commercial break. And we're going to come back with the final heat, the final of the Caparica Surf Fest 2025 is coming your way. Don't go anywhere, folks. The surf's pumping. We go after this.
Na vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O milénio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milénio, aqui consigo.
It's good to try, even when something seems to make little sense. Put your weight on it. Make an impact in this world. Call everyone, set ambitious goals, and ask yourself, do you want to change surfing? Dare to test. Ride the future.
Welcome back to Costa de Caparica. We are in the final of the Caparica Surf Fest for 2025. We've got swell, we've got waves, we've got the two best surfers of the event, Thomas Debier, Jorgen Kuzenet. We've got two Portuguese stars of the sport in the booth, Chico Alves, Jose Ferreira, and I think we can expect some fireworks. Right, I'm going to put you on the spot, Chico. Who would you say who's going to win? Who would you back to win this final? Hold that thought as we see Kuzenet straight up and into it. 1 minute on the clock, and he does his first wrap around, drives off the bottom. There's another tight arc, and a third, kicks the fins out, and straight away, well, we didn't have to wait long. Kuzenet sets the mark up, pushes that turn. Is that going to cloud your judgment about who do you think's going to win this one? Chico, who you backing? If you were a betting man.
I'd have to bet. I would go with Jorgen.
Right.
But if the odd is not paying well, I would go with Thomas.
Right, okay. What about
yeah, I feel like Jorgen is going to be really hard to beat. You know when you have those hits where you dodge a bullet, like the one he did previously, it means something. It means like you've got the energy on your side, the mojo is going your way, and he kind of like dodged a huge bullet with 10 seconds to go and made his best score so far. So I believe he's feeding off of that energy and that confidence that everything is going to go his way again.
Yeah, but he's up against this man here, Thomas Debier, who, Jose Ferreira, I think I might know who you think's going to win. Who are you going to back? You've been backing this man since the start, haven't you?
Exactly. I'm backing him
since day one.
Also because Jorgen, you know, he's four times European champion, obvious. I'm rooting for him to get in the CT. That's what I'm rooting for. This guy, Thomas Debier, I'm rooting for him to build his confidence and to get there on that Challenger Series contest and do well there, perform there well, raise the European and the French, in this case, flag right up there.
Can he actually qualify if he wins? He can't, no he can't qualify. But he, this is his first ever final, so he's already made a milestone in his surfing career in terms of making, getting into that all-important final after, I think he said himself, he's had 5 semi-finals where he'd fallen short. So even that's a big mental boost, and he's been the form surfer. I think if he went through and added up the average heat totals, he would have the highest average heat totals of any surfer in the event. He's been so consistent, so he's on a roll. But as you say, he's up against Kuzane, who you just can't put him out. No matter where you've got him, no matter what position he's in, he's still dangerous. That last semi-final, he needed an 8-point ride with 10 seconds to go.
Yeah, that's pretty big. But you know, that's a huge mental effort to like be needing an 8 and then actually do it. It takes a lot of energy. We have...
Yeah, here he goes. Kuzane again, frothy section, big first turn, lays back, drives down the line, clicks it off the top, and late to that third one. So just probably a mistake there, a rare one. A 6.83 for his first wave, so solid. He was just trying to back it up quickly, and if he'd managed to get that third turn in, he may have done that. Unfortunately, just a little bit late to it, say.
Yeah, beautiful first turn here, and look how this wave mounts up for him. It's really good wave selection, super solid turn, just quite a bit late for that last maneuver, but he's so solid at the moment, super dangerous. Look at that, that's proper CT level. Oh no, he had a 6.83.
Yeah, he
for that first.
He was really close there. Meanwhile, Thomas Debier, he's going for it. There's a big layback hack. Only one turn though, but he likes it. So matching power with power. Both got laybacks in their locker as a pretty important part of their repertoire. But Thomas just seen get back in the score. What do you think about this? Look at that nice green section. Nice first turn save for error.
Yeah, he had that beautiful carve, and then nice. He covered a lot of varia, which, you know, judges like, and everyone likes actually when you cover, when your surfing has a lot of amplitude, right?
Yeah, he rings it round there and then brings it right round, just buries the rail, but still with style. So yeah, really impressive technical turn. Bit of old school, bit of new school, and he's just, the more powerful the surf gets, the more powerful his turns get, and it's going to be ding dong. This is great. Within 7 minutes, we've already sort of seen both surfers just say, you know what, we're going for this. We ain't going to hold back. Still got enough energy. All the training, all the work they've been doing over the last 6 months. Now it's all about this final, trying to just amp up those weary bones and make real electricity happen. And I'm backing these two guys to push each other all the way for the next 28 minutes to see who is going to be the champion of the Caparica Surf Fest for 2025.
And both of them are actually, they're competing for France, but both of them didn't grow up in France, right? Thomas Debier coming from Guadeloupe, if I'm not mistaken, and Jorgen La Réunion, I think.
Yeah, he's from Reunion Island, you're right. So 2 island boys. Thomas still lives over there. Kuzane has moved to Hossegor. I mean, he kind of was forced to, really, because of the shark situation at home. Surfing was banned in his home country. That's since been lifted. But yeah, a good 8 years back at home. He spends a lot of time in Bali these days as well. Goes there to recharge and reinvigorate his surfing and his social life. So Kuzane, he's, you know, as you said, he's just been on a roll. That Moroccan victory, I think, flicked a switch. Now to come into Portugal Really, really on fire. The score's dropping, so a 6.83 and a 5.4 for Kuzane, the surfer in blue, and we've still got a score to come in for Thomas, but I think they're going to be really, really tight.
Yeah, and judges rethinking the scale for this final, and well so, because these guys will just, they won't leave anything in the bucket for this heat. So you really have to pay attention to the scores you're giving, because yeah, the fireworks will definitely come out.
Yeah, it's going to be tight. These two, I think, going to push themselves up into the excellent range, you'd hope. Plenty of time, plenty of waves, surf's cracking. And there, just Thomas, yeah, waiting for the score. They're taking their time on this one,
Yeah,
the judges.
exactly. I think, you know, a bit of a comparison between that last one from Thomas, maybe the last one from Jorgen, maybe even his first one. But you know, early stages in this final, so judges, you know, I'd rather judges take their time and you know, set a scale between them for the rest of the heat, rather than, you know, quick score then doesn't really match at the end. Obviously, they can then overcompensate in the following waves. That happens. You know, I don't think that's really talked about, but I think that that does happen. You know, when at the end you need to compensate. Judges need to compensate for something. I actually think they're fair in that.
Look at this, Chico, split screen. Talk us through it. So this is the direct comparison.
First turn of Jorgen better, more explosive off the top. Second one better as well.
Different. Wouldn't say better.
Oh, okay, but with a fall. So Thomas's completion gets a 6.9. Jorgen gets a 5.4.
You can see that there's a bit of a battle here, right?
A battle.
Yeah, like Zé is a bit like
he's
pro Thomas.
No.
I was actually being pragmatic, as you can actually see there.
We've got no favourites here, Chico. No
Okay,
favourites
thanks.
here. But I think you just got it wrong again, mate. And Kuzane, 5.4. I tell you what, if he'd made that last turn, Chico, if he'd made that last turn, it would have been a different story. He would have been right up above. But tell you what, so right now there's just 24 minutes to go. We've had 10 minutes of this final, and there's, what, 0.17 of a point between them. So it's really, really close. Thomas Debier just with a slender, a tinier advantage, but you just know that that's not going to last. These two are going to, you know, I think those split screens might be coming in handy, because I think we might be comparing these two and their different styles. There's some similarities, but some differences as well.
Yeah, I'd say that's exactly what the judges were looking at. They have all those tools to actually compare waves, go back, you know, slow motion, fast motion, whatever they want. So they can take their time. And Thomas now.
Thomas up and riding. Nice first vertical slash, then comes down the end. There's that layback snap again. Bit of shampoo. As the hair comes, the French quarter like it. Frederic Robin, his coach, supporter, helping out. He's pretty stoked. Enzo Cavallini as well, also from Guadeloupe. So he's just so consistent. I can't remember him making a mistake,
really.
all week.
He hasn't fall and he's going for it. Look at this, you know, hard section. And although Jorgen opened up better than him, that's just like aggressive surf movie surfing.
Yeah, right in the lip. The fin's busted out. We never looked like losing it. Had control the whole way through. Even though it was risky and aggressive and powerful. And it's got him a 7.5. So a big number again. So he's just chipping away. He's improving each and every wave. First wave 5.5, second wave 6.9, third wave 7.5. That's what you want to be doing in a final. You want to keep building and keep peaking at the right time. The best surfers in the world always peaked at the right time.
Exactly.
That was, you know, the key to all those, the Fannings and the Kelly Slaters. You know, their key was always just peaking throughout the event and then building in the final.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about Jorgen, because he had that, you know, huge effort, mental effort, physical effort in the last heat against Hito, the dying seconds. So, you know, that moment requires a lot of energy, and that could be also called the peak. But then again, if you look at Morocco, he peaked in every heat. So
yeah, he did. The last wave in the dying seconds.
Yeah.
The best wave of the event. So you're right. And he did it in the last heat. He's you know, they're super fit. Trains really hard. Kuznet always has. Yeah, he's in well in touch. Now netting a 7.57, which for these two guys is about an average score really. They've been elevating the scoring all throughout the week, so he won't be too rattled about the scoreboard pressure. Still needing, you know, a good wave, but nothing crazy. As we see Thomas speaking going crazy. Woo! So tell you what, we're going to take a short commercial break. When we come back, we've got 20 minutes of the final of the Caparica Surf Fest to come. Stay tuned, folks. The surf is pumping, and these guys are ripping.
Na vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O Milênio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milênio, aqui consigo.
It's good to try, even when something seems to make little sense. Put your weight on it. Make an impact in this world. Call everyone, set ambitious goals, and ask yourself, do you want to change surfing? Dare to test. Ride the future.
Welcome back to the final of the Australia Galicia Caparica Surf Fest for 2025. Two Frenchmen battling it out in the wild and woolly waves of the Atlantic. Thomas Debier so far has the jump with a 14.4 heat total. Jürgen Kuznet in second, chasing a 7.57. I've got a question for you, Chico Alves. Did we just see this wave was ridden in the break? And it's Debier fanging down the line.
Wow.
So smooth, and then a big finish again. Does he hang on? Of course he does. So we'll see if that's going to count. Yeah, the scores come in, so maybe that wasn't a completion. As you see out the back, Kuznet, oh, that wave looked good. He just held back though at the last moment. Saw it was closing out, couldn't get underneath it in time. Just disappeared from the face of the earth, isn't it? Yeah, my question to you is if you could have, if you form the best surfer, take Kuznet and Debier, meld them into the ultimate surfer, what would you take from each surfer to make the ultimate Debier-Kuznet crossover? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean, but the thing is that in many ways their styles is really similar, so it'd be really hard for me to choose. But like air game from Jürgen.
Right, you're taking Jürgen's air game. Right, what are you putting in for Debier?
Afonso is back after his bit of
had a back injury this morning in the free surf. Yeah, it's good to see him back on the beach. We're not quite sure.
He looks okay.
Yeah, he looks okay. So he's looks okay for now, and that's good news to have Afonso back on the job. And we are about to see where are we going to go with it. So you got Kuznet's air game. You've got what, Debier's layback.
Yeah.
Let's see if he's got it here. This is real live action. This is first turn is a vicious vertical stab. The second one's a roundhouse. He's winding up. Third's a nice little pocket slash, and he's still not done yet. Oh, there's another one. He is feeling it. He's doing the Wolverine. He's... Don't know what's that mean?
That's a new sign, actually.
That's like a no. Don't score it.
I think that's like a Macarena.
Yeah, maybe he was just dancing a bit, releasing pressure.
Well, I'll tell you what, releasing pressure, Thomas Debier is just absolutely on a tear. I'm going to get the Debier camp, say Ferreira, to talk me through that one, because every sort of turn just kept... He gained more momentum, more speed, and then finished it off. So talk us through it.
Yeah, and it isn't hard. It is very hard against Johan Cousinet. Super powerful, you know, just diversity in 2 turns and then another slash, and doesn't shy out in that turn. So might be his best wave. But look at this beautiful bottom turn, super vertical, a lot of water. You know, that's what you want to see. This really characterizes European surfing at its best. Beautiful. Yeah, gouging slash, and then bam.
He started off with intent. That first turn was just like, righto, I'm here. I'm still doing the old Macarena. Yeah, so
it's been a long day for everyone.
Yeah, it's been a long day. It's been a long week, but it's still warming up. Cousinet's going to fight back. Don't worry about that. Here he goes. Just puts his feet on the back of the board to regain control. Little swoop turn. Now he's seeing something down the line. And there's a trademark massive layback snap. So that was huge. He just says, well, I'll give you Macarena and I'll raise you a massive layback snap. So these two going hammer and tong. Awesome surfing. 2 big numbers to drop, you think. That's the thing about Cousinet. He always fights back, always stays in touch. And this wave, Chico, it was all about this last turn.
Yeah, just a setup carve, and the layback was huge. Look at this. We saw a big number being dropped for João-Maria Mendonça this morning for a layback similar to this. But this one, I think it was even better.
Well, he had that full fin release, didn't he, on that one with a layback, and he never looked like losing it. So it was controlled, it was powerful, it was radical, and it's got himself back in the game. A 6.93 was the score for Thomas's last wave for that turning combo. So again, judges contrasting sort of multiple turns versus one big explosive maneuver. Traditionally, throughout the course of the event, the one big turn has been getting bigger points, and he's got an 8.23 for that wave. So a huge number from Cousinet, and that's moved him into first. So it's really, really tight. Thomas Debier chasing a 7.57 now. So that's how quick things can change. One big turn, and he's got himself up into the lead. So, yeah, that was really, really powerful, really, really exciting. Judges liking it. And now Debier, maybe for the first time in the whole event, is chasing a score.
Yeah, and not a huge one. Was kind of what Johan was chasing before this last one, his last one. 8.23 for that one turn. So, yeah, judges really, you know, sending that clear message like,
do one
okay,
turn.
You can
if you do one more than one turn,
you can do 2 turns.
But if you do more than 2,
you can do 2 amazing turns.
You gotta go into the force.
If you do 1 amazing turn, we'll give you 1. No, but that wave from Johan was, you know, a lot of risk, completely, you know, like super radical. And truth is, you don't see that every heat. Thomas Debier's surfing is beautiful and very strong and solid, really on the rail. But, you know, I think throughout this contest we have to be fair. Judges really have been sending that message, right? You have, if you risk it, if you go big, you'll be rewarded.
Yeah, they've been consistent in that regard. And now, let's tell you what, it's set up so well. Still just half a point between them. Cousinet out in front now with an 8.23, 6.83, and Debier needing a 7.57. So it's going to be, you know, and there's still 12 minutes left. You can get scores in any odd number of different ways. but they're out there in position, and it's going to go down to the wire this. I don't think it's going to be hard to separate these two incredible surfers. The way they've been going about their business all week just means that big scores are inevitable. It looks like Debier is going to go again. Nice little double up this wave potentially. Starts to get through the soup. Nice first turn. And there's a big layback. Just lacking the flair, though I'd say if Kuznet's one, he likes it. And as we see, Kuznet right behind him, so they're just going for it wave for wave. And there's that two-turn combo, and that one, he likes it. So again, just a difference in styles. Kuznet just managing just to go a bit more aggressive. Oh, actually, I'm going to ask you first, Chico. Thomas's wave, we saw that second turn, but it was nice, it was good, but I think it just lacked a little bit of risk, perhaps. We'll see the replay, see what you think. He likes it, Kuznet. So he hung on there. This is this one, though. We'll talk to you first, Chico. What do you think about this?
Beautiful tight carve and then the blow of the fins there on a really tricky section. So I think Jorgen will improve on this one. I really enjoyed this second turn. This second turn was massive.
Wow, that was a really good combination in a short space of time, wasn't it? We'll compare that to Thomas, who had to work harder for his. It was a bit of a frothy wave, but here he goes. He just hit it. I mean, that's still a great turn as well. Lay back, fins out the back. Just maybe not his meatier section, but he's going to get a big number. So these two guys are absolutely delivering here in Costa de Caparica. Big numbers, incredible surfing, explosive, and really, really tight. So Debier came out. Only one of them's going to get that winner's trophy, though, and there it is down there on the beach. The Caparica Surf Fest on the mantelpiece. Kuznet's already got the European qualifying series trophy. Let's see if he can come home with another one. I think that excess baggage could be a bit of an issue if he's flying home. But he's ready to roll, and there's some numbers dropping in for Thomas. Again, judges taking their time.
I feel that Thomas may suffer a bit from that Joel Parkinson's curse, where he made everything look so easy. And yeah, we can reflect that in the scores.
Well, a massive number drop for Thomas Debier, an 8.27. Okay, that's huge. And then right behind him, literally the next wave, Kuznet drops a 9.10. We said it was just a little bit more dynamic, Chico, a little bit more aggressive, and the two-turn combo was done, you know, really smoothly. So the judges loving it, and so suddenly Kuznet now starting to get a tiny bit of breathing room. I mean, in most other situations, a 15-point heat total, or almost 16, would be enormous. But in this case, Kuznet's got a 17.33. So Debier, despite surfing really well, posting some huge numbers, now needs 9.07. And with 9 minutes on the clock, he's totally able to get that, the way these two guys are going for it. Bit of a squall coming in, which might not help his cause, potentially. But what's he got to do differently, Zay? He's going in up in an excellent range, but to get a 9, you've got to go even more. Does he have to do anything differently or change his approach?
I would say two things. One, wave selection. Obviously, having a wave that allows him to do like two big turns, one after the other, will definitely make a difference. But then I would just add a bit more pizzazz, you know, a bit more expression, a bit more drama, which isn't typically his style because he's that smooth, you know, just beautiful surfing. But, you know, you can never forget that when you're surfing against someone, you're surfing in the eyes of the judges in comparison to one another. And so Jorgen is, you know, super sharp, super explosive, and very expressive. And so Thomas, you know, can do something big in bigger sections. I think that would help his cause.
Yeah, it's a good point. You're saying he's so smooth, and sometimes that not count against you, but it means that you know, you're so technically unflawed that it all looks so great and so smooth that it maybe the risk isn't rewarded as much. Kuznet is a bit more ragged, a bit more dynamic, and at the moment that approach is paying off with a massive 9.1 and 8.23. It's storm. Again, a flurry of weather and wind comes in and just causes a little bit of havoc. It tends to last about, well, 5 minutes max, not even. So And the surfers just have to ride it out. Only 7 minutes to go in the heat. So we're going to have a heat recap. I'll get Chico Alves to talk us through it because it's been pretty amazing, this final.
Yeah, fireworks, this final. This was Debier 827, I believe. So big turns and big scores for both of them. This was the answer back from our surfer in blue, Jorgan. Huge layback here, massive, blows the fins out, and really technical and really hard to do turn. 823 on that one. We see Pierre Martin there. And this, sorry, was the 827 with the layback at the end. Big section, and he was able to get up there in time and apply the pressure. So, yep, and this best wave of the heat so far. Big carve and an explosive last maneuver here on this end section for a 910. So, impressive stuff there.
Tell you what, that heat recaps, as you see, live action, Thomas Debier. Oh, just for the first time, well, you say it's too smooth and showing a bit of drama. There was a bit of drama there, but just got unseated by the bumps from this squall. But that heat recap was like some type of highlights package, wasn't it? Just 4 massive numbers coming in, big turns, big layback snaps, bit of variety. But Debier here, for the first time, he said, haven't made any mistakes. And just here, just got some chop, wind, squall, a bit of rain, just making life a little bit difficult on the face. He has he's handed the priority back to his opponent, Kuzane. We've just done 5 minutes to go of the final. There's still going to be fireworks here. There's no way in the world this is just going to peter out. Thomas knows he needs a massive number. He's going to go again here. So Thomas Debier with a bit of speed, and that way he's not going to do it. So he's just to maintain a bit of composure here. There's no way this is done and dusted. He needs to get out and just identify that wave that works best. You see the rain falling down now. The sun still trying to poke its way through. So it's yeah, it's been such a contrasting day of wind and weather and waves. And now we've just got 4.5 minutes to go before it all wraps up for this year at least. The final event on the European WSL qualifying series. We've locked and loaded the women's final winner. That was Francisca Veselko. We've locked and loaded the European champion. That was Jorgen Kuzane. And now we've just got one thing to decide. And that's the winner of this event in the men's division. And it's come down to Kuzane and Debier. Kuzane in first, trying to improve 8.23. Thomas Debier, the form surfer of the event for us, now chasing a 9-point ride. Are we going to see a twist in the tail, Ferreira? Do you think something can happen here?
I would love to be honest. Who doesn't love an underdog? And in this case, Thomas is in that position. And lost the priority there. Jorgen could be a mistake, could be an indicator of that twist.
Yeah.
At least strategically.
Yeah, and there's a swap over, so priority. So sometimes those little things can go in your favour. And he's just got that. A rare mistake from Kuzane, especially at this stage of the game, to hand over priority to his opponent with 3.5 minutes left to go of the final. Now, Debier will get the chance at least to choose his wave. That squall has just gone past through again quickly, as they do. And it just settles down again. Try and find a bit of clean water.
And truth is, the 9.1 from Jorgen was really like one big layback turn, right? So that's all Thomas needs. He doesn't need like the best wave of the day in terms of quality. Doesn't need. That's what he needs. Like what he needs to basically destroy one big section.
Yeah, exactly. And a 9-point ride is possible by doing that, especially the way he's been surfing. So powerful and so strong. So he'll identify that. It doesn't have to be, yeah, you're right, it doesn't have to be a long runner. See Frederico Robin. He's in the Debier side, so he's just holding his breath, trying to will in away from out the back. He'll be super happy with the way he's performed. Meanwhile, Kuzane takes off without priority and just jumps off there. So that's not going to be a counter. He leaves Thomas out on his own. 2.5 minutes to go. It's in his first ever final of the QS in his career. So it's already been, you know, an incredible week and a great confidence booster. But he's still got time to go that next step and win a trophy for the first time in his career. He's got 2 minutes to do it. He's got a massive total he needs to achieve, a 9.07, and he's running out of time. But he's still out there. He's still in the mix. And we saw with Kuznets in the last heat, 5 seconds to go, he pulled it off. So it's possible.
Exactly. So hard to beat. So hard to beat throughout the whole contest. You know, he's so ready to qualify. It's, I think he's definitely like the most informed European surfer, more well-positioned to qualify because, you know, just the fact that he's winning this final after all that effort due throughout this week, it's crazy. And he really adapted to each one of his opponents, each one of his heat's requirements and conditions. So, you know, airs, laybacks, carves, top turns, cutbacks, floaters. He really has it all, and I'd love to see him perform in good waves because he's a big guy, right? And
yeah.
He's good in barrels as well.
And he's been motivated. You know, he already had the Challenger Series rankings. He was leading. He was already, you know, a lock for that. And he won the European Champion Trophy. So there's not, I mean, you know, there is plenty to play for this prize when there's points. But yeah, the fact that he's just stayed so on point, so focused, so motivated, as you said, Zay, is a real testament to the way he goes about his business. And he's about 30 seconds off winning again here. He's won here before, so Caparica has been good to him. He's now just getting back out near his opponent. Thomas is hoping for one more opportunity. You see this wave, just a bit deep for that one. So that's the sake of, you know, just 1 metre off being in the position. That's how tight it is. 20 seconds now. Chasing a big number. He's going to have to go anything he can get his hands on. His arms will be burning. His legs will be tired. Mentally, it's tough, you know, coming back from this position.
Yeah, that's it for him.
And looks like that's it. So 5 seconds on the clock. It looks like we have a new winner. The Caparica Surf Fest 2025. That is Jorgen Kuznets, arms aloft. He is stoked. He's a European champion. He's a Caparica Surf Fest champion as well. And yeah, he's been incredible. Just today's highlights have been amazing. And they're good friends, they're good mates. Good to see those two give each other a hug. And Chico, he's just been too good all day.
Yeah, he's been too good all week.
Yeah, he's just been too good, too strong.
Yeah, and great win there by Jorgen. Can't wait to see what he can do on the Challengers. I believe Jorgen is the type of surfer that deserves to qualify for the CT. And yeah, he's got the level, he's got the talent, so can't wait to see.
Yeah, well, couldn't be better preparation. He's come here, he's won the last 2 events he surfed in. One in Morocco, he's won here. So he'll travel to Australia for the Burton Pro, the first Challenger Series event in June. He's going off in 2 weeks to acclimatise and get ready. So he could not have done any more in terms of preparation. He'll go in with so much confidence. It's another step up, but he's ready for it. Surfed in the CT in Peniche, so he got that experience against the best. So right now, this is peak Kuznets. He's in the form of his life. And it's great to see it unfold here in Costa de Caparica. And with massive numbers as well. You know, 9.1, 8.23. You got a 9-point ride in the last one. See the disappointment, the tiredness on Thomas Deviere. He couldn't have done much more. A big heat number. But it has been incredible to watch. And there's your champion. He's going to come in, have a chat, get cheered up the beach. Going to go down and hand him his trophy on the presentation. Leave the rest of the post-show in the capable hands of Chico Alves, Zay Ferreira, but he's one stoked individual, and I'm stoked for him.
Yeah, Jorgen, what a show! What a show he's put on, and Thomas Debier, he has to be proud. He surfed a beautiful event, super high-scoring heat, super smart heats as well. And look at this. This is the face of relief, face of someone who's truly happy.
Yeah, Jorgen is truly happy, and he did such a good job on this event. Surfed really well all week, and I just felt that when you dodge a bullet like he dodged on the previous round on the semis, on the last 10 seconds to get the 8.7, it's impressive. So a well-deserved win for Jorgen, and just surfing too well and too powerful, right?
For sure. Always good to see the finalists coming off the water. No, these guys are friends. Both amazing surfers, both big guys. They're not, they're both kind of tall and heavy. And here we go. That fair play that we well know from the top European surfers. It's one of the best things I would say about European surfing is just some, good values that come into play when you're in competition, and that's something we should be proud of. Rather, it's not just the surfing that counts. You can see Jorgen being carried by his coach and his runner-up, Thomas Desbières. And yeah, we have a happy champion, and we see Claudia there indicating the way. She's conducting the party here.
As we see, Thomas looking a bit tired there, but as we see, both of them teammates on Sorus.
Yeah, exactly. They have a lot of in common. These guys actually, both competing for France, but both not originally from France. And it looks that we're going straight away for an interview. That well-deserved hug, and go for it, Claudia.
And what a way to wrap up the day with both French surfers with massive scores fighting for this final. Jorgen, it was a long week. Hard work pays off. Not only being the European champion and now taking the win here in Caparica. How does it feel?
Wow, what a year it's been. The last 3 contests, 3 final. Couldn't be happier. Just thanks everyone for all the support. I have so many people to thank. I would say Yann Martin, Keo, which is Julien, Vincent Primel, all my friends at home watching, Hugo, Dimitri, Raph, Cédric, tout le monde. Je vous aime les frérots. J'avais dit que si je gagnais, on rentrait à la maison, on sortait le jerrycan de bière. C'est parti mon kiki, je suis trop content. À la presse conférence, j'ai vu le trophée, je me suis dit, il irait bien à la maison celui-là, donc ouais, je suis content. Super bien surfé Thomas, coup pour coup, comme avec Ramzi en finale à Tarazout. Ils vont jamais me laisser surfer tranquille. So yeah, I'm happy, really happy with this final, and can't wait. Of course, sorry for the people watching in English. So yeah, I said I was really happy. Every time I'm surfing in a final, it's always hard. I'm always surfing against great surfers, putting 8s and 9s. The last contest I did in Tarazout was with Ramzi, and we went all in, 9 after 9 after 9, so it was crazy. And Thomas surfed the event really well, and couldn't be happier to be with a teammate, a French guy. So yeah, just over the moon. It's a good start of the year.
Congrats. And that's it for today. Now back to the post show. Stay tuned for the awards right next.
Thank you, Claudia. Nice one. Always beautiful to hear these first moments of release and joy and happiness, and so much go down for these victories to happen. So much in the making. And we are in the making of another break. When you come back, we'll have the post show. Stick with us.
Na vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O Milênio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milênio, aqui consigo.
It's good to try, even when something seems to make little sense. Put your weight on it. Make an impact in this world. Call everyone, set ambitious goals, and ask yourself, do you want to change surfing? Dare to test. Ride the future.
Welcome back. It's a wrap for the Caparica Surf Fest 2025. Wow, that's been quite a day, quite an event, quite a week. You know, good waves, good weather, good surfing, both from men and the women. Sheik, what are your main highlights from the day?
Well, highlights is always just the quality of the waves we had for the finals day today was impressive. I really thought it was going to be a hard day for them. And we had excellent scores. We had Jorgen win and Kika. And I think they deserved to win. They were the standouts of the whole week. And it was great to see Thomas as well, De Bière on his first final, and Alice Barton as well. So 2 surprises there. And a great day of surfing, that's for sure.
That's true. Yeah, we've been having, you know, this was a special event with a lot of surfers that don't usually go so much, you know, so in front in the competition. We had Italian surfers, Israeli surfers, you know, surfers from the Netherlands, Dutch. Then obviously in the end, we had the French final and the Portuguese against English. But at the end of the day, you know, great surfing happening during the whole day and another great event.
Yeah, it was really consistent the whole week. The forecast, we had some days where we thought, well, the wind is going to affect, the rain is going to affect. And at the end of the day, we had amazing waves every day. And we had moments where the waves were actually really, really fun.
Yeah, we had showers as well in terms of weather. But for sure, Jorgen Cousinet and Kika Veselku were the ruling surfers of this event. You know, if you look at their road to the final, you know, they had good scores, bold strategies. They were up against super informed surfers. For instance, Ido had that semi-final with Jorgen. He was definitely one of the standouts of the day. But Jorgen here, as we can see, a bit of his road to the final. And he could really, you know, discover the situations and go around them in order to get to that final.
Yeah, it's just the way he can just get excellent numbers under his belt. He's really good at that. He's used to post some big numbers, and he understood how he can surf to his best and to get big numbers. And the waves we've seen today from him were just another glimpse of what we are going to see on the Challenger Series. And I think he's right up there with the best in the world, and hopefully we can see him on the city anytime soon with turns like this.
For sure, I definitely hope so. We're all, twisting our fingers for him to qualify. It's been more than time for him to do so. He has everything a CT surfer needs. And we are rooting for him, obviously, as fellow Europeans. Because look at this surfing, this is reference surfing everywhere in the world. So if you're starting to compete, or if you want to, look at this. This is what you should work for, and maybe also get a coach like that. It's a recipe for success, that recipe is working, and this was in the final. That was his, not his best wave, but his second best wave. And the runner-ups team. And Yves Casson there taking Jorgen Cousinet. That will come down in the history books as ever. And just great surfing, great scenes from Jorgen Cousinet. And we also had a great run from Kika Veselku. She had a lot of great heats, a lot of great surfing, really bold strategies, and look at her. She just looks very in form.
Yeah, Kika is surfing really well the whole event. And just excellent numbers. 7.5827. Sorry, this was the scoreline of the men's final. But yeah, she started off slow the final, but then she was able to do some big numbers and her best surfing in the final. So incredible performance here by Kika. Kika won in Morocco, won in Costa. So impressive stuff from her. Alice Barton, though, she wasn't too behind on that final, but Kika taking that final away with a bit of experience and showing off her power, her commitment, and her desire to win. And this was the wave I'm talking about. This was 827 and a beautiful turn under the lip there. And great stuff there by Kika in the final. And Kika is just that powerful, and she's really precise.
Yeah, it was really about, powerful surfing against smart surfing in this final. Alice has also been, she's also a big standout in this heat. You can see the Portuguese flag, and this is also a great team. Rodrigo Souza and Kika, Renan Greenville and Jean Veselk taking her. She's, the same as Jorgen. She's super well positioned to qualify to the CT. We'll have a great European representative, both in the boys and the girls. So yeah, I think we have big chances of qualifying both men and female for the CT next year. That's what we want to see. We're super excited to see how the Challenger Series is going to go, because this circuit, the European circuit, it's a really good preparation site for the Challenger Series.
Yes, indeed. And on the women's side, so we have European champion Tia Zabrowski. She's not here, but she won the title. And then Jorgen on the other side. But as you said, European circuit is an amazing platform for them to qualify for the Challenger. And then the ultimate goal, of course, the CT. So, it has been an amazing experience to see how the shifting of the rankings as well. It has been really hard for some surfers to crack that top 7 to top 10. But at the end of the day, the good ones always perform, and they are there on the Challenger Series on this case. So it has been a pleasure to watch this season unfold.
Yeah, for sure. And both this event and the Moroccan event was a real standout, you know. Not just from the perspective of the competition, but for everyone. I think everyone was super excited to see that much good waves, that many good scores, and we finished off with a cherry on the cake with this event. You know, it wasn't as good as Morocco in terms of conditions, but truth is, you know, we can't complain. We had waves all week. We had, you know, the same bank all week, so surfers could really get, you know, in tune with that little peak. And yeah, I think we really had great conditions. Truth is, like when you go, you know, to some QSs in Australia, beginning of the year, waves are super small. In Europe, we always got good waves.
Yeah, we always have powerful waves, and we always have fun waves. The thing is, I liked about this event is that we had the possibility of seeing a lot of waves ridden each heat, so we could see everyone was getting opportunities, and I think that's the whole point of competing.
Yep.
We didn't saw no one like sitting for 15 minutes waiting for a wave.
That's true. We had 700 waves ridden, but at the moment we're going to give it up to Ben Mundy, who is going to present the prize giving.
We wouldn't be here at all. We really appreciate your support and all the online fans as well. I'm going to ask up some people that have made this event happen. Really, really important. So we've got President of Amalda City Council, Inés de Medeiros. If you could come up, please, and hand out some awards. We also got Vereador Jose Ricardo, if you could come up too. Thank you so much. How are you? And we've also got Ico Texera from the WSL Europe. So Ico has worked really hard. So really appreciate all your help. And we're going to get up. You get to hand out some of these awards, which we've got today. And I think first up, we're going to get the runner-up of the women's. If we could please get Elise Barton, if you want to come up and give a big round of applause for Elise. How are you? So Elise, well done. Congratulations on an incredible performance. A big win for you. Just talk us through your week. How's your week been and how stoked are you, even though you lost the final?
Yeah, it's been really good. It's been such a nice crowd at the beach and so great to see everyone. I've been here with all my family and friends from back home, all the boys that I train with, and yeah, it's been so good. And a huge thank you to Luke for helping me out this week, and GB. It's been amazing, and yeah, thanks for everyone for supporting me. It's so awesome to be here, and I'm very grateful to show my surfing and yeah, have this opportunity.
Well done. You surfed amazingly well. You played all in the final, and Vereador Jose Ricardo is going to give you your trophy. So what a performance. I'd also like to thank the supporters of the event throughout the week. We've had Hertz always backing this event. We've also had Millennium BCP, who have done a great job with the presentation over there and always help surfing, and of course Australia Galicia and the Watt Hotels, who we've stayed with and they've looked after us. So all those organisers and events and partnerships are super important, and we thank you a lot. But at least we had to be another runner-up, and unfortunately in this particular event it was the male runner-up. I think we've got Thomas Debier. If Thomas can come up. And we go, Thomas, mate. I'll tell you what, it has been an incredible week, probably one of the form surfers of the whole event. You put incredible performances the whole way through. Couldn't quite get there, but this is your first ever final. How do you feel, mate?
I mean, I feel amazing. You know, I started at the first round, so it's been a super long week, but the waves were good. I love this place, Caparica. I made actually my first final in Port Junior maybe like 8 years ago. So yeah, I love this place, and it's been a really good final with my teammate, Jorgan. I wish I could have won, but still super stoked to be in the final, and yeah, it's good for next season.
And tired of you, mate. You've done so much paddling all week. You're surfing. It's been big waves, but you know how physically, how much work have you put in this week?
Yeah, so much work. I mean, I don't even know, or I'm still standing up. I'm gonna go have a really big rest. But yeah, I dig deep all the week, and yeah, I'm stoked to be here.
Okay, well done. Put your hand together for Thomas Debier. Incredible performance. We've got the runner up there, Jose Riga. Thanks. Incredible surfing throughout the whole week. So great for Thomas. Okay. Yeah, so we got another 2 trophies to hand out. We've got the women's winner now, the local hope, the hero of the beach today, Francisco Vaselco. Please come up and everyone get the hands together. kicker. Well done, congratulations. What does it mean to win here in Portugal?
Yeah, good afternoon. I'm really, really happy. This is really special to win at home. Actually, the last couple years, Portuguese girls have won this event, Mafalda and Teresa. So it's been pretty dominated by the Portuguese girls. And yeah, to be here with my family, my friends, it's really special. We always travel a lot, and to have this moment at home feels really good. And yeah, the waves were challenging, but I'm really happy to have won this event. Morocco was firing, and then coming in here and having such challenging waves, it's really special for me to keep working on consistency and bad waves. But yeah, I'm just happy to have won, and thank you guys for coming. Yeah.
Okay, and maybe it's the Portuguese. I'd like to thank everyone. We are speaking English, but Inês de Medeiros, if you hand over the trophy there for Francisco. That's a big trophy. Have you got it? So what a performance. And for the Challenger Series, she's going to go represent Portugal and hopefully get on the CT, because that's where your surfing deserves. So well done, Francisco. Speaking of European champions, well, we've got the 4-time European champion coming up now and the winner of the Caparica Surf Fest, Jorgen Kuzenet. Put your hands together for the new European champion and the current winner, mate. Well done. What a week you've had. As you said, you won your 4th European title. You've won your 2nd event in a row. You're on the Challenger Series, mate. How does it feel?
I feel like it's a dream. Okay, so I'm gonna try to do my best because I'm really cold. Because I surfed probably like 2 heats back to back almost. So yeah, it was crazy to do a final with my teammate, Soros, this guy, Thomas, who all surfed all event long, and yeah, it was crazy. Back to back 8s, 9. Those guys it's gonna kill me, you know. So much stress.
And then a couple of those moments here in the semi-final, for example, 5 seconds to go, needing a massive score, you did it. So how proud are you of yourself and all the work you've put in?
To be honest, I'm really proud of myself because the heat prior was really tough. I was needing like a 8.01, and then the wave came. I was like, oh, thanks God, and I surfed the wave the most I can, and I got the score. So. I don't know. It feels like a dream, you know. But I don't want to stop. I want to keep doing good. And the next events are the challengers. So yeah, hopefully I can make it to the city. But thanks everyone for coming. Muito obrigado a todo. So, sorry for the Portuguese words. I'm not really good. But yeah, thanks for coming, and yeah, hopefully see you next year.
Okay, well, they get the trophy off Inês de Medeiros, the mayor. So what a great performance. Put your hands together for Kuzenet, the European champion. Okay, well, that's a wrap. I'd like to thank you for putting up with me and for helping us through this incredible event. Without your support and your continuing supporting of surfing in Portugal, we wouldn't be anywhere. For all the winners, for all the organisers, for all the partners, can you put your hands together one more time? A big cheer. This is an amazing event put on by amazing people with amazing surfers. So thank you all. That's a wrap. I think we go and have some Estrella Galicia beers. We dance to some music. We have some fun. Thanks, everyone. We'll get some photos. And I think that's a wrap. Thanks, guys. Bye for now.
Well, that's a beautiful ceremony. These always are, actually. It's, the culmination of a lot of work, a lot of stress for everyone, but especially for the surfers, obviously, especially Thomas de Vieira. That how much does that like extra heat, because he started in the round of 96, how much more effort does that extra heat like implies in the end? Like if you're getting to the final, does that weigh in your physical path?
I think yes. More 25 minutes eat on a case like today. It affects, of course, because the waves were not small. A lot of paddling, and he said it. I'm gonna need a big rest. So Yeah, Thomas surfed, I don't know, 7 heats probably since round 1. So
Yeah.
a lot of heats done by Thomas. And yeah, an amazing comp by all of them. And it was great to see Thomas doing his first final in Alice Barton as well. So yeah, great stuff.
Yeah, and I think I heard Jorgen saying he was going to need a big bucket of beer as well. So rest versus beer. But he's allowed to. He's a champion.
I think it's a good combo. You just have like a
yeah,
huge liter of
exactly.
beer and then you fall
and then you
asleep.
rest.
Yeah.
Exactly. You won't really
Miss anything.
Won't really go big. But we're now going to go to men's final highlight. That was, actually the highlight of the contest in terms of scores, I would say. Thomas Desbières, one of the most informed surfers of this comp. We did have a lot of them, but he started very well, Chico, with this solid, smooth surfing.
Yeah, he was trying to match power for power with Jorgen Cuisinet, and he did that. As Jorgen said on the podium, these guys don't give me a break. I always need to do 8s and 9s, and that's a final. Normally, everyone lifts up their game. Pressure is off. It's everything or nothing, and yeah, it's when we see most of the surfers perform their best is in the final because they already have a big result under the belt, and now they just want to have fun and win it. So, and Thomas Desbières knew from the first place that to beat Jorgen Cuisinet, he had to go big. And by going big, he threw some big numbers, and Jorgen had to do his best hit so far of the whole event.
Yeah, well, it's not surprising to see that the two best scoring heats were actually both finals. Super representative of the level of these surfers throughout the event and their culmination in basically the representation of these 4 surfers in this final. Alice Barton there warming up against Francisca Vezelko. Again, super beautiful, sharp surfing. She and her team can be proud. We are definitely super proud and refreshed to see a surfer from England, from Great Britain, in the final. It's she mentioned it. It's not so refreshing. We have another Portuguese surfer winning this for 3 times in a row. Is that possible? We'll confirm that back to you. But Mafalda, Teresa, and now Kika had won this event.
Yeah, as Kika said, it's an event that has been mainly dominated by Portuguese, and it's because they don't crack under pressure. They like to surf under pressure, and it's when they shine the most. And as you see, the Portuguese crew here, super stoked with their victory as well. And nice claim there. I'm gonna ask her what that is, but Rodrigo Souza, big hugs, flying the flag, and yeah, just a nice moment. Overall, it's a nice moment to be around.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a very, very, very nice way to finish this competition. Couldn't be happier, Actually, beautiful week here in Caparica for an event that has been going on for a couple years and will still go on a few, hopefully. We also have Bells Beach going on at the moment, so beware and check that out. It's the best in the world, where these surfers want to be in a few years, or maybe next year, who knows, hope so. But yeah, Chico, I think it's time to say goodbye.
Yeah, it's time to say goodbye. Check it out. Do your fantasy team for Bells Beach. You're still in time. And yep, it was a great time to have you all here with us. And hopefully I see you guys next year. And that's it for now.
Bye-bye.
If you plan on getting out of here, you gotta hit 'em where got a system. I got a system. I got a system and it works. I got a system. If you plan on getting out of here, you better free yourself first. Let the cold go renegade. I got a system and it works. Like a bullet in your bite. Like a note in the network. Like a number in your mind. I got a system and it works. I got a system. System. I got a system. System. I got a system and it works. System. I got a system. I got a system.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.